Okay, welcome everyone to the programming, the human mind, the African mind, with your host Tanzan. First, we'll begin with a prayer to the ancestors to give us insight, guidance, wisdom, and enlightenment, to share information, to learn, as well as to teach what we know. And with that, welcome. So, thank you everyone for joining us. I hope the women will join us especially, but everyone, thank you, Amani, everyone who is here. So, what is the topic of discussion today? Well, it is to do with Black women, African women specifically. Yeah, Black African women. For me, it's the same thing. And we're talking about basically, taking accountability, talking about what the issues, the problems, the improvements, that we as women can make for to improve the relationship between Black men and women, and also to be good mothers to our children and examples to the young ladies who are growing up. Ah, we have melanated goddess in the house. Amani Dada, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. So, like we said, I introduced a little bit, and we're going to have a discussion. People have said things about Black women specifically, especially this idea that if men build it, the reason why Black women are not following. Firstly, the issue is that the first contention is that Black women do not know how to follow, and are not good at being, women, which is quite, quite a big charge. So, in terms of that, are Black women doing what they need to do as women to create a harmonious relationship, or are we sabotaging ourselves and our men? So that's the first question. The second thing is that the reason why maybe Black women are not following is that because the men have not been leading, the men have not done what they need to do, and perhaps that is why. And so there was that if you build it, they will come. So the question is, will they? If Black men do build, will Black women join them and become part of the program? And will they follow? If the men lead, will the women follow? So that is the question for today. And then the third one is this idea of swallowing. Are Black women just naturally, or naturally, I don't know what's natural and what's not, but Black women have stepped out for, it used to be thought that it was more for, it was more the men who had the higher relationships. But increasingly, it turns out that Black women have also been going out at the same rate as the men. And if that is so, what are the, what is our reaction to that? Do we simply say, oh, okay, well, everybody does what they like, let us continue, and let us leave them alone, everyone has their own lives? Or do we say, no, this is not the way to go, we are supposed to be doing 1, 2, 3, instead everybody's doing what they want to do? Is there a responsibility that women have in regards to other women? Do we have not just accountable for ourselves, but are we also accountable for the behaviors of other women? Because whether we like it or not, as Black people, the actions of some people affect, our image, our self-image, our image about each other, and our image to the rest of the world. So, who's going to be in charge of the image of the Black woman? So that's the question. How do we want to be represented? Do we really want our men? Do we really want to lead? Do we want to follow? Do we want to control? And do Black women really understand the experience of Black men, or what Black men are going through? Or is it just, they are not, the SHIT? So, yeah. So I'm not going to, hold on, sorry. So I'm not going to, well, how do you say it? I will try to be quick. I will try to, get to the bottom of it, and we'll talk. So, oh yes, I was trying to say I will not speak for all women. I will not speak for all Black women, obviously. And I think that we should all have an honest discussion. And, if there is, the only way to improve, or the only way to get better, is if we admit our faults. The only way to, to be better as well, is we take advantage of our strengths. So if there are some ways that, some things that we're doing well, then we should say, yes, we're doing that well, and pat ourselves on the back. If there are areas for improvement, we can also say, yes, we should improve. So in terms of the first question, melanated, since you're here and we've had you before, I would like to ask you this. The first question is, do Black women respect Black men? I'll type it in there while I'm talking. Do Black women respect Black men? And obviously, when we're speaking, we are simply speaking in general terms. We're not saying all or none or this. And if you have figures and percentages, that would be great as well. But mostly we're speaking in a general way, or rather, what is the impression? Because sometimes the truth can be one thing, but the reality is something different. The other thing is that, it could be that it's only a few who are doing it, and then it's everybody is getting blamed for it. This thing about Black men being criminals. Is it all Black men? Is it something that is endemic, or is it just something that a few people are doing and everybody else is being blamed for it? So, hey, Yona B. Yes, you finally caught one of, yeah, sometimes you just catch one of these random ones. So so good to have you. Good to have you. Yes. So yeah, and Melanie, this is going to be a good one. Okay. So Melanated Goddess is here too. Yonabi is here. Thank you, ladies, for showing up. I can't do this alone. I can't be, just talking for everyone. So it's good to have a discussion, good to have different opinions. And so thank you both for joining. So the first question was this. We had a few, but the first one was, here you go. Do Black women respect Black men? And so, yes, that's what the question was. Yes, hi, Yanabi. Thank you for joining. Yes, you did. Melanated Goddess says, I would say no, especially not the younger generation. So, Black women. Oh, you say Black women do not respect Black men. Okay. Okay, so why would you say that they don't respect them? And while we're talking, we should do the respectable thing too, and actually get definitions for what we're speaking about. So yes, let us do that. Merriam-Webster. I do not like Merriam-Webster I'm just biased that way. I prefer Britannica. Yeah, that's one. But we'll be pedantic. We'll just look it up. So yeah, so let's ask ourselves, what is respect? And to feel or show. Okay, here we go. We'll share the screen. I know we all know what it is. The great lady sang about it that day. RESPECT. And funnily enough, that time it was the women who were demanding respect, actually demanding it, which is an interesting thing because respect is not really something you demand. It is something that is earned. But in any case, the women, what was her name? RESPECT. RESPECT. What is the lady, the name of the singer? She's very famous, who sang Respect. So she was singing, that time it was the woman who was singing about respect. Ah, man, you cannot see anything at all. Okay, so I'll just try to do it until I figure this out. Okay, so respect is to feel or show differential regard or for or esteem or admire, to avoid interfering with or intruding upon, to avoid violating, to relate to or refer to or concern. Okay, so this is the most boring definition I've ever seen. Okay, so basically it is a feeling of appreciation, often differential regard, which is like respectful regard, using the same word, esteem, the state of being regarded with honor or esteem. It's also consideration or appreciation. So if before we even get to respect, let's use the less charged words. Do Black women appreciate? Aretha Franklin, here we go. Aretha Franklin. Okay, so there you go. Aretha Franklin. She's the one who sang RESPECT. Sorry. I can't remember what follows the respect. Something. But is it also the one that she says, chuck it to me, sock it to me, sock it to me, sock it to me? Isn't that a bit, how do you say it? Isn't socking somebody like hitting somebody? Or maybe I missed it. I misheard because I always had something like, sock it to me. And I'm like, socket, isn't that like a punch? But then there's also that other, Britney songs are weird. That other song with Britney Spears, Hit Me One More Time. I know that hit me is slang for, I think in cards, they use that as, well, give me another round of cards, if I'm getting the phrasing correctly. So I guess maybe hit me baby one more time is the same as sock it to me. Anyway, that's just an aside. So, one aspect of respect is simply appreciation, is simply. Hey, melanated. Okay. I wasn't sorry. I'm not a singer, so I will. Yeah. Or I'm not any kind of musician, so. But there you go. Suck it to her. The queen also, Miss Aretha Franklin. Yes, that was her. So she sang about respect. She sang about women wanting respect. I guess at that time, women did not feel that they were being respected. Maybe, they were looked down upon or they were not given their dues. So they were demanding respect. Now, I don't know if that has anything to do with, the whole feminist movement, but maybe it was just women saying, appreciate us, see us for who we are, and so on. So she sang about respect. And now we're talking about, is it reciprocated? Do Black women also feel the same respect? Not even respect, just appreciation. Like we said, do they appreciate Black men? And appreciation is acknowledging somebody's positives, somebody's worth, value, usefulness. Yeah, somebody's all those positive attributes that they bring something to life, and they add to the quality of life. So do Black women appreciate Black men? Do they actually see them as being value to them, being yeah, do they see value in Black men? Do they see them as, oh yes, we value a man for this and that? And that goes for all men in general, Black men in general. I'm talking about, do they value their fathers, their brothers, their husbands, their sons, all of that. Yes, so that's the Amani Koku from the Bitter Medicine podcast. We have our first man in the house. Okay, so we're also interested in what the men have to say, but we want the women to have this discussion as well. So Amani Koku. Oh, yes. And before I forget, shout out to Koku from the Bitter Medicine podcast. I am also a member of the KWAZ radio. I had to remember to pronounce it the American way, which is Z, because we say it Z. And I remember when Jay-Z first, came out, and then the radio announcers were saying, and this is from the new Jay-Z. I don't know how long it took them. Yeah, where is Gas? He was supposed to show up. But yeah, I think he's just running late. Yeah. So today the women showed up before Gasdemup did. So yeah, so we're hoping. I was a bit late too. It's the middle of the night here for some people like me, and yeah, but I'm up now. Yeah. So what was I saying? Yes. So before he threw me off. Ah, wow. We have a full house today. Peace and blessings, my fellow pentagrammer, Jose J. Bronze in the house. What's with the title? Well, you had your bout with the women, so I guess today is supposed to be Gus's turn. And Melanated Goddess should know this is simply a continuation of earlier discussions. I'm sure what we're saying has been said before and will be said again, but until it's resolved. Oh, Z, yes, Z was Caribbean too. Okay. So it was not just us. So I was saying, yeah, KWAZ radio. So I was saying that for us it would be KWAZ. And they used to say JZ, and then we finally learned from the American radio stations that it was actually pronounced JZ. So now we know, but we're still saying Z. So yes, Z and Z. Yes, Yona, it is like 3 a.m. here. It is late. I took a short nap to sort of get myself ready for the discussion. But when I woke up, I don't know if you noticed, but I kept pushing up the time. Like it was supposed to start at 2:15 and then 2:20 and then 2:30 and finally, at 2:35, I say, you know what? Yeah, I can't play games with time anymore. Let me just give in. So here we are. Here we are in time. Okay, so yes, it's like 3 a.m. here. I should be asleep, but I'm not. Kohu says greetings, Satyonabi, and says peace at Jose. And Jose says good evening, brother. Okay, good. Oh yes, night, and the night. The night comes at night. English is so silly. The night, and then you say the night comes at night. Well, yes, it is night. One of those British wordplay games like who are you? I remember this from that language skill. Who are you? And then the guy, the Indian guy's like, no, I am not who. And then the British guy's like, no, who are you? Anyway, it was a whole thing. It's the whole thing. Well, it was fun. Yeah, you had to be there. Anyway, so our first question to the ladies was that do Black women respect? Yeah, here we go. Do Black women respect Black men? And we were looking at the definition of respect, which includes one of the first definitions was to appreciate. And I think that is more of the subtler ones, more of the easier ones. Just an appreciation, an acknowledgement of the value that somebody brings, an acknowledgement of, yes, someone is useful and that they are worth something. And so do we appreciate the men in our lives? Do we appreciate the fathers, the brothers, the uncles, all these people who make life better by just being the men? So let us see. Okay, can you see that? Is it a bit better? I was looking for something that is more legible, but here we go. So here the definition of respect is a relation. Oh, okay. With respect to. Okay, we're not talking about that. An act of giving particular attention, consideration, a high or special regard, the quality, state of being esteemed, deference, particular in regards. I do not like these definitions. I think I prefer the other one. That's why Merriam-Webster is not the best. For me, but I never liked American definitions anyway. It's just that whole British thing. Okay, so here we go. This is a little bit better. So respect is a way of treating or thinking about somebody or someone. If you respect somebody, you admire her and treat them well. People respect others who are impressive for any reason, such as being in authority, like a teacher or a policeman, or being older, like a grandparent. You show respect by being polite and kind. For a lot of people, taking your hat off is a show of respect. When people are insulted or treated badly, they feel they haven't been treated with respect. You can respect things as well as people. Saying the pledge for allegiance shows respect to your country. So the definitions of respect: to regard highly and to think much of. For example, I respect his judgment. Do we respect? Oh, you know what? Okay, here we go. So can you see? Two. So, oh, you can't see? Oh, shoot. Okay, let's see. Okay, Jose, thank you for joining. Not that the subject is boring, but I don't know if I be fully present, being barely full and an active day. Well, wow, I wish I could say the same, Jose. I wish I could. My belly is okay, but I'm waking up from sleep. So I'm going to try to be I'm going to try to be present as much as I can. Okay, so Yona B says, I am a Black woman who respects and loves my Black man. Okay, well, we have one on the side of yes. And but Melanated Goddess had said in general, she would say no, especially not the younger generation. So, and like I said, when we say do Black women, we're not generalizing like all. So we have some Black women like Yona B who respects and loves the Black men, who appreciates what Black men are and respects their judgment. And the second, okay, you know what? Since I can't really. I can't really do 100% or make it bigger because it's a web page. Sorry, I'll just try to, to read as much of it as I can. So just follow along if you can. So the first one, we said the definition is to regard highly, to think much of. The second one is to abide by, to honor, to observe. The third one is an attitude of admiration or esteem, a feeling of friendship, courteous regards for people's feelings, the condition of being honored as and regarded, and behavior intended to please someone. And yeah, so basically respect is just being able to respect someone's judgment, to say that you value their leadership, you admire and esteem their input, and yeah, so that's the value of respect. You see, can you see, or you can't see? Okay, wow. I guess Jose is in the boxes today. What do you call in the theater where they throw the tomatoes and stuff? You're just ready to lob one off. Look, Jose, it's 3 o'clock in the morning where I am. I am 75% awake. So do please, just a few hours ago, just an hour ago, I was in the land of dreaming. I was in the hands of Morpheus. That was the dream god. I don't know why in the Matrix, Morpheus was actually the instrument of enlightenment, but in Greek mythology, he's actually the god of dreams. Is he a god? But in any case, he's in charge of dreams. But I guess it does make sense, because you either awaken and take whichever pill, or you go back to sleep. So it makes sense in a way. I just told myself, I just explained things to myself. Okay. Melanated says, I hear you, Yona, but the question was if women, not is there a woman. Okay, well, you understand you understand the assignment. And Jose adds to that Yonobi, it's plural. Yes, is that a plural? I see. Yes, it's plural. Okay, finally, I have been rambling on for too long. Welcome, Gasdemup.
Hello, Tan. How are you?
I'm good. For you?
I'm great.
Okay.
So, what's been cooking?
Well, so far we're cooking respect. We're talking about how Aretha Franklin was asking for respect in her song, but now it is Black men who are asking if they are respected by Black women. So that was our question for the day. The first question, do Black women respect Black men? Yes.
That's a great question. I mean, what is respect to you?
Well, that is what we were looking at. We're looking up. So,
Well, I'll put it like this. I'll keep it simple because I don't want to stay, to ramble too much. I think until there's an acceptance of Black male patriarchy, no, the answer is no. There is no respect for Black men.
Until there's a respect for Black men patriarchy, there is no respect for Black men. And so patriarchy is the rule of the men. So unless the women respect the rule of the Black men,
no, patriarchy is not the rule of the men. That's a white. That sounds like a white girl in first year of undergrad definition. So patriarchy, according to bell hooks and the intersectionality, and when you understand, no, that's not what patriarchy is. But go ahead.
No. You were saying you're saying that that's the white definition. So, what is the proper definition?
Again, like I said, the definition of respect is respecting the Black man's patriarch or patriarchal authority, and being to be willing to be under the jurisdiction of such. So then the question you push is, okay, what is patriarchy? Well, then, you have many examples of Black patriarchy. You have Shaka Zulu, you have the Moors, you have the Maasai. So you could take a pick of whatever you want, but those men in those societies were respected. So.
Yes, so patriarchy is a social system. I'll give the formal definition, and then
According to who?
Wikipedia.
Oh my God! Go ahead.
Well, I'm just laying the foundation for the discussion. So
Yeah, but
patriarchy,
why do we have to use that definition? Because obviously it's going to paint things in a light that, but go ahead, I want you to do it, but I'm just saying, like, for the audience, you can already see it's been, you know, it's being pushed in direction.
okay, well then let us sidestep that for now. For me, patriarchy, without looking it up, is simply, men decide, in general, men make the final decision, I guess. So that goes for in the home and in the community, and yeah, that's my definition of it, or my view of it. So in terms of who is making the decision, the final decision making, that for me is patriarchy. It's not to say that they're the only ones who are saying things, but I'm saying if there's a final choice, they're the ones who are going to make it. So that's how I see it.
Well, no, I think, but that's what I said. Look, listen. I think the problem is the spheres of life that we live under and we live within, right? So, and this is why I say, arguably, history is probably the most important subject that we should take, because people don't know their history. African women were not subject to male patriarchy. African women had their autonomy; they were independent for the most part. If you look at different cultures across the board, they had their own women's group. The men had their sphere of existence, and the women had their sphere of existence. And when you put two circles together, what do you get? Isn't that what they call a Venn diagram?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what created the life and that's kept us alive for thousands upon thousands of years, all across that vast continent. And the women didn't look down on what the men did, and vice versa. But there were certain areas of authority that the men were, tasked with dealing with, and there were areas of authority that the women were tasked with dealing with. We talked about that on the Black Pentagrammer show. Shout out to Jose, where we looked at the Bambara in Mali. So there's something to be said that when we do talk about so-called patriarchy, we always talk about it within the concept of women not having space. So I'll end with this sentence, like Bill Burr talks. There's a video. I forgot to send it to you guys, but Bill Burr was talking to a woman, and she was trying to ask him about women comedians. He was like, look, stop. That's stupid. Don't come and ask me that. Like, go and build your own comedy. If you're getting on stage and you're making people laugh every night and nobody wants to go behind you, then you're funny. Don't come to me and ask me to open up doors for you. Create your own comedy and have your own lane. And I think that's something that, it's kind of like, again, using Bill Burr, he looks at like the WNBA and he's like, how come none of the women support the WNBA, but you cry and complain? But you don't see women putting the WNBA on their on their walls and promoting it, right? So it's just easy to come at it in this society. And I agree that women have been excluded from male areas historically. But, I think we need to, because we don't study our history, we don't see an alternative. We just know the black and white, the binary. But go ahead.
No, I agree, and I think even the word patriarchy is not so. Yes, there is that whole. It's looked at as male dominance and women, not even submission, but oppression, which it puts a bad taste in many women when they think of patriarchy. It's not looked upon as this benevolent system. In fact, it's looked at as harsh, oppressive, and nothing good has ever come of it. It's looked at as aggressive and very.
But remember, that's a so-called woke woman's mentality, right? Like not one woman right now is saying, "Hey, send me off to Ukraine." All the Ukrainian feminists and hardcore, bra-burning Ukrainian women ran to England and are still protesting male patriarchy in the safety of England. But, when the big dick Russian niggas came through, they ran for the hills and said, you're a man. Go ahead, please. Toxic masculinity. Save me. So it's hilarious.
Yeah, and in terms of the women saving other women, they feel that those other women can't speak for themselves because they are so oppressed, and so they must go in and speak for them. So yeah, for most women, patriarchy is something that it puts
Again, when you say most women, you can't say most educated
okay,
women.
not
You have to
most
be
women.
specific
Okay.
because keep in mind the non-educated women. Fela Kuti had this one line in one of his songs. He didn't release it. He said, "Traditional women they waka, educated women they stroll." Right. So of course I'm not saying it exactly how I said it, but in effect he was saying that the traditional African woman, she's walking, she has the baby on her back, she has the firewood on her head, she has places to be, right? She's but the educated woman, she's strolling, gallivanting about Lagos. Her hand is swirling, it's bent, and she's like the sissy, sissy echo of Lagos, and she's like, yes, 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 and the traditional woman's like, look at this dainty bird trying to educate me, and that's the problem. The discourse is often dominated by these women who don't have a clue. Like, so for example, Betty Friedan and all these other women, oh, we want to work and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. But women have always been working. Women were never kept at home. It was middle class women, the the wives of, well-to-do capitalists who got to stay at home, right? It wasn't the poor woman. Women, there's the shirt, the triangle shirt factory fire, where the women were burned alive in the factory there, right? Um, Women have always worked in the factories. So it was a family thing. The men would go do like the heavy mining stuff. The children would, the boy children, they would go and they would work alongside the males or their fathers, and they would sneak into places that the men were too big to get into. And the girls would be, with their moms, or they'd stay at home and watch children that they were old enough to watch, and the mothers would be working in factories. That was the system that the capitalists created for us when we removed people from the land. So it's just like, I just feel that the educated women, amongst being yourselves, are doing purposely a very, very interesting narrative to just always paint yourselves as oppressed. And then when I bring up the history, you guys say, yes, yes, you're right, you're right. But when you say the narrative, you never say it with that context. Why is that?
The context of oppression. And before we answer that, Yonobi says, elaborate on that, Gus. Are you saying that educated women don't know what oppression is? I don't think that's what you're saying, but yes, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I think basically what Fela was saying is, when you go into Nigeria or you go to Kenya and you see the market lady who has, two shops that she's running, and she has to still, make sure that she takes care of her husband. Her priorities and her issues and her requests are not the same as, the educated woman in Kenya or the educated woman in America. Um, she's not saying in Kibera, oh, I don't want a man, I don't need a man, because she knows that she still needs her husband to escort her from the market on the way home, and she likes that. She looks forward to that. That people give her husband respect. So I'm just saying that there is a difference in mentality, but the dominant discourse is controlled by the educated women. And so that's why I'm asking Tan now, why is it that the educated women never put the historical context in or push that forward when they're describing the narrative of oppressed women? It's always like patriarchy leaves a bad taste in women's mouth. We've always been oppressed. We're hurt. As opposed to saying, wait a minute, the poor women were working. Women were not told they couldn't work. You know, so where is this coming from? Who is behind this?
Yes, and yeah, actually, even now, when you come to Africa, the whole idea of somebody just sitting at home doing nothing, it goes against practice. So you see women working. In the past, women would work. My great grandmother should wake up in the morning every day and go and do a lot and come back in the evening. So yeah, African women always worked and they still do. I think the reason why people skip that historical narrative, especially when it comes to the upper and the lower classes, is that they want to not only equate the sexes but also the classes. So they want to get rid of rich woman, poor woman dichotomy and say, oh, we all women, we all suffering together. Virginia Woolf wrote that novel, A Room of One's Own. Oh, if only every woman could have a room where she could go and think and do all this, talking about something that most women did not even have a space of their own or an inch of their own. So she's talking about, if everybody could eat what do you call those fish eggs, and
Caviar?
expensive. Yes, yes. If every woman could eat caviar every day and sushi or whatever, and
But
not
but
saying.
but that's, you think about what she's saying and what and that narrative, right? Think about it. So the people that they're saying should provide that is the very state that they're saying is providing their oppression. So people don't understand power, right? Like power is the type of power that brings about that change is force, violent force. But these women aren't ready to draw blood. So it's much easier to boohoo, cry, and complain to the state and have the state replace your man, or the state uh, do these things, as opposed to and that's why, like I said, when the Russians come knocking at the door, these women don't know how to pick up guns. Compare that to Asante in Ghana, who, when the British were encroaching, she's like, yo, grab the guns. If you see Tupac, call the cops. If you see Tupac, no, let me stop. But but she grabs the guns. These women, they grab page 63 of the thesis, and they get on the train, eat their hors d'oeuvres and the caviar, and they think in a quiet place, and go back to for the state to rescue them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they ask the people, the person who is beating you to be the same one to rescue you. So, it's a whole contradiction. And the interesting thing about the feminists, they have to play both, the hard and the soft side. So they can go march in the streets, but they're going to meet with, J. Edgar Hoover behind the scenes. So they always they have to play both the and even when it comes to the women's movement, it was not one that was gotten through blood, sweat, and tears. I think maybe less than just a dozen, if so, suffragettes, paid for their lives. So it was not something that was done with fighting and blood. It was just they were given. That's why I say it's not, you can't demand rights. The rights are just given to you by the by the state.
But
So
again, right? So you demand rights from the state, yet the state has the right to take it away.
indeed.
Right, so we're going into the weeds with this because I think you want to center the conversation in a way, right? But
No, I wasn't
I
even
want
going.
no, I was hoping you had, like, a way to center it around the discourse that we've been having behind the scenes about swirling, about again, male respect, um, and that way you can present me those questions, and I can give my opinion.
Okay. Yes. So the first one was respect. I gave a couple in the beginning. So the first one was the question of respect, and that came to whether Black women respect Black men, and we're talking about do they actually acknowledge or appreciate or actually see the value of black men. And
In
then
America, the answer is no, in my opinion. They don't.
okay,
They don't because they don't know it. They've never seen it. They've never seen black male patriarchy. They didn't grow up with it. They don't know what it's like. Um, you know.
okay. And
So
Melanated Goddess agrees. She says, I would say no, especially not the younger generation. I don't think in America, black women don't see black men in a good light as provider, protector, etc. And so, yeah, so Melanated Goddess agrees with you on that one, that black
no, she
women.
doesn't because she added a whole bunch of things about provider protector that aren't included. See, look, listen, right? When people reduce it down to finances and function, so they say men are to provide four P's, and then so they're reducing masculinity to two F's, right? Finance and function, and
Mhm.
then they're saying provide, protect, procreate, um, and I forgot what the last P is. I'll find it. But the truth of the matter is this: in this country, um, I've sent you the information. The Federal Reserve, I mean, this is the America's bank, central bank of the United States, has readily admitted and said that black men have been in a 30-year recession. So this is the civil rights, the 2000s, civil rights was about 40, 50 years ago. So since 1970, black men have been in a permanent recession. That's the 80s with the junk bond growth. That's the 90s with the dot-com era. That's, all waves of growth that we've seen have never included black men. There's no amount of black entrepreneurship that's going to absorb that type of unemployment. No one talks about it, right? Black male unemployment has always been historically, typically been in double digits, but black male underemployment has always been in double digits. So, where are these men going to get this? Where are they going to get the needed tools to do this? And so no one talks about it. The women don't talk about this. The educated women who know, it's much easier to jump on the bandwagon and attack the black guy. And that's why I conclude it's much better for them to step across the fence and date white men, which
Yeah, I
they've
hadn't
been
gotten there,
doing.
but
But
we
yeah,
will.
go ahead.
But speaking of which, the finances providing, because I think that's the greatest how bad that women use, that providing, protecting, the things that men are expected to do. And Melanated Goddess says, in regards to the patriarchy, because women don't like the patriarchy, but they do appreciate and respect that protection aspect of it. So what do you say about where Melanated Goddess says today's man, I guess black man, can't even handle the responsibility of with that comes with patriarchy? And then Yona B says, I agree to an extent, our men did drop the ball on many levels. So I think that from that, it seems as if the answer is no, the women do not respect the men. And they give their reason. They give the reason is that the black men cannot handle the responsibility of patriarchy, and they drop the ball.
But this is what I'm saying. Look. You've never heard the people who we can't say their names. You've never heard their women create that narrative. Their women don't come out and say that about their men during their time and their experience in Germany when they were there was propaganda being pushed against them and they were being excluded from society on a political level. No amount, I mean, go and look at the unemployment levels that they were experiencing. It's baffling, right? The women have the nerve and the audacity to say these things without, and I'm not talking about the women in the chat. I'm not talking to you guys specifically. I'm just saying the women don't ever look at the larger picture, but you're not realizing your man is under, if he is your man, which I argue he's not. because I've told you this before. Black women don't like black males. It's equivalent of the lion. They like lion cubs. They don't like lions because lions come with a certain type of energy. They like the sons when they're cute and cuddly, and you can negotiate and manipulate them. Like, okay, if you do this, I'll get you a pair of sneakers and buy you some Capri Sun. And he says, yes, mama. And he comes home and draws you that squiggly garbage that you put on your fridge. And you're like, what kind of kid did I give birth to? And you just put it in, yeah, oh my God, it's so beautiful. And you put it on your fridge. And you pretend like you like this stuff. It's like, help me, please. But as soon as he, turns into an adult, now it's a problem.
He's no longer at that cute age anymore.
Of course not, no. But here's the thing, and I was something else we were talking about, in a wider context of just being a man, most of the behaviors that women complain about, no one ever acknowledges that it's hormonal, right? Because like I've told you, there's so much literature. As soon as a woman, develops, hits puberty and she goes through, she starts having menstruation and she has menstrual cramps and, FSH, follicle stimulating hormone, and all this other good stuff. We have all the literature on it, and we can talk about hormonal balance and hormonal imbalance as to explanations for some of the behavior that we see. But when it comes to also providing that same avenue to say that men, when they experience the stimulation of their testes and the production of testosterone and other hormones, the behavior that we see in men is a hormonal behavior. And some of the behaviors that we like and dislike is as a result of hormonal balance and imbalance. But no one ever gives that to men. It's just like, shut up, die.
Speaking of
shut
which,
up, die.
Melanated Goddess says, I do agree with you guys. Stop being touchy.
Well, it's my hormones.
Moving your point.
It's my hormones. You see what I'm saying? I can't have a hormonal response. I just have to shut up and be an ATM machine.
Is it that time of the month for Gasdemup? Yes, but stop being so touchy. She agrees with you, and also says, why do you focus on money? I said other stuff too, like protection. Focus on protection, please. Yes, so you're focusing too much on money. And Yonabe says that a lot of men bowed out of the race at Gasdemup.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Like when she says the so-called men bowed out, that's what I'm saying. That's the narrative. You know what I'm saying? It's like people don't. The women of the people who experienced a time in Germany never said that when their men were being excluded from society. I mean, it's like when I say this flies over, people gloss over it. Like what are we talking about here? When the political system excludes a particular group from part. Do you know? Okay, what's America's GDP right now estimated?
I don't know.
What was the last you heard?
I have no idea. If I gave you a figure, I'll just be
all right. Let's just say it's about 20 trillion, right? Allegedly. Mm-hmm. Do you know how much more it might double if they would put policy in place to include the excluded? But America is so caught up in its nonsense that they are fine, and there's a global faction that is fine with China taking over.
Yeah, they'd rather anyone take over, but black people. But
this has nothing to do. But forget about black men taking over. Black men aren't going to take over anything. The point is that if you don't exclude black men and you include them in the economic system, you can damn near double America's GDP, or at least 1 times 1.5.
Yes,
easily.
Yes, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Right? And that doesn't mean that they've taken over anything. But the point is that that's the system that we're against. It's like your lion is in a zoo without bars. He's in a prison without bars. He's just in the zoo with very, very thick glass, fiberglass, and mirrors. So you think he's free because, he doesn't, he's not in a cage, but he's enclosed in this glass prison. And they take the lioness and, they put her on TV every once in a while, and they procreate with her, and she's happy with that. So, again, proving my position that swirl away, go to the other side, because the numbers show that that's what they're doing already. But go ahead, I want you to send the conversation.
No. Yeah, you led us right to that. So, we have established to some extent that Black women do not necessarily appreciate Black men. In the Black women's responses, well, because Black men drop the ball, or because they're not protecting and providing.
But they never had the ball. How can you drop something you never had? Okay, think about it, right? After the so-called Emancipation Proclamation, you have Reconstruction. Black people are trying. They're supposed to get land. They never even got it. Then there's, again, that silent majority or white backlash. And you enter the era of what? Jim Crow. When did Jim Crow end in the United States?
I think maybe in the 30s.
30s? What are you talking about? When did Martin Luther King and them end Jim Crow effectively? Allegedly.
Oh, okay. Well, I was 60s then.
Yes. Okay. So Civil War is what year?
Civil War was 1860.
Keep it at 1860. Let's just say 1860. It's not the exact number. So from 1860 to 1960, so this is enslavement, so-called freedom. You got, at best, 5 good years where Black people are able to, hold political office in the South and do things. Then there's a backlash. There's the invention of the Ku Klux Klan. And then there's policy after policy after policy, sharecropping, all these things that are happening to Black people, segregation, Jim Crow, that allegedly is there's a hold put to it in 1960. So from 1860 to 1960, so that's another 100 years. When did they ever have the ball, Tan? And so from 1960, the Federal Reserve, I've sent you the information. This isn't Gasdemup bringing the things out of thin air. This is the statistics from the U.S. government themselves. No one's going to tell me that they know more than the Federal Reserve in terms of the statistics. I'd like to see the person who can do that, right? So from 1960 until the 2000s, they admit, 30-year recession for Black men. Double-digit unemployment, typically on average. Definitely double-digit underemployment. When did they ever have the ball?
Okay.
No, I'm asking you the question, not okay. I want you to respond. When did they ever have the ball?
I don't see when they did. I think they had a little touch of it, from time to time. It's like loosening the noose on the neck and then tightening it back up again. So they say that the time when the most intact Black family was in the 30s, 30s or 40s, just before the 60s. So there was a time, it seemed, when Black men were, seemed to be progressing. Black people in general, when
slow down. Say that again. So 1940s, 1930s, 1950s, Black marriage rates were intact. No one's debating that. But they were intact even with what? Because again, look at what I'm telling you. So from 1860 to 1960, you have segregation in what? Jim Crow.
Yes.
And so the women are still marrying the men. Even though the men are excluded, they're in their own communities. They're isolated and insulated within their own communities, and the women are still marrying the men. The men are not able to provide them the trappings of modernity. The men are still sharecropping. all kind of things. Yet they're still marrying these men. So effectively, they're suffering together. They're holding hands and they're on the boat together. So now, is it a coincidence that as soon as gender, because I sent you the video, did you ever watch it with the lady, the senator? Can you play the
Uh,
video, or would you like me to email it to you?
yes, you can email it to me.
Okay, I'll email it to you
I don't know if you can
because
play
that,
it though, but yeah.
yeah, but
Or
you can
put
play
it
this
in
on
the.
YouTube.
Oh, okay. You can put it in the private chat, and then I can see if I can play it.
Okay, I'll do that. But go ahead.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to show you that when they're saying 1930, 1940, 1950 black marriage rates, why are they not, again, doing the full analysis to say the black men didn't have all this capital, but the women wanted to be with these men. Why is that? Because the government was not replacing the men. The government ignored the community. So you had no choice but to rely on the man. Why would a woman want to be married to a man when she doesn't need to rely on the man now?
Mm. Uh, yeah, that's a good point. But, men are not just, a check. The government can't, replace men with a warm body. So I don't know if, women would give, yeah, it's still not a replacement. And Yona B says, Gus, we don't know if this PLPs women never said, and it's not the narrative is as fact. 80% single mothers in our community. Many of our men dropped that ball. Accountability. Before civil rights, our community had a 80 to 90% marriage. Our men had their family intact. So I think what she's saying is that before then, when I guess the heyday of American black marriage, that the men were doing what they were supposed to do and the marriage was intact, but they got up and left en masse and left the women single to take care of the community, of the children. Do you think that's the case? Do the men just get up and leave the women with their the responsibility? Yes. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
I gotta
But
get the video. Go ahead, keep
okay,
going. Let me get
okay,
the
okay.
video.
All right. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go get the video. And that was the ball, the bat, the glove. So basically saying that the men dropped the marriage ball, and yes, okay. He said that the government replaced the man. Yeah, they come in terms of the check, but you can't replace the man in terms of
So I'm
reproduction.
gonna answer the question.
Yes.
No, listen, I don't pay attention to those conversations because they're lacking of true historical analysis. And these women who are saying that are not being real with themselves. None of these women would go back to 1940 and be with those men. They wouldn't, because guess what? Those men didn't have the trappings, the protection part, the
Mm-hmm.
problem solving part, the so protection. So the four P's allegedly are provision, protection, problem solving, and procreation. So back then, the men had the problem solving to a certain degree. They had the
Mm-hmm.
protection to a certain degree. The provision was not ever, has never been fully locked down because of the system. The procreation has always been there, right? So,
Yeah.
no, none of these, no modern woman today would go back in the 1940s and marry a man from then. They're all talking out the side of their neck. They're lying to themselves. Because guess what? He wouldn't be able to provide exactly what they're looking for from today's modern man. That means they would have to live in society. If I dropped them in 1940, there is no government assistance for them. That means you got to live with what your man can make. That means
I
the
think you
holes
have
have
to.
shoes in
But
it. Hold
mhm.
on. That means the holes have shoes in it. That means there's no vacation. There's no, just me and the girls on a girls' night out. None of the things that the modern woman looks forward to. That's gone.
Yeah. yeah, you know, when you celebrate 80%, 90% marriages, you also have to celebrate the fact that everybody was working very hard and there was no time for, you know, the leisures that we have today. So yeah, I'll go ahead and play the video. Let's see if it works. So hold on.
Should have taken place in respect to the status of women since you've been in Congress.
Well, I think perhaps most important was the one that added sex to the bill of 1960.
See if you can make the screen larger.
This bill was drafted really to help Negroes. Now, it wasn't clear. It would have meant that Negro women would have been given rights that were not available to white women. Therefore, we added sex. It is my belief that the drafters had never had assumed that no women would get any rights. So that I think both white and black women were helped by the bill.
Most important changes that have taken place in respect to the status of women since you've been in Congress.
Well, I think perhaps most important was the one that added sex to the bill of 1964. This bill was drafted really to help Negroes.
Wait, pause it right there.
Clear.
Pause it right there. So 1971, this woman, Marsha Griffith, is telling you that what they did, what she did, right? These are the daughters of the Confederacy, these types of women. They realized that that bill would have helped would have put Negro women in a more advantageous position than them. So they added sex into that bill. Now, the government, Hollywood, military, they're all government institutions, right? Blaxploitation as a genre doesn't occur until the when was the first blaxploitation film? I think it's 69 or when?
Sounds about right, but I think it might be a little bit earlier.
A little bit earlier, right? But so you can see how the policy is predating what happens next. So they include sex into the bill. She's saying this. Not one, black leader at the time said anything about it, was aware of it. I believe they probably weren't even aware of it. And that is why today, when you look at the end result, more white women have benefited from affirmative action than anybody else. So this is what they did. Right there, clear as day, they're telling you what happened. And so this is what the system did, right? And so sex was purposely injected into a bill that was meant to help your black man get that ball back, especially on the providing aspect or the financial aspect. And they put a policy in place to make sure he didn't get that. So keep going. I want you, she said something else. Hit play. I want you to hear something else.
It would have meant that Negro women would have been given rights that were not available to white women.
Pause right there.
Therefore, we added sex. It is my...
So you heard what she said. Negro women would have been given rights that were not available to white women. She said it so smooth. These are the demons. These are dangerous people, man. And like I said, man, I know a lot of black people who even they're spawns of her. They're dangerous, dangerous people. There's a very, like I said, I don't want to get too deep, but be fearful of these kind of peoples. But this is what she said. So when in 2022, some know-it-all black man or some know-it-all black woman who's following conservative politics starts yapping their lips, or liberal politics starts yapping, it's like, what the hell are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. You don't have a clue. You don't have a clue. This is policy right there being played out right before you. So the bill was passed in 69, or was it 64? And by 71, they changed it. So that would be 74 would have been 10 years. So it's 71. So that's 7 years after. 7 years after that bill was put in place, they quietly added sex into the bill. And so this goes to a larger narrative of what, like I said, you guys can check out Jared Ball about the myth of the circulating black dollar. That's a lie. You can check out, there's another author, I don't want to butcher her name. She talks about black banks and how black banks have never done anything with the community. They can't because policy, they just won't be able to. So it's just like when you say, oh, they dropped the ball. Okay, are you willing to go and live amongst those conditions in the 1940s? Because those women didn't have the.
Goddess says yes, because the men, they were about it and not selling drugs either.
I mean, she says that. I mean, I hope she's right, but it's easy for us to, armchair say it. You know what I'm saying? It's like 25 years ago, if I said to a Ukrainian feminist hardcore, "Hey, would you fight?" Yes, I would fight. I'll pick up the gun. As soon as she saw the big dick Russian, she said, "Pew!" He's saying, "There's nothing faster than pew." Nothing's faster than pew. And we were gone. All you saw was the smoke and the dust, and where did she go? So.
Yeah.
But yeah, keep playing it.
Okay. Yeah, we're almost there.
My belief that the drafters had never had assumed that no women would get any rights, so that I think both white and black women were helped by the bill.
Oh, did you see the smile on her face?
Yeah, the smile.
You saw the smile, right?
Yeah.
You saw it, but again, like I said, I mean, you can pause it. You don't have to play it anymore. I hope people got what they needed from it.
Yeah.
But it just shows. It just shows what it is. And so when I say that, they've never had the ball to begin with, nobody wants to say that.
Yeah, well, I think they agreeing to some extent, talking about the jobs that were taken away from the communities, and that they got separated, the crack epidemics and so on. So I guess you're gonna be saying that,
Well, yeah, of course, the crack epidemic. Again, this is government. Did Pablo Escobar have a farm in Compton, or in Miami, or in Chicago, or in New York? No. So you telling me the strongest military in the world, cocaine is leaving Colombia, and it passes the most sophisticated military we've ever seen. It somehow ends up in the Bronx, ends up in Los Angeles, Miami, and no one saw it.
Now it was never easy for black people, for black men at any time. I don't think there was a time when black men could say that they owned they had charge or control of their destiny and their community in particular. So I can't say that. I think what black women always say is this idea of whether the black woman was supporting the community when the men had abandoned it, or whether the women, chased away the men and accepted the government instead.
Well, I don't know about chasing anybody away. I'm just saying that because that was part of. No one's saying that the women did any chasing away. What I'm saying is that was part of the stipulation. You saw the smile on her face. That was part of the stipulation.
That was wicked.
The stipulation was, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's who we're dealing with. These are the people that set policy, and they're still alive to this day.
She's talking about that they could not accept it because it would give black women more privileges than white women. So black women would win over white women. And then at the end of it, she says that both black and white women benefited from it. So it actually helped everyone.
But they did. But she's right. Because white women were able to get some sort of independence, but they stayed with their families. Black women got independence outside of their families. So those women of the 40s, that she's talking about, the 40s, the 50s, the 30s that were married, were like, who? No, I'm out of here.
Okay, so it helped both, but it destroyed the black family. So in terms of independence, it did give both black and white women that independence to pursue education, career, all of those things to get
It wasn't
well.
really independence, it was just tax. You have to understand it, right? From a tax revenue perspective. If you put women in the workforce now, they're a source of taxation.
Okay, yeah. So it wasn't independent. It was like those Virginia Slim cigarettes. You've made it or something like that. But in reality, it was just Bernays' old propaganda machine doing
That's
its
the
job.
whole point. So that's why I'm saying that when these women are out here saying what they're saying about black men, it's just, but my fight isn't with the average woman on the corner. My fight is with these women who come up and profess to be intellectuals and who profess to be well read that are saying these things.
Yes, they do have a higher duty. I think that by the time that most women are educated, especially if they are educated in in history and all these things, in sociology, psychology, and looking at society, they will look at it from a Western point of view. They will look at even black women are talking intersectionality and I don't know, wokeness and things like that. A lot of that stuff is just it's just stuff
But
that they learned
that
in their.
woman was talking intersectionality. The founder of intersectionality was that woman right there. She just basically, oh yeah, yeah,
This
that's
Martha Griffith.
intersectionality. Martha Griffith is the founder of intersectionality. They need to give her a credit.
Wow. And here, black women have been riding that beast for quite some time. That whole, I'm both black, I have to be black, I have to be a woman, I have to be, this and
That
that.
that 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 came from the mouth of Martha Griffith. You saw her smile. She knew what she was doing because she knew that it would empower those women. Those women who were formerly married to those men who didn't have the provider aspect because the government came in and said, I'll replace him.
Jose says, but didn't the civil rights movement not see that grin on the devil's face?
No,
Ah.
because the Afro sheen and the James Brown music was too loud.
Well, this is a game that they keep playing. What's her name? Margaret Sanger. Yeah, she did the same thing, with the whole Planned Parenthood movement before that. There was also this lady, the CIA lady who infiltrated the Black Panthers. There's been quite a lot of them. Just white women sent in to cause confusion and to wreak havoc. But the interesting thing is that they also, we talk about how easy the black men fall prey to white women because they just come to the organization and all the black men just lose their minds. But it's the same way with black women who take up this white women ideology. If you know that this person has been working actively towards your destruction or at least their elevation, then why would you accept their ideas and recommendations so easily? Because even the poster with Angela Davis and the whole fist in the air, that was actually created by the CIA. They were
Well,
behind a
I'm
lot of.
glad you said. I'm glad you said uh, black men losing their minds at the sight of white women because again, now the numbers show us. See, right? Let me give everybody the narrative. So during the time of enslavement, black women had no choice but to be available to white men. During the time of Reconstruction, so that's from 1600s to the end of 1860, right? Black women have no choice but to be available to white male demands. Now you look at from the 1860s to the 1960s, still black women had no choice but to be available to the um, white man's gaze, sexual gaze. They had no choice in it. And then in the 70s, when it's so-called over, And that's where you see black people singing "Ain't No Stopping Us Now." All right, we're moving on up. But that never happened. Allegedly, black men were the ones rushing to go after white women. But the truth of the matter is, it's that um, the people who've always been in the arms of white men have always been black women. And the numbers now are showing that. Because if you look at the people who have more children outside of their race, it's been black women, not black men. And the reason why is because hypergamy was invented by white women. Black women in the 1940s, 1930s, 1920s, and the time that Yona B says she wants to go back to, black women weren't so much as focused on hypergamy because they realized that they were in it together. Their man didn't have as much, right? So they were with their man. But white women have always practiced hypergamy, coming from that Victorian England construct. And so with that said, black men ain't got a pot to piss in. Why would a white woman be with him? And the white women that do get black men, they only get the exclusive, richest, most successful black men. They're not getting the guy on the corner who's pumping gas or who's a mechanic. You know, they might sleep with him in some odd, orgy ritual or whatever, but they're not staying with him. But the people who do go to the other side and have relations are the black women. Ironically, the Supreme Court case that made it no longer illegal were the lovings, a black woman and a white man. So, the narrative again is that the black man is just this, he's just chomping at the bits to go after this white woman, but white women don't want him. They want the successful ones. They're not looking for him, And it's like, the guilty party were black women. Not to say that they were guilty or anything like that, but the number shows black women that were having those babies with white men. And I'm hoping you can play that video I sent you, right? Where the woman says that she's gotten better treatment at the hands of white women. Can you play that video?
It's on my phone, but
okay, I'll get it. I'll get it.
All right. Yeah. So, for me, I would ask, just black women everywhere after the experience with all that, the slavery, Jim Crow, everything that the white men did to both black men and women. Why would black women still see white men as an option for marriage? Why would you, simply forget, it's not just the historical, but, it's also the present reality. You see what, they do to, to black men, to black women, to black children. You see how the system is against you, not the system. Sometimes, the system, takes the sins of the actors, but, the system is white men. It is run by largely white men, and they're the ones who are controlling the economy, the politics, the police, and so on. And they're the ones who keep perpetuating the system of racism. So, knowing that, why would any black woman even be with one of the people who are doing that? Not directly, maybe,
Because the truth of the matter is, there's always been a desire. I sent it to you. I posted it. There's always been that desire, and I think So I'm gonna, because I think we can conclude. We don't have to keep it too long, but yeah, that's my conclusion, that they should step outside, because that's where they'll be the happiest. I mean, listen to this woman in the video.
Well, happy now, but what are the consequences? What are the long-term
consequences? I don't know. That's for you and the women to discuss. I'm not worried about that.
Okay, so Gasdemup, I'm going to play it now, but basically Gasdemup is saying, if that's what makes you happy, then go ahead and go across. I was saying, why would any Black woman do that? Why would you even feel safe in that environment in the first place? Knowing it's like this. There was this case about this this Black man who went into the woods, and he was the only Black man with a bunch of white friends. And they were his friends and all that, but just logically, as a Black man, if you're going into the woods, and it was not like one or two, it was, I think, like a bunch of more than 10 or 12 white men, and you're in the woods with them alone, you shouldn't put yourself in that situation. So for me, as a Black woman, if I put myself in a situation with a white man, firstly, just the power dynamics. He is a man, so he has more power than you, and he's a white man. So, basically, you're putting yourself in a very vulnerable situation, and if something happens to you, you don't really have anyone to turn to. But let's play this. It's called "Do White Men White Men Treat Her Better?" Okay, so just give me a few seconds.
That issue with Caucasian men. Sex was never brought up. They just wanted to just love on me. And I mean, to the point where like, I dated this one guy and he would pick my food up from the table and carry it to my car. He would hold the door for me. When I got in the car, he would close the door. He would get on his side, like.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Because I think
I haven't had that issue with Caucasian men. Sex was never brought up. They just wanted to just love on me. And I mean, to the point where like, I dated this one guy and he would pick my food up from the table and carry it to my car. He would hold the door for me. When I got in the car, he would close the door. He would get on his side, like.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty much it. So look, listen. The point is for me. You said respect. No, there is no respect for Black men, and I think they're happier on the other side. So I'm not here to discuss the negative effects or to figure out the ramifications. I'll leave that to you, Yona, Melanie, guys. Maybe you guys should have a show about that if you want. It doesn't bother me anything, honestly. But the point is that that's where they're happy, and the numbers show that. That's why they're having more babies with that side. So if they're happy there, they're getting the 4 Ps, right? It's like that video we saw, shout out to Shoot the Breeze, with the girl who was talking about her father, but her mother married this man and got all the 4 Ps. She got a house, child was put in private school. She got everything she needed. So, stay there. And I think that we just need to acknowledge that's the fundamental difference. Yona brought up a great point that in the 40s, the 50s, and 30s, Black marriage rates were at their highest. And that's because the women were marrying the men without getting the 4 Ps, allegedly, right? Which is the provision, protection, problem solving, and procreation. There was a lack in some of those areas. Yet, even with the lack, the women still chose to marry. But as the Congresswoman shows, from 1971 on, when they injected sex into the bill, they knew what they were doing. And so now they present the Black women the choice to say, you don't have to stay in that condition of lack anymore. The government will replace that. And as the Loving case shows, historically, they've always been open and available to that side. And now, as she's saying, anecdotally, they're the happiest in that situation. So my conclusion is, go on ahead and be happy. I don't think Black men should get in the way of that.
Well, I think, like you said, Black women should say something about it. Well, I'll ask the women. When you see a Black woman with a white man, do you feel the same as when you see the opposite, a Black man with a white woman? Because in my experience, you know, the opposite is usually true, causes more, you know, negative feelings like, you know, that white woman, you know, is taking a man and something like that. But when it comes to Black women, it's almost like, oh, you won, you know, the white lottery. Oh, you got you a white man, good for you. There's not the same level. And yet the result, you know, if we go all the way, you know, to its conclusion, is that it's going to be, you know, a biracial child that's going to be produced. It doesn't matter whether it's a Black man or a Black woman. So why do you know, to the women there, why do we as women hold our fellow women to a lesser standard when it comes to interracial dating than the men? So yeah, I just wanted to, you know, for them to ask that. And
Well, maybe you should drop the link and see if they call in. Maybe you should
oh
drop the link because we should, because I want us to end by hopefully 8:30 because you know it's a weekday. And it's a little late, but yeah,
it is late
maybe you
over
should
here.
drop the link and put. Hopefully the women can call in first. But
Yes.
yeah, just you know, because that's Gasdemup's position. That if you look at the narrative, Black men have never had the ball. Um, so let them go be happy on the other side.
Well, it's not so much happiness, you know, as Koku says from the Beta Medicine podcast. Show the videos.
Nah, let Koku. No, don't. I would let the women speak for the women. Koku, don't bring him up. Don't hide behind the man. No. Let the women speak for the women, and the men
Okay,
speak for the men.
well, a melanated goddess, a woman, says Black men love Black women. She is wrong. Well, she wasn't saying that Black men don't love Black women. She was, well, no. Let's see what she was saying. She was saying that white men love her better than Black men love her. That's what she was saying. She was saying that yes, she's been with
And
Black.
she's right because she will get the 4Ps. If we reduce male function to those 4Ps, right, finance function and providing and making sure that those 4Ps are available, she will get that from that side because the system here is not going to allow Black men to get that.
Well, then, you know, but those are the things that women respect. But I was saying
So
that,
since that's what they respect, then you answer the question. Black men will not get respect.
but they will get loyal. Well, you said, you know, they don't care about the
Black men
loyalty.
don't. Men, listen. No man. Look, if you break men down to their bare, for the most part, their barest minimum, most men don't care about any of that other stuff. What they want is respect. Women want love, and for women, love is functional to a large degree, right? And that function are those 4Ps. So, because Black men are in a situation where they're not able to adequately, you know, bring forth those 4Ps, they're not going to be seen as loving. So let them go to the other side. What's wrong with that?
Well, I'll tell you what's wrong. Greetings, Bona Haguziki. And as usual, but he's trying or starting to sound like you. He's like, who cares what you want? Bona Haguziki, you care. I'm sure you care very much. Habari. Yes, Yonobi says stuff about the being beaten up. Yeah, so ladies, you're more than welcome to call in and say why swallowing makes or does not make sense, because you know, like they say, if yeah, a white man will give you what they
Yep.
say.
So
Give credit
Gass's
and take
position
credit.
is if you're looking for love, you better swell.
Well, yeah, but they also say that you can still love Black men. Black men still love Black women,
Yeah, I don't know about. I'm just saying the 4Ps. If we reduce people to functionalism, the 4Ps. If you're looking for love, swell.
okay. No, not okay, but no. But that's why I still go back to loyalty, because you know,
Nobody wants loyalty, Tan.
Okay,
Men
but if
don't
you
care
can't
about
have those
loyalty.
4 Ps, you can still, you know, stand on something. You know, you
That's a
might not.
conversation you should have for the women. Not, I can't have that conversation with the women. That was a conversation. Perhaps that's a conversation. Like I said, you're saying that, but the actions didn't play that out. When that congresswoman had that smile on her face with her grand plan, she knew. She knows you guys better than y'all know yourselves. She knew y'all would take the bait, and so it is what it is.
Okay, well, I'm hoping that the ladies will come today and speak about that. Does she know all black men? Who's saying that? B and Melanated Goddess, don't be what is they text keyboard warriors. Come on up and speak your mind. B is laughing. Oh, Jose is in a good mood today, talking about Yona's sweet voice. Yona, come on
I
and
mean,
let us
Jose's enjoying his life, man. Shout out to Jose on the Black Pentagram.
Yes, Jose, good to see you. Good to see you. KW Don 7 says, welcome, KW Don. Says, Urugu is only marrying black women at a 1% rate. Where are you divesting to? So,
I mean, I don't know, KW Don. I don't know. All I'm saying is that as this woman anecdotally is saying, she is happiest. She gets her love in that from that side. And if you're looking for the 4 Ps, that's where you're going to get your love from.
well, when Haguzeki says that your gas is trolling, that you're trolling, I think he says that you're trolling about the whole, swallowing.
Why would I be trolling? Why?
Because telling women to go to the other side is not really something that anybody wants.
I
Most
don't
of
know
even
about
the
that.
women, I think
Listen, if you were gonna go there, you were gonna go there. So
and peace I can fire in the house. It's been a while. Welcome back. Well, swallowing is not going to make that any better, even from your perspective, because what is that going to produce? It's they're going to get them a white man, but they're going to they might be happy there for a while, but it's not going to do anything for the black community, and it's still going to produce the kinds of children that we saw in that clip. They're still going to be disrespectful. They're still going to be angry, confused, all that, the same
that got
thing
nothing to
that
do with me. They got the 4 Ps. That has nothing to do with me. You're trying to make me worry about if the ingredients are there, I can't worry about how the cake comes out. They gave you the ingredients, figure it out. I don't know what to tell you. But I guess no one wants to call in. I guess the melanated goddess and the other women don't want to
You
call in.
see, ladies, don't let me down tonight. I said earlier. See, I can fire says black men all over the world need to start a community. Dictatorship. Okay, black women have too much rights. Some of it needs to be taken away because they don't know what they want. Okay, see, now the men are just goading you into saying something, and you're just going to say,
Who, me?
Melanated says, no, not you. I was saying, I can't fire. He's saying that the black men should corral the women and, take away their rights. Because, Yonobi is here. Yay. Welcome, Dada. Karibu.
Hi, Tan. How are you?
I'm good.
Hello,
Glad to hear
Gaston.
your sweet, lovely voice.
Oh, that's so nice. You also, sis. Hello,
No, that's
Gaston.
all. That's compliments of Jose and mine as well. But yes.
Hi to everyone. Hello, Gasdemup, everyone in the chat. I just wanted to say, I agree with Gasdemup with a lot of the things that he was saying, but my whole thing was, it's about family. And when I say like our men drop the ball, it's not necessarily the men, it's also the women, because the women took the bait. And I just kind of feel like the men, as men, they could have fought a little bit more for their families to stay intact, especially with the whole situation of, the industrial revolution falling apart, and drugs coming into our communities, and just a whole bunch of other things. But I kind of feel like at that time, referring to like the 60s and the 70s, it was like a whole new world that opened up for them with, the civil rights movement, being able to move around more into white communities and do whatever else they wanted to do. But yeah, I just feel like, listen, let me first off say I love my men, okay? I love my Black men. I have 5 brothers. I'm the only girl. I have my sons. I have my husband, my ex-husband, who thinks he's still my husband. My dad, my grandpa. I love my men. So it's no diss or anything like that I'm saying that I feel our men dropped the ball in a lot of ways. So that's it.
No, no, I'm sure they love you too, and I'm sure you do love them. I guess the thing is just about respect, right? And I think quite often women confuse love and respect. And if you ask most women, do they respect men, particularly in this country, they'll let you know emphatically no. And so, that's just what it is.
I,
Men
I
thrive
want
off respect. Yeah, go ahead.
I 100% agree with that, but I'm not from this country. I was born in Jamaica, bred here in Brooklyn, New York. So 100% I know my place as a woman. I respect my brothers. My brothers, they respect me. My sons, they're all quite different, especially my older son. He says when he goes to school, they're like, "Oh, you have a dad and a mom?" Yeah, it's crazy out there. So I 100% agree with you. Respect goes a long way, but so does love. And respect, just like love, is earned. And you can't just have a man just say, "Oh, you have to respect me because of whatever." I respect you as a human, yes, but when it comes to certain other things, especially in a family role or intimate role, those are different levels, and that's something that needs to be earned.
Can I jump in right here about something? This is what I have to say, right? As of now, um, after 500 years of enslavement, or past enslavement of Black people in the West right now, and also 500 years of colonization from Africa, I have to put a lot of weight on women, because every man that is alive, it was a woman that taught him most of everything before he was 10. You feel me? And that's the most impressionable part of any human. So I put a lot of weight on women. And when it comes to you being past 18, that means you grown. You grown to make decisions also. You feel me? And since you independent, you also have to bear a lot of weight. So what I mean is according to how psychology is, men is doing a lot of what women teach. You feel me? So if you have a fucked up stupid ass Negro out the road, he was taught by a woman, or partially or mostly. And same with a bookworm. You feel me? A bookworm is out there, and he was taught by a woman. A woman influenced him to remain in his book. You feel me? And give him ass whooping for that also. You feel me? So when it comes to what we doing as men, women have a lot to do with it. You feel me? Because they bringing up bitch ass niggas and turning them out into the goddamn world to torment us. You feel me? And that's what I'm talking about. These women. You feel me? These women neglect consciousness. When people talking to them about consciousness, they the first one, oh, I'm not African. They the ones who they don't want to hear nothing conscious because it it's not what you'd call um stupidly aggressive. You feel me? If it's not stupidly aggressive, women are not attracted to it. They all want to laugh. They want to make us comedians and bitches. That's what they're making us as men. You go out the street, we emotional as fuck. We can't hold a good conversation. We just like the goddamn woman. You feel me? And I'm telling you, women need to be what you'd call held to the fire also, because they need to accept consciousness just like the men. And we as men, a lot of men out there has been trying to influence consciousness. Men is the one that uphold consciousness over the years and trying to influence everyone. You feel me? And the woman, it's a hard task. The younger days, it's the worst. You feel me? And
I'm gonna. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yes, Jamaican girl, talk because you
I'm
got
gonna have to have you fall back a little bit on that one,
okay.
because it's like I understand what you're saying, but again, it depends on the type of woman that the men are choosing to carry their seed.
No,
Yes,
no.
because I would say for someone like me, I have two dads, right? I have my biological dad and I have my stepdad. And I'm so grateful for my stepfather
Jeez,
because,
I thought for a second you're going to say you have,
oh no, not like
Okay.
that.
So,
Not
okay,
like that.
okay. So don't you
They
think?
were both they
Hold
were
on.
both
Tag,
in
can
my
you
life.
post my comment? Can you post
Yeah,
my
that's
comment?
great. Yeah, that's
Yes.
great. But don't you think every man, every woman deserve a man?
Of course, every woman
Yeah, then
deserves a
that
man.
means that you then that way that means you should fall back in your argument.
No, no, you didn't let
Mhm.
me finish. Please let me finish. So what I wanted to say was, in with what you were saying is, you said the women influence the women this, so does the man. Especially if you're in the home together, it's the men and the women's role. And yes, the woman does play a significant role in the
Mhm.
child's life, but so does the man. Because I can easily say, if it wasn't for my stepdad, I don't know what type of woman I would be today. Because my mother is not one of those mom who is very nurturing and whatever else. It was my dad, my stepdad, who basically taught me how to present
Yeah, but
myself to the
you
world.
just
So,
supporting my whole argument.
but
So I
you're not
oh,
listening to what I'm
okay.
saying. What I'm saying is it depends on the type of woman that you choose, because I'm not like that. My sister is not like that. Okay? And there's quite plenty of women that I know
Okay,
that's not
okay.
like that.
Every woman, listen, listen, didn't I say a woman also can turns a kid into a bookworm? Didn't I say that also?
Of
Yeah,
course, and
so
so
I'm
and so
trying
can a
to,
man.
listen, Empress. What I'm trying to say, majority of who don't accept consciousness is women. Majority. And what I'm saying is, your stepfather and your father, or whoever influenced you as male as good, he was influenced also by women too. All of us was born out of a woman.
Right?
You feel me? A lot of us see consciousness and ignore our mamas. You feel me? Like ignore her. Like you talking mess. and we doing that, and that's just you. That's just a little man falling through the cracks. And you know, a crack is not something large, so not everyone gonna fall through no crack. So that means most of them turning into idiots because they have to listen to their mama. And you should listen to your mama, right? So that's what I'm trying to say. You feel me? Okay, what if you did not listen to your stepdaddy and your daddy? What if you listen to your mama? It's just that he made an impact on you, and you try to you justify what he's saying and move forward, and that's good for you. You feel me? But what about the rest of the people? What about the rest of us? What is in majority? You got women going to college and still be stripping. You feel me? She don't look and be like, oh, I have too much. There's too much. Listen, it's like what you call it? Pride is in decline, integrity is in decline, and all of it and most of it is being taught by women. All right, if I'm okay. Not many men have custody of their children. Not many men have autonomy over the kids, especially the girls. So what I'm trying to say is, who has it? The woman. The woman has total autonomy. So that means if majority stupidness going on into the society, it's the woman supporting that shit.
But
You
where's
feel
the
me?
patriarch behind that? That's where's the
Yeah,
patriarch behind that?
but hold
Why
on. That's
is
what I'm trying to
why
say.
isn't
That's
wait,
what I'm trying to say. We need a
but let me
listen. If a man was supposed to go into a dictatorship
you
role,
don't have to though. You don't
we
have
have
to.
to.
If
If
you're a
we have to.
patriotic man and you know that you're a man, you play your position. And that's why I say a lot of the men have dropped the ball because the men have allowed the women to be out of order. Okay?
Yeah,
There you
but
go.
But you
my
just said,
girl.
Yonobi, you said that the men have allowed, and you see, I
Yeah,
think I can
you
find is
see?
saying that they should stop allowing. So in a way, you're sort of agreeing with him.
And
Maybe
how do you stop allowing things? How do you do it? You know, and you're dealing with humans.
With
You got
force.
to you got to be masculine.
Yes, with
You
force.
gotta show masculinity.
Exactly.
And that's dictatorship.
Well, if it's dictatorship, then you do what you have to do.
Yeah.
That's it.
So but we as men cannot assume a dictatorship role until we unite about it. You see me?
Ex-
That's the only way we can control these women, unless we unite about our dictatorship.
Well,
You
there
see
you
me?
go. There
And
you came up with a solution right here, and I
yeah,
love
I
it.
know.
And that takes us to our second question of the day that Gas had asked. And if they build it, will you come? If the black men build it, will the women come? If the black men lead, will the women follow?
I'm
Yeah,
not building. I'm
but
not
if they
leading.
don't have a choice,
I just want to
listen.
put. Hold on, I can. Let me just say this real quick, brother. Gas is not a part of any building brigade, leading brigade. Uh, I leave that to the people like I Can Fire and Buana. These guys are much stronger than me. I'm going to enjoy my life and watch it. That's all.
First of all, I'm not talking about me. I'm straight. I'm okay. You see me? So you talking about your little insignificant life with your three wives and you have your future five kids. That's great, bro. You see me? But what about other people? We talking about other people, all of us, the black community. That's what we talking about. How you solve our problem. Or you stop the niggas from running around the street and bust your head open and stop women from um getting violated or violating their own goddamn self. You feel me? How we stop that shit? How we get back morality in our community? How we get back loyalty to blackness and our community?
You get that back by creating families, marrying, and creating healthy DNA. That's how you get that back. Marry, if you stay married, and create healthy DNA to pass down. That's
All
how
right,
you
you
get
know
that
what I
back.
think about marriage? Even in Jamaica, that and I see where something going wrong. Listen, it should be illegal for a woman to be 21 and not married.
I
That,
agree.
that's how I see it. You feel me? All this roaming around shit, it shouldn't be possible. We should have organized marriages. I think that should be mandated in the black community all around the Caribbean and Jamaica. Women are too loose, all this shit. And I think that we should promote this we should promote the thing because too much what you call frivolous behavior. So I think that women should ever it should be legal for a woman to be, and I also think that women shouldn't get housing. I think that men should get housing. You feel me? Or the government should facilitate men to get houses because you as a man need to put a woman somewhere, not a woman put you somewhere. And that's the whole thing that's going on even in America. It's so upside down. You feel me? Women are putting up men everywhere in America. You feel me? And it's bullshit. You must feel so fucking lowly. You feel me? As a man. Listen, that's what I'm telling you. We as men, as black men, we need to organize ourselves. In this world, we are in trouble. You feel me? We are
Big,
in a whole bunch of trouble. And if
big
we don't get
trouble.
this shit, if we don't get this shit tightened up, we're practically done for.
Not only that, it's a matter of also, I hear what Gasdemup is saying, but that that derelict behavior is going to be passed down to the next generation, and our kids is gonna they have to live in this world.
I'm
So
not responsible for what the government created.
the government not only created it, our community created it also.
Yeah, you're responsible for your people.
These ain't my people.
Wow,
Oh, that's
gas.
fucked up, gas.
What's up, gas?
I thought you was like a hyper intelligent dude. You just play too much, bro. Serious.
I don't have any people. I stay away from all of it. Like, you guys are trying to. It's not just
No,
not saying. From let me finish. Let me say my
no,
point. Look, I'm not.
you're
All
my
right.
people.
Let me finish, brother. I'm not saying it from a perspective of
You're not your
arrogance.
people.
I'm gonna answer you. I'm saying it to say that whether they're in Nigeria, whether they're in America, for me to say one is my people, that there's an understanding of behavior and conduct, and there's control that comes with that
Dude,
across the world that's
dude,
missing.
dude.
So
Listen,
I have no people.
let me say something to you. All the fucked up Negroes in prison are my people. And they're the worst kind. And they still my people. All this little hiding shit, you're like a fucking ostrich. We still see you, bro. Don't hide your head.
Hey,
We
listen,
are,
look,
we
like
are
I said,
people. We
I'm
are.
not worried
Listen,
about
let me
any of
speak.
that.
Let me speak for a second. Nigerian, my people. Everybody in Africa except Arabs is my people and white people. Those are not my people. All black people are my people. Everybody in the Caribbean who is black is my people. In South America is my people. In goddamn America is my goddamn people. And if I had the power, I protect every fucking body. All this little single-minded shit that we all doing, that's what's fucking us up.
I
That's
agree.
what's fucking us up. If you don't take responsibility for everybody, bro, we done for.
And gas them up. I understand what you're saying, but like what I said before, uh, you know, if you have children, you're leaving behind karma here. And I guess it doesn't matter to you until it comes to your door. You know, the foolishness that's going around.
It's
Well,
already at the door.
Well, that's just it. We all have to live on this planet together.
So what we gonna do? You feel me? If we all if the shit is at our door, you think you don't have a responsibility also to get a broom? Oh, make a goddamn broom if we don't have one. You feel me? For all of us to fucking sweep our own streets. We all gotta fucking do something, bro. Like this Pan-Africanism is for every black person to get involved and do something about this shit. Feel me? You don't know if the whole Africa and the Caribbean is waiting on fucking Gasdemup to wise the fuck up and tighten this shit up. You feel me? You don't know.
Don't wait for me.
Be the one who is in control of these things. You don't know.
Don't wait for me. I ain't coming.
Well,
Man, it might fall in your lap.
Since you say that, when the time comes, we're gonna hold you to that. You said you wasn't coming, so leave your ass.
It is what it is. Listen, look, man. Yeah, I can leave me. Listen, look, I'm over there chilling with the Titans and the voodoo and the ghosts and the ghouls and the goblins. Yeah, I can have this. I'm fine. You know what I'm saying? But listen, Ted, I'm gonna drop off and I'm gonna be listening on the back end. I think I've presented my position and stated it eloquently as best as I can. So shout out to all of you guys on the panel. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
I mean, you come up. You saying things off naturally, like what's going on right now and what you would do right now. I have no problem with that because you got to live your life today. You feel me? But I'm just saying that there's this big picture. You feel me? And this elephant in the room. We gotta deal with this. And no matter where you run, it's still right there. You know? But respect Gasdemup.
Yes, thank you for joining. And thank you, Yonabi and I Can Fire, for joining as well. You know, this is a conversation that we had to have. And I don't know if you got to see, we played two very important clips. One was Martha Griffiths on the Civil Rights Act of 64. And I think that's something that we Black women have to acknowledge and admit shamefully is that we got taken in by white women. You know, we got taken in by their rhetoric and their struggles and their fights and this and even a lot of this, you know, gender warring. This is not us. We're simply playing parts that have been played before. Even the manosphere, this is not original Black men, you know, talking points. They're just parroting a lot of the same things that white men have been saying for years. The difference is that when white men talk about white women, they don't call them white women. They call them what? Women. They just call them women. Women are bitches. Women are, you know, terrible. Women are evil. They don't, you know, call them, you know, white women. They just say women. So, and then when we talk about us as women, we think that all women are the same, that we all, and that is something that we were talking earlier with Gus about the narrative, that even with white women, they lied to their own women, the rights and privileges that the women wanted to vote and, you know, to inherit property and all this. Those were upper class white women's problems. You know, women in the factories and all that, they were not worrying about, you know, having a room of their own or, you know, whether they could be a member of the Boys Cigar Club and so on. So even that was a spectacle that the white women did to other white women. And then when it came to Black women, now we're taking on their problems and, you know, are fighting our men in terms of their fights. So, you know, a lot of us, even this strong, independent, you know, woman nonsense, you know, this was not a Black thing originally. This was the fight of the feminists in the early, you know, from the suffragettes to to the early feminists. They wanted to be free and independent. They wanted the same privileges and rights as their men, but they didn't want any of the responsibility. They wanted to stay at home and do nothing, and then in the evening go and see what their men were up to. So we ended up taking much of that and forgetting the priorities that we had as Black women, which was to be mothers to the children, to be wives to the husbands, to be daughters, to be sisters and all that. And we started thinking that our main aim in life was to fight our men. Like some women just get up to fight, they just get up to fight their men. So or to get into these petty squabbles. So we also have to, take that responsibility that we were also taken in by some of that rhetoric. But let me play this and then we'll get back to it. So we'll.
Hold on 1 second, Empress Tanzan. So Yana, which part of Jamaica you come from?
What did you say?
Which part of Jamaica you come from?
I come from Kingston 20.
So you're just going to talk Jamaican right in front of me, and probably understand.
Which part of Uptown or downtown?
Duany Park, downtown.
Duany Park?
Sherlock Crescent.
Almost Uptown, that my girl.
No, I'm on the back end side.
So you're a bad girl.
Oh my God, I knew you was going to say that. Let's go.
I mean. Yeah, Sherlock, you come from, you know nobody pretty.
I should have kept my mouth closed.
Are you one of the nice one then?
I'm one of the nice ones. Thank you very much.
You didn't know Baby Sham?
He's a friend of the family.
I mean, it's Sherlock, if you mean. All right, blessed my girl, respect.
Respect.
Go ahead, Tanzan.
No, that was nice. You are shooting the Jamaican breeze. All right. Let's play it.
But Tanzan, she can't talk patois.
I can't.
She can't. I thought she was.
She can't talk patois. She can't talk patois, Tanzan.
Tanzan, him say me
I
can't
thought what
talk
she was talking was
patois.
patois.
Of course, we can talk with patois. What you chat about? Stop.
I'm kidding.
I'm the only one who can switch back and forth.
You sound like a downtown girl, like you're selling a Coronation Market.
I'll take that.
Real shit. That's not an insult. That's a what you call it, compliment, right?
I'll take that.
At least they don't sound like a country girl.
That's why I said I will take that.
Yeah, Tanzan, you go ahead, Tanzan. That's still English. So you should.
I don't know. I don't know. Haguzuki, I don't understand what they are saying either. I don't say. I hope the word you used is not some sort of, offensive word. But when people go off, like I was saying last time,
offensive word.
Nothing offensive, Tan. I wouldn't disrespect your show.
No. What Brother Haguzuki was saying when he was calling you guys coconuts.
Oh.
Yeah, that's terrible. What nigga this is? Talking about coconuts.
That's why I didn't say it, because I didn't know if that was like some Caribbean, insult words that you throw about each other,
Aziki, you are a breadfruit head. How about that part?
Proud coconut in the house, okay? Thank you very much.
No, babe. No, we not no coconuts.
Listen, I love coconut.
Listen,
I
coconut.
I grate
Listen,
my coconut every Sunday for Sunday
wait,
dinner.
wait, no,
Okay?
my girl. Wait, no, my girl. Coconut is brown on the outside and white on the inside. So we not coconuts.
Listen, it's quite all right.
We love coconut.
It's quite fine.
But we are
Very,
not coconut.
it's very refreshing. So I'm fine.
Okay.
I
Well,
mean,
just
listen.
like the N word,
Oh,
I don't use it, but I wouldn't judge anyone who does or
listen.
who thinks it's a term of endearment that's just used between two of them talking amongst each other. Hey.
Yeah, listen. Oreo is nice, but don't call me no goddamn Oreo.
No, Oreo is disgusting. No.
Well,
Ew.
some people eat Oreo.
Mm-mm. No. I'd
Yeah.
rather be called a coconut. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
coconut. Listen, coconut go in everything Jamaican.
Everything.
So what's an Appleton? Is that
That's
an
a
apple juice?
that's a rum. That's a rum.
That's a rum.
That's
Oh,
a
okay. I thought it was apple juice.
apple juice.
Tan.
That shit will slap you speechless.
I guess when Haguziki is about to be speechlessly slapped.
So
Okay,
hold on.
well here he comes with the cocoa with the
Hold on.
Appleton.
Isn't Aziki the Caribbean dude?
Yes, he's from the Bahamas. From
So
Bahamas.
how the hell he
So
can't
it's
understand
just Caribbean invasion. I didn't even know that Yona B was Jamaican. But yeah, today the Caribbeans have invaded. So yeah. And about to send in reinforcements. So Appleton reinforcements. So you guys better have a good perspective on all this. I don't know how in the Caribbean men and women became. Did they have that independent woman movement in the Caribbean?
Big coconut Oreo cookies.
Gasdemup is funny.
Coconut Oreo cookies. That is disgusting. Oh, that would be just terrible. Already, Oreos are very bitter. I don't even know why people like them. They're very
He's
bitter.
not
So
from
that's why.
Bahamas. He's from St. Lucia.
Oh, I guess today we're just, throwing food insults at each other. So apparently now, if anybody knows here. Oh, and we have Keta. You know what's funny though? Here we call, I'll pronounce that as Keta. But in there's a tribe, the Kalenjin tribe, they actually have the same name and they spell it the same way, but they say it Keter. That's how they
So
would say.
you don't even commend the man. Commend the man. He's all the way in St. Lucia listening. That's real shit.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. I'm giving him the props
Wow.
slowly,
Yes.
Some real
slowly.
shit.
I can't fire,
Big up yourself for that one, for real.
Real shit,
Yeah,
of course.
I'm just saying his name sounds, it's written like a Kalenjin name, but it's spelled differently. We would say it Keter, and they say the R.
It's either Keta or Kita.
Right.
Keto? Oh,
Kita.
really? Oh, so I've been saying it wrong? Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, really, Bwana Haguziki? Yeah, okay. So you come with that terrible. You can come on. You're good. Just clean up your sound. So yes, today we are blessed with the Caribbean. Is it Caribbean or Caribbean?
Same thing.
Caribbean.
Okay,
Caribbean.
okay, Caribbean.
Pronunciation is fine. Same
But
thing.
Well,
the Jamaican, the American, The Americans say Caribbean. The Americans say Caribbean,
Caribbean. We say Caribbean.
but it's Caribbean.
Caribbean. Okay.
You see,
Well,
Gasdemup
Gasdemup is recommending you a second wife. And
misbehaving in the chat.
I got it.
Silly.
Yes. Yes, Keter. It is nice to hear. Yes. So you'll be called Keter.
Oh, my God.
Yes. Bonahaguziki, how's your Appleton? I thought it was apple juice, but apparently it is adult juice. So oh, that sounds so terrible. I hate that came out.
So,
Okay.
Lena. What's your name? Lena or Luna?
Who?
The Jamaican girl, Lena. That's her name.
1 2 1 2.
Let me show the names. Oh shoot! How do you do this?
Lena is gone.
Yona B is gone. What happened to Yona?
I got.
Hold on. Yes, my youth.
Yes. Respect. Hey, I got. Listen, ask Tan, right? Because she didn't know about Caribbean people before, right? So ask Tan what she thought about Caribbean people before she ever really sit down and have a conversation with her. Ask her. Let her tell you.
10.
Yes.
What did you think about Caribbean people before you met any of us?
To be honest, not much. I knew that Caribbean people like to have a lot of fun and a lot of children, and then
Don't stop there. Finish. Don't stop.
You're not going to put me on that spot, Bonahaguziki.
Yes,
I haven't
we
had
do.
my Appletons.
We like to have a lot of sex. That's very true.
Yeah.
No, we do. He said, "Ooh."
He's kind of shocked that you would just, put it out there like that, like, oh, you're gonna be. I thought you were.
I trusted you. We trusted you more than that. Why you just let it out the back like that?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Throw that shit out there like that. But yeah, they kind of nuts. You feel me? They're kind of nuts in the Caribbean. So now
Gasdemup is just recommending everyone get a second wife. So
I don't want no woman from Laventille. Y'all can keep them.
Where are all these places? What is are those places in Trinidad and or Tobago?
I don't know Mova, but I know Trinidad. Laventille is a ghetto ass part of Trinidad and Tobago. And well, let me not say that.
Really?
I just say it's a rough part of Trinidad. And I like Trinis though. I like Trinis. Trinis they good.
But is it black or Indian?
Mix. It's a mix area, but it's just dramas, man. Dramas.
Yeah. Listen, to me, it's Rastafari that's saving the Caribbean. If it wasn't for Rastafari, the whole Caribbean would be it would be like so terrible, right? Unlivable. If it wasn't for Rastafari.
Why you say that, Icon? Why you say that?
Because without consciousness, you can't live in peace. And Rastafari is the only conscious voice in the whole fucking Caribbean. If we have left this shit up to these little stupid ass Christian people, their children, listen, right now, Christian children is tormenting every neighborhood in the Caribbean. Every fucking neighborhood. And they are the children of Christians. That's to show you that Christianity is turning us all into assholes. You see me?
How did we get into religion when we were talking about what were we talking about?
Hello. Don't be surprised. If you speak about colonization or the colonized people, the church is the main colonizer. So there's no way talking about us and don't engage the elephant in the room. That's how I see shit. That's how I see shit.
But I can't. Who's carrying more Bible around than
Hold on.
around all the time?
Yeah, but we're not Christians. We preach love for blackness. Does the Christian preach? Does the church preach love for blackness? Is black being mentioned in church?
No.
Is your nigger head be mentioned in church?
Who's my nigga?
You see me? That's what I'm trying to say to you. That's what I'm trying to say to you, that in the church, your nigger head is irrelevant.
Okay. I can't.
Wait,
the
Empress.
N-word is yes.
All right, wait.
You don't want a page get taken now.
Empress, come on. Okay. Let me be politically correct. You feel me? Black people's here is insignificant in the church. That is not a priority. Black people's skin is not a priority in the church. But yet you're black. Yet you have kinky hair. What I'm trying to say to you is the most important part of you that is not affiliated with the church. And that means they teaching you something else and to value something else. What is it? White people and whiteness. That's what they're teaching you to value. Look how stupid Kenyans are in terms of just moral values and living around each other. But look how peaceful they are with white people. Have you ever noticed? Why are Kenyan women so immersed into having sex with white people? Not just suffering. It's not just suffering that's doing that. It is church. It is church have colonized them and put them there in a mental state, in like voodoo, white voodoo, to love white people and love whiteness because your God is white. That's the only person you want to be close to once you're Christian. You feel me? So a lot of people don't understand the mental disaster of Christianity in black people. A lot of people don't understand. But like me, I'm Rasta. I understand. I know the disaster. Listen, why are we all so stupid? Hold on. You don't have one set of black people that's smart? And all of us that's stupid. Why is Christianity right slam bam right there in the middle of all of us? And then don't blame it? Don't recognize it? Because what? It has nothing to do with all of us everywhere in the world have no contact to each other, but we all stupid the same way?
Icon, one day, me and you can sit down and we can have a real conversation about Rastafari. We got a real conversation.
Listen. Let me tell you about Rastafari. Rastafari is for the liberation of black people, especially their minds. It is us that says, only yourself can free your mind. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Only yourself can free your mind. Even presidents are saying that in Africa. So if you want to know the importance of Rastafari, I'll tell you, we are the ones who keep value in the Caribbean right now. You feel me? Nobody values the Caribbean except because of Rastafari. You feel me? It is because of Rastafari having us. Even Trinidad would be going to chaos right now if it wasn't for Rastafari. You feel me? It's Rastafari keeping it a little steady. You feel me? Even though you have some stupid ass Muslim Indians doing all type of shit. But the Caribbean, but Jamaica. Jamaicans don't like Rastafari, but it is Rastafari who is stopping them from killing 10,000 a goddamn year a month.
I don't want Bogard. I don't
You
want
feel me?
Bogard the sister. I don't want Bogard the sister subject for the day because she talking about black women. It's fine. But let me just say this though. Let me just say this though. It'll be good to have a good conversation with you about that topic. Let me just leave it.
Mhm.
I'll leave it there. It'll be
Yeah,
good.
but are there Rastafari in your neck of the woods?
Many.
Where?
Many.
Where?
What are they
Yeah.
doing in the woods?
My
Where?
issue. I have
When you say neck of the woods, Tanzan, it just means like your country.
country. Yeah.
Okay.
My issue with Rastas is the institutions. You know what I mean? The institutions. Where is the institutions that the Rastafarian community is supposed to
Okay,
build?
okay. I totally understand. I don't. To me, I have a lot of what you'd call. I have a lot of opposing things about how we as Rastafari is doing things, but we haven't got a comfortable ride. You feel me? As you know, if Rastafari is in your community, then you know that all of your bitch ass family and your goddamn stupid ass friends and your goddamn stupid ass politicians fought against Rastafari in your country. Hard. You feel me? They go to jail, you trim them. You find them with anything. You hunt them down even though they don't rob nobody. Am I lying? You feel me?
No.
Yeah. So I'm not lying. So it's like are people under turmoil and it's like it's hard to assess to focus on the real on some real significant things because the government is not cooperating with you. You feel me? So when you come on when it comes on to our agency or organization, it's hard to do it in this environment. You feel me? So a lot of things in Jamaica. Listen, Rastafari couldn't get jobs in Jamaica. You feel me? You couldn't go nowhere. You are being ostracized as if you are nobody. You feel me? When Rastafari is just saying, "Hey, see, this my here. This is the Almighty that fucking grew that shit. I have nothing to do with it. You should also love your bitch ass self. You feel me? Instead of trying to fucking put on all type of shit to suit goddamn white people and to look like bitch ass white people. You feel me? That's all the Caribbean people do is sit around, try to fucking finger with their goddamn hair to look like crackers and Indians. You feel me? Because that's what they fucking like. That's listen. Only white people and Indians and these little red niggas survive in the Caribbean. Only those survive and get any type of what you call moral treatment in the Caribbean. I'm telling you. Everybody else they treat like everybody else they treat like shit and Rastafari they treat worse.
There's some truth to that. There's some truth to what you're saying. But let me say this though.
Yeah, but listen, man. We already put out reggae music, and it's one of the largest genres of music in the world. So don't underestimate Rastafari. We already did a lot, and there's a lot more to come. You know?
But who owns the catalog of Jamaican music? Chris Blackwell owned enough of that music. All the Cox and Dodd them, they sell they freaking masters a long time. I ain't gonna talk about that. Let me just say this though. Let me just say this. The Caribbean, as we know it, was never created for the human development, the black human development in this part of the continent. The Caribbean was created.
So
Let me finish. The Caribbean was created to be a plantation economy.
True that.
And it's never changed. Now there has been people who kind of buttress against that, who've been trying to change that for many, many years.
Who?
And we continue to fight. You see some bright lights. And when you have Mia Motley in Barbados, you had the brother from Grenada.
You see, that's the whole thing.
Let me finish. You had the brother from Grenada. You get the Haitians in Haiti. They've been trying to buttress against their government. You had Jamaicans who've been fighting against a lot of Jamaicans, different kinds of Jamaicans, the Rastafarians, Garvey, Leonard Howell, all them brothers.
Mere Motley owes her consciousness to Rastafari. And she will tell you.
You asked me a question, though, Icon. Let me ask you a question. You asked me, say, who was doing it? And I
but what you fail to understand is the dominance of consciousness by Rastafari. Any motherfucker gonna assume any consciousness in the Caribbean, we already there with it. You don't have a second. You don't have a second type of consciousness. It's only one type of consciousness for black people.
That's not true. Because Rastafarianism, at their core, they say Haile Selassie, right?
Okay.
They say Haile Selassie at their core. Okay. You had the Negritude movement, not only in Haiti, you had it in Trinidad before Leonard Howell come and was doing the business of what they was doing. You know what I mean? You had black consciousness inside Caribbean countries and people with black consciousness and Afrocentric thought. When a lot of the thinkers, the Caribbean thinkers, came over from the Caribbean from Trinidad and Jamaica and other places.
I mean,
they wasn't talking about Haile Selassie. We
know there. Listen, hold on, King. We know there were conscious people before. You feel me? We understand that. I totally understand that. Rastafari is a baby of Marcus Garvey. You feel me? So I don't understand. It was Marcus Garvey who it was born out of. You feel me? So I know there was consciousness before, but her dominant today is Rastafari upholding consciousness. Listen, consciousness would have maybe died the fuck out. You feel me? If it wasn't for Rastafari, that shit is like so contaminated. Listen. This corruption that's going on is so contaminated. Bro, they killed Bob Marley. CIA killed Bob Marley and fucking infiltrated our system and planted a goddamn president in our country just because consciousness is being assumed in America. So you have no idea how powerful the movement of consciousness is. You have no idea. And you don't know what kind of fight we all got just because of that. I think you're trying to demote Rastafari, and I'm telling you, Rastafari has been the ultimate for fucking 30, 40 years and is still the ultimate right now.
As a Rastafarian, I expect you to say that. But I listen to Rastafarians. I listen to Rastafarians on REFM all the time. You know what I mean? And when you listen to the Rastafarians talk, they always using it as a reference point. They always using the King James Bible. So they trap up in that so-called ideology as well. You know what I mean? You dismiss them.
Yeah, but that's some Rastafari. Rastafari is versatile and vibrant in a lot of ways. You have Rastafari will translate the Bible for you. You feel me? And you have Rastafari that just done with the Bible, such as me. You feel me? That's like just done with it. We know the Bible. You feel me? We've been there. You feel me? Listen, when you see a Rasta man with the Bible, man, you need to just calm down, man. A man is trying to assume certain type of knowledge, and you have to leave people alone with that shit. You feel me? A lot of wisdom is in the Bible. You feel
You
me?
think so?
Of course.
Not only that, but the Rastafari men, you all are leading the way right now with marrying white women. So how do you explain that?
It is because of goddamn Christian little stupid people.
Yeah, but they using the same King James Bible.
Oh, let me speak.
Okay, go
It
ahead.
is because of these stupid Christian people. They are fighting Rastafari even by marriage, even by the social aspect of things. Rastafari decide that we are they not fucking what you call it bowing down to Christian values, and they not gonna take no intimidation from nobody. So a lot of them not getting social behavior from these stupid little Christian bitches that are people, male and female. So when it comes to a relationship, in terms of men and women, a lot of Rastafari, a lot of what you call these cracker women, they bow to Rastafari. The white their God is white people, and they bow to us, Rastafari. You feel me? I don't listen. I
But
don't,
Rastafari,
I don't,
Rastafari,
I don't.
hey, Haile Selassie was a Christian though, wouldn't he?
Yeah, and you have a lot of Rastafari is in the Orthodox Church.
But it also goes to show that just like with Gas Them Up, a lot of
Mhm.
our men are just very selfish and they are not interested in building the community. They
Yeah,
just want to be interested in building their own families and their own selves
yeah,
until the bull crap comes to the door and you have to either open it or it's going to get kicked down. So,
yeah. Because look at this now with this guy. All he wants to do is find itsy beeny teeny little things to talk about. I'm talking about my little Caribbean bro now. You
No,
trying to
Icon,
find
I
listen,
bring
you
up
can
Rastafari.
I
You bring up Rastafari.
yeah, but yeah, but you why don't you find something big to talk about, Rastafari?
I
Why do
asked
you have to why are you nitpicking picking?
no, I asked you a legitimate question. You
Yeah,
tell me.
yeah, but
I
what is
asked you.
it? Don't you know that? Okay, all right, yes, all of that shit. But don't you know that Rastafari is fighting for the unity of black people? Do you know that?
Not all Rastas. And what I would say is that you asked me a question.
Oh
Let me
my
answer. Let me
gosh.
answer. No, so
Oh my God. Hold on, wait,
because I'm knowing
hold on,
because
Mr.
I'm knowing
Goddamn Untouchable. Wait, Mr. fucking Untouchable. You being condescending and goddamn unfair. You feel
go
me?
ahead.
You telling me about individuals. You telling me about goddamn individuals. No man is perfect, bro. I said
So how you
Rastafari in general. I said Rastafari in general over the goddamn years. Do you know that we fighting for the unity of black people? That's what I asked you.
how should I judge the religion if not if I can't look at their
And,
followers?
and go and
I have to look
educate
at their
yourself
followers.
then. Go and
If their
educate
followers,
yourself then before you
if I,
start your goddamn criticism.
I'm a
Educate
Gaviite.
yourself.
I'm a
Because
Gaviite.
you gonna talk that shit.
He getting
Come with
mad. I'm a
something big.
Gaviite.
You know that
I'm a
Rastafari
Gaviite.
is hold on, bro. One person talk, man. You know that Rastafari is for the unity of black people, but you keep nitpicking about little bullshit stuff. You feel me?
Because
And we talking about and we in a desperate. I'm telling you, you men are we as men, we are some little stupid little bitches. You feel me?
so
I'm telling you. Because I'm
you
telling you, bro, we in some problems. We have an issue. And all you want to talk about is frivolous stuff. You don't want to
excuse
talk
me.
about how we going to do better than Rastafari then, goddamn it. If you fucking have all these issues and you see this whole big society and you feel like condemning it, do better then. What the fuck you have for better?
Right.
You feel
So
me?
now you ask me a question so that I can answer it.
Oh.
You ask me a question, let me answer it. I'm a Gaviite. If I'm a Gaviite and I dating
Before
white
Bwana
women,
Hagziki, sorry to interrupt. I know you guys have been going on, but I have to just take a moment to welcome Matron. The revolutionary matron is here. That is, we have to take a break for that one. Welcome, greetings, everyone. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you, matron. Good to have you. Good to have you. And I'm sure all of you feel the same way.
Yes,
so
I hope
thank you.
you feel better, matron. I hope you feel better, girl.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So back to this guy.
Oh my goodness!
Do
Wow.
you guys see what Gas is saying in
what he say
in the chat? He's not joining this tyranny. Listen, we have to come together and make results, not bicker and argue about.
Actually, you think me and Iko and Becker, this not Caribbean people is talk.
Listen, let's get back to the topic and just talk about what we need to talk about. I mean,
yes, that's right. That's right.
He was saying that a lot of our men are bitches and everything else. You don't forget coward. A lot of our men are cowardly mine too. So
yeah, listen, bro.
I don't take it personal because I'm not a bitch or a coward.
But hold on, Mr. Goddamn untouchable. You need to stop talking about yourself. Hold on, you need to stop talking about yourself because we deal with a black people matter here. Talking about your goddamn self is insignificant. You see me? We need to talk about. Listen. Hold on, man. Can ask me if you want to talk. Ask me to stop if you want to say something, bro. You feel me? But don't just. It's not. Listen. It's not intelligent to talk when I'm talking. You feel me? But what I'm trying to say is, bro.
But you're the only person who's speaking, though.
We are cowards. We are cowards. Listen, bro. Listen, man. We are cowards. You have in Jamaica, right? Niggas can't live to see 17 and 20 and fucking 25 in goddamn Jamaica right now. And guess what? You have some bunch of crackers, white people that doing business. Same place where the 17-year-old and 20-year-old can't see 25, right? And the white boy is living right there, owning shops right there, and live till he's old. We are cowards. We have only strength for other niggas.
Now, I don't consider myself a coward. And the reason why I say that is that let me first answer your first accusation, because you say that I'm talking about myself. The first question I ask you is about the institutions that Rastafari is building in Jamaica. Well, what they doing in the Caribbean worldwide. If I talking about institutional building, that's not talking about me personally. That's the first thing. The second thing is I would say is this. You know what I mean? For me, I have impacted the lives of many young men within my community. Not me and it don't, it didn't affect me personally.
Except the Rasta.
Let me finish. Many young black boys in my community I have impacted. I've worked on part-time teaching about black business in Afrocentric high schools, and I've been doing that. I teach them about the law. I teach them about different things about manhood. So I don't consider myself a coward.
Hold on.
Let me finish because I let you talk. The men who have left their families and decided not to mess with these young men, I take part and I try to make my contribution to the country and where I'm living in right now. I don't consider myself a coward, and I don't accept that. And there are many men like me. Now, there are other men who ain't living up to their responsibilities as men. Me and you know that. But why should I take up the load for the men who ain't doing shit when I'm doing shit? This ain't a communist dictatorship. You know what I mean? I don't accept that shit. I don't accept that, bro. Just me.
I respect that.
I'm done.
Yeah, let me mention this stupid guy called Keita. Yeah, you was trying to fry your goddamn brains. You feel me? Rastafari is not about smoking weed, dude. You feel me? Rastafari is about learning history and fucking living for the upliftment of black people. Stupid bitch. You feel me? So let me just tell you this. Rastafari is making minds. So we might not be making goddamn buildings, you feel me? But we building the mind, bro. You feel me? Keita. So when you Keita, when you hear talking a lot of bullshit in the chat, remember that. You feel me? Remember that a lot of your mama your daddy might be sending you to school through weed. You feel me? So remember that shit. A lot of times weed send a lot of people to school, and it's Rastafari who did that, who started that economy in the Caribbean. So no, remember that too. Yeah, a lot of people live luxury life off weed, and it's through Rastafari. A lot of you little Christian little bitches. You feel me? All of you, most of you. A lot of times reggae music. We have reggae music. We have shows all over the Caribbean, impacting lives. A lot of you come out, or you little Christian little bitches, come out with your trays to sell to feed your stupid ass kids. You feel me? You hear that, Keita? You feel me? Don't forget that. When we making reggae shows all over the Caribbean and having thousands of people fucking ram that shit up, and y'all make fucking money and full your nasty little bellies. Remember that shit. You hear? All over in the fucking Caribbean. We make you make money like that. You feel me? How about that part? Rastafari did that shit. Remember that, yeah?
No time. We ain't taking over, man. Take this your show, sister. Do your thing. You know what I mean? Do your thing. We ain't taking over.
No, it's the Caribbean time. When it's our time, we take our time, bro.
Nah, don't let Icon Fire guide your show. We talking about black women. Talk about black women. Don't let them guide your show.
You are also a part of it.
I finished talking about Rastafari. You know what I mean? I leave that alone, bro.
But Rastafari is also in this world development. That's why I have to bring it up, because a lot of people want to fucking don't give Rastafari their props. You feel me? Although we done so much. Although our people done so much. You feel me? They don't want to give us our goddamn props just because we black and y'all have some stupid ass little bias. You feel me? Y'all are ready to give white people props for making you eat. You feel me? But you're not ready to give your own brothers props. You think I don't know? Most of you people are the common little Christian bitches that I'm talking about. You feel me? That's what I'm talking about. And we as men, I'm telling you, you all should be ashamed of yourself. The women are here, and we don't talk nothing of fucking what you call dominance or fucking takeover anything. All we talk is bullshit. You feel me? We don't talk about managing nothing. You feel me?
Icon, if you want to have a conversation about
okay, I have a few last words I can end Bwana Haguziki, and then we should start as Coco said, moving on.
If you want to talk about managing business, things what men talk about moving forward, we have a show every Saturday night called the Better Medicine Podcast. Where men get together, we talk about all those things that you talk about and more. So if you want to talk about power, money, getting the business together and doing things like that, all you need to do is come on our show. Time is just a subset of what we do and engaging on Saturday nights as men and women coming together.
I know you have a thing going on. I don't underestimate you, untouchable. But when I hear this little Caribbean stupid ass little talk. You feel me?
Don't watch that, brother.
Let me speak, bro. These little talk that I hear from you Caribbean stupid ass people, it is inborn in y'all. It's ingrown. Y'all getting taught this since you was kids, how to be fucked up towards your own people and question your own people's judgment and question your own people's thing. that they got going. You don't have no fucking what you call advice for it to be better. You don't fucking have no fucking input for your blackness to grow and be better. All y'all have is fucked up arguments. You feel me? And who you praising? Who you see for God? You feel me? And then all you have left is the white God. You feel me? And I'll be like, bro, y'all don't see it. Y'all don't see shit. You feel me? You here praising this white, smooth hair, hog hair, Nick, bitch, and he a faggot too. You feel me? Michelangelo's cousin. You feel me? He a faggot, and y'all here worshiping this goddamn little faggot. You feel me? And Rastafari come with and say, "Yo, praise a black God," or since you seen a God, see him black. You feel me? And y'all have this uproar. You feel me? It's because all that shit is because y'all don't respect blackness. You feel me? That's what it is. You feel me? And the what you call the dilemma we in, y'all should be running down this black God, because it is this black God gonna free your fucking what you call gonna give you self-confidence, because yeah, the white man has no trauma from praising the white God. Well, not the same trauma. His trauma is like to make him proud that he is related to the ultimate God. You feel me? That's how white people think. Christian white people, they like, oh, you praising our cousin. You feel me? Not your cousin. You feel me? So we are here praising our oppressor's cousins. You feel me? And we here thinking shit sweet, or think we have any sense. And I think let me stop, because Empress Tanzan wanna speak. Go ahead.
Yes. So I was saying that yes, on Shoot the Breeze, I know Koku said something about having a theme discussion, and I think this is definitely one of those that needs to be had, because and we did have one about the school system, the education system in the Caribbean, which I guess I didn't know that time, but was quite excellent, the medical schools. So I think the Caribbean is one place where a lot of, Africans and Black Americans are really very ignorant about. I didn't know a lot about the Caribbean until I talked to a lot of Caribbeans. So I think that, we should have one long discussion, especially about, the whole Rastafarian movement, or how things went over there, because to us, Rasta is just, music and Bob Marley and all this stuff. But I know there's a lot more there, and the impact it has on the Caribbean. And, we just thought that all Caribbeans were just, Jamaicans. Yes, but let's not go too long. Let's try to, because it's already like 3 o'clock. And
we as Rastafari claim Mama warriors. We say we are Mama warriors. That's what we say.
That's great. That's, and then, we can talk about that aspect of Rastafari, and also what it has become and what the image is, because even in Africa, the image of Rastafarians is not very good. I'll tell you that. But that's another topic altogether. I didn't want to. Yes, here we go. Yes, so Koku says that he would host a Rastafari discussion or debate. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have that discussion, because we don't know a lot about the Caribbean, and I think it will also be eye-opening for the rest of us to learn about the history, because I could follow what you guys were saying for some time, but I don't know the names, the characters, and the entire history. So or Tarkan. If I do, I think we'll do like today, Koku, and have like a discussion with someone who knows, with you, of course, or somebody who knows about the Caribbean, because I wouldn't know where to begin. So either way, I think it would be an eye-opening. So. But I can fire before we go. The question was that if Black men lead, or if Black men build, will the Black women follow? So yes, let's just do a yes or no on that one.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Bwana Haguziki. Bwana Haguziki. Okay, we lost him. Oh, Yona, you're here. Okay, I thought that you had left, but I think it's a Bwana who. Oh, I'm so sorry, Yona B. I thought in the private chat that it was you who had gone, and but it's the so sorry. Okay, so Bwana Haguziki left, and Yona B is here. So Yona B, I was asking, if black men build, will black women follow?
I don't know. I don't know.
Wow.
No, especially with, like that conversation that was just had. I don't know. I mean, our men, I just feel like black men around the world has just fallen from grace. So I really don't know. I don't know.
You're right, Empress. You're right. Because a lot of us are stubborn. We think we know anything, yet we are colonized people and have never been decolonized. We are traumatized people and have never been de-traumatized, and everybody think they know every goddamn thing, and that's our problem. You there stupid as fuck and think you know you have any sense. You want to give directions and you blind. You feel me? Some of
But
these
that
little people.
but that's the thing. We all have so many different things to contribute to the rebuilding of black society, black community, black families. And I think you're 100% right. We all feel like each and every one of us is right, because if you really look at society, everyone is basically making things up as they go along. Just
Yes,
about,
yes,
you
they are.
know, just about everyone. So, as a collective, I just feel like um, it has to start with the individual just making a
A change.
decision and sticking to it. And you know, if you say that the men need to go to a dictatorship, if that's what it takes to have our communities or our community just back on track, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm afraid for the world that my kids will inherit. We don't we're not like everyone else, especially my family. you know um we're not. See, like when I told you where I'm from in Jamaica, you're like, oh, so y'all one of them bad girls them. And I'm
A
not.
bad girl, man. A bad girl.
No, I am a lady. Thank you very much.
Okay.
But
You're good.
I'm not like that. So, and there's a lot of people like me that's not like that. But it's we just have
No,
to get it
most
together.
Jamaican is good people. Most
Of course.
Jamaican. It's
Of
just a
more
few people running around stupid.
I think most people are good people.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% on that, but you
Let me
know,
tell you what the problem is. You feel me? Most people are good people, but they have a lack of morals. They have a lack of black morals. Like it's like they was never taught to have loyalty to their skin. You feel me? It's only Rastafari that's really emphasizing on loyalty to your blackness. You feel me? Let me tell you something. If it wasn't for black woman, no Rastafari married to a white woman. Listen, all Rastafari would marry to a black woman if black woman was submissive. You understand? And I'm telling you this. no ever man, listen, in a dictatorship, regardless of how a man looks, a woman knows her place. You feel me?
But you
Or
see,
is
like, I'm
or is
sorry, not to
yeah.
interrupt you with that one. That's the problem. A lot of women don't even know that they're women these days, especially here in the West and the Caribbean. A lot of women will not know their place because they don't even know what a woman is.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, I, I don't know. If men are
Jamaican
going
women
to
are
if men are going
And
to
let me say
lead,
this, sorry to interrupt,
yeah.
and I can, when you're talking about loyalty, earlier to quote Gus, he was saying that men don't want loyalty, they want respect. What do you say about that? Because I was saying that black
you
women,
cannot
they're loyal to
listen,
their men
listen.
and so on. Huh?
It nobody intelligent speak that way. Loyalty is what's the other word?
Loyalty is a
Respect.
form of respect. Loyalty is
Loyalty
one
is
of the biggest forms
loyalty
of
is
respect.
respect, and respect is loyalty. They can't you can't separate them. You can't separate them. So
Well, in some instances, you can be loyal to someone without respecting them. Let's say, a mother can be loyal to her son, protect him and all that, but that not necessarily means that she respects him. Maybe he's, loud about, or, he's just a son. She sees him
then
as
she's not.
a child.
Then she
So,
listen. Then she's not loyal. Listen. Hold on. Listen. If you loyal to your son and you respect, listen, the two of them is the same thing. If you loyal to your son, you will never make him wear panties. You will make sure nobody disturb his manhood. You make sure that he grows up as a stern man, a man's man. You feel me? That's how you pay respect to your son. So if you say you respect your son, you have to make sure he has the legitimate education. You have to make sure he has nobody takes him for a fool, no woman, no man. You have to make him be a man's man, and that's how you pay respect, and that is loyalty. You understand? There's no halfway shit. You can't talk that shit. Like you can't talk it. You don't talk loyalty. You don't talk respect. You act these things. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say to you is the word you cannot split these words. You feel me? If I say I'm loyal to you, then that means I'm gonna pay you respect. Because not giving you respect is disloyal. Right, Lena, Yuna?
Yes, I understand. That's that was a nice perspective, but I mean, everyone have their own perspective to every different things and themes.
Okay. If you make your son or your daughter become idiots in this world, you have no loyalty to blackness. Not, it is because you don't have no loyalty to blackness, therefore you still don't love your children the real way. You feel me? If you neglect making them be respectful people in life, you have no respect for them. You feel me? You can't say you have respect for them because you grow them up as disrespectful people. You feel me? And disrespect to their color. All Christians don't like their children. Every Christian, all of them don't like their children because what they do, separate their kids from their blackness. Only the Pan African conscious Rastafari, only those really respect their kids because they make sure their kids have consciousness, know their
so going
history.
back to the question, the beginning, do you say that, do you think that black women respect black men?
Oh no,
Do you think
not,
that they are
not
loyal to
anymore. Not
black men?
anymore. Huh?
Do you think that they are loyal to black men?
No.
Okay. So they're neither respectful nor loyal.
And that's
I would,
because they have no respect.
Yeah, I
well, I would
mean,
say
listen.
this,
All right,
make
all
a
right, listen.
distinction.
All right,
Let me
listen.
make a distinction when it comes to respect and loyalty. Respect is, I would say maybe, being a good wife, a good mother, treating your husband as the head of the house. That's respect. Loyalty is saying that I only date black men. I'm only loyal to black men. But you can only be dating black men, but you don't treat them right. You can say I only exclusively date black men and so on. But every black man that you date, you treat poorly or terribly. So you can't be
Okay.
loyal to your
It,
race.
it, it is it is it is complicated. It is
Yes.
complicated, as you said. It is complicated because
Yeah.
it's like um it's like what you call when you don't love somebody but you think you love somebody, so you're infatuated. That's how black women are to black men. You feel me? So you actually think you're are okay. You actually say you're in love, but you're not really. You feel me? Because listen. You're not supposed to make your if you respect black men, then you would grow your black son as a respectful black man. You feel me? So if you growing pure idiots and unleashing them on the goddamn world, I can't see that as respect. You feel me? I see that as dishonor and disrespect and no lack of loyalty. Listen, consciousness is how listen. Consciousness is the way to go. If you are really interested in having your kids getting the ultimate respect, then you have to make them go to consciousness. And if you withhold consciousness from you yourself and your kids, then you have no fucking you respect white people. That's how you that's who listen, that's who all of us is really paying respect to. I'm telling you, we only respect
I
these.
mean, it's a thin line, almost like you can say it's a thin line between love and hate, because respect is showing someone admiration. It's showing someone that you really care about what they think, how they think, whatever. Loyalty is on that thin line, also, showing admiration, showing the fact that you're loyal to that person. You're not going to go anywhere, or, you know,
Yeah,
go against that person. So
yeah.
it's very much so like a thin line. I do get what you're saying, but back to like what Tan was saying and stuff. If the men build it, will black women come? I mean, I really don't know, because that conversation that you were having earlier with the St. Lucia guy, or whatever he's found, that Gas was in he was in the comment section, just being gassed him up, being hilarious, but he was making a lot of different points, you know and I feel like, as a woman, I don't need to hear that from my men. If you're gonna have a disagreement or something like that, you can go to the side and do it. Like my brothers, I have 5 brothers, I'm the only girl. When they argue or they fight, I'm not around that. They make sure that I don't see that. So, or hear it or whatever. Not unless it's like some type of big time war or something going on with them. But they
Mm,
generally, they wait until I leave. I live with my family. They wait until I leave, or you know, then I come back and I'm like, oh, you guys was fighting, or you had a disagreement, or they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, but they don't generally do it in front of me per se. Their sister. It's more like a unified front, and I think our men need to do or follow in some sort of footstep like that. We as women, just like I would believe you as men, you don't like to hear us bickering and fighting and cat fighting. And we as women, we don't like to hear our men do the same thing. Maybe it's just me, but I don't like to hear that because it shows a sign of weakness or something like that in my mind. And I don't like it when, my men are not unified or together. It kind of makes me feel like,
Hopeless.
yeah, it's just uncomfortable to hear. And I think that it's just the men has to, if you're going to lead, you have to lead with a masculine force of unity first before you can say, you're going to build something or do something for the women to come. And men need to basically be men. If you're going to argue or disagree, do that to the side and not let us women hear about it or see it or, witness it or whatever. Yeah.
Damn, that's real. That's real. You see, we even forgot those things. These niggas will just throw down right in front of anybody. Like, what the fuck? Like, seriously, we off tune, we out of sync. I'm telling you, we 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 only have strength for each other. We backtalk each other. We prove our illogical fucking theory all the time for no, like, you know what, if I don't know if they know, but sometimes you just supposed to know that what your argument is senseless, and you will debate that shit all day. I'll be like, bros, y'all, bro, I'm telling you, we will talk about sandwiches for an hour. We'll talk about like a drink for 2 hours. We don't talk about real shit for hours. That's how we is. We in this comedy thing where everybody wants a joke and everybody wants to be a comedian to make jokes for people to goddamn laugh. You feel me? And I'll be like, bro, y'all need to stop this girly shit. Like, y'all want jokes. Yes, y'all come here and fucking make a joke for everybody to laugh. Man, sometimes I'll be like, I want to be like, shut your bitch ass up. Seriously. You feel me? Because these people waste data. You feel me? I talk about Africa. People have offense about it. And I'll be like, bro, what y'all offended about? Let's do this. You feel me? Right now,
Yona, I have to give you Gasdemup's props. Gasdemup gave you a compliment, and when you get one from Gasdemup, it's an event in history. So
Get out. I got a compliment from Gas.
yes, you go. You can rest easy for the week. So he says, "Oh shit, you're not making men be men on the panel." And that was an ancestral grandmother move. Keep it up. May your womb bring forth a million warriors. Ashe.
real shit.
My sister.
Wow, gas them up. That's
Yeah.
serious.
So let me go, because I know I'm long-winded, and Tanzan don't really like that shit. See?
Man,
So
look,
let
I
me
can fire.
go.
We are all long. You know what? Oh, whoa. Yeah. Speaking of long-winded, now that I have you here, my sister, I can confront you directly. Yona B said the same thing about, our discussions on the Black Pentagrammers. It's like, oh, it's cool, but it's a bit long-winded. Didn't you say that? My dear sister, Yona B. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, you caught her. You caught her. She was
Exactly.
holding that. She was holding that for days, you know.
Yes, I have been waiting for you.
Okay,
The
I
trap
got it.
was set.
I got it, Tan. I understand now. I do. Respect. Respect.
Yes, so we're
Yeah,
all allowed to be
I know.
long-winded from time to time.
Yeah,
Yes.
I watch what I say to Tanzan because I know she don't forget shit. You feel me?
Well, that was the best compliment I got today. So thank you. I can fire. I didn't get the sweet voice and the ancestral grandmother and all
Oh,
that.
wow. You're still terrific, Tan.
So I'll
We
take
love you. You're
it.
terrific. We love you, Tan. We love you.
And long-winded, I know, but
Yes, and very long-winded. And may I add also to everyone that's like listening, and if you listen to the playback, drop some comments like in the comment section so we could have Sister Tanzan channel, grow, get
Bro,
some subscribers.
oh, see,
Yes.
that's the sisterhood.
Yes.
yeah, but
Thank you so
but nobody comment about me. Nobody.
much. Okay, okay.
All right.
I
So
think they
good
already
night.
commented about you in the comment section. But thank you so much. I can fire. And once again, thank you for the compliments. I'm a woman. I love
Listen,
compliments.
they always talk about me in the comment section. You feel me? They love me.
Yeah.
I don't know why. So all of them just love me. You feel me?
You already know. You already know.
Yeah, yeah.
But
All
thank
right.
you so much.
Goodbye. Good night, Empress ladies.
Good
Take
night.
care of yourselves.
Goodbye to
Good
you.
night.
Thank you for joining. Yeah, so it's me and you, sis.
All right.
And our other sister, she just refused to come on up today. You yes, you are weak. You are weak, melanated goddess. You are weak for not showing up, for not joining the women. You are weak for staying in the No, it's okay. It's okay. I won't go too hard. But yeah, good discussion. Good discussion. So, do you have some final comments to make?
No, I really enjoyed your show. I'm glad that I stayed up. I'm usually asleep by now, but I wanted to listen, and you invited me on, so thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for accepting. Thank you so much for your contribution. And let's see, what was the thank you for making men be men. What is that? Yeah. Making men be men on the panel. So yes. Yeah, that was beautiful. Oh, I think we had a good discussion. It was a bit derailed, but you know what? It's okay. It's okay. Once in a while, like a normal conversation, you don't sit down and say, "Today we'll just talk about this." People will just talk about whatever they want. That's the African way. So I have been in so many conversations recently with Africans. People just talk about whatever. The conversation just goes up and down, and the conclusion, yes. Oh, apparently I don't need compliments. I just need to be dominated. Yeah, gas being gas. Hey. So the conclusion was that at this state, women do not respect black men. If the black men build it, Yona, you said you don't know if black women will come. And that loyalty is black women will be loyal, but they do not have respect. Oh, and to end with the swirling thing, what is our opinion on the swirling?
On the
Oh,
swirling?
and yes, and the general conversation, the conclusion on the general subject. So just be as long-winded as you want.
No, Dan, no.
It's okay. Okay. Bobby Wright says, great show tonight. Tanzan, appreciate your Nabi's perspective. Thank you, Bobby Wright, and thank you for joining as well. Gasdemup says, I'll call him Keter, but I have to readjust my pronunciation and say Keter. Rastaford, white girl, pull up. Okay. Keter says, let them swallow. No nation has ever been destroyed through sex. No, we do not. Well, okay, I'll let you have your word, but we do not want people to swallow. We do not want to encourage our fellow women to go after other races of men. We want them, even if they can't be respectful. I say at least still be loyal. That's how I see it. In the point of Black women have more white babies than Black men. What is your thought, Yona? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, people are people. This has been going on since eons. So, I mean, I believe a lot of us Black women, we live in La La Land. So, a lot of Black men also live in La La Land. If they want to swirl, they can swirl. My dad, my biological father, he's a mutt. I have a grandfather. He's Jewish from Germany, blonde hair, blue eyes. So that side of the family, I don't know. Life goes on. Whatever you choose to do and whatever you do, it has consequences. So I'm all for my people. That's all I can say with that.
Okay, yeah, that's a good, politician's answer, including also family in it. But oh yeah, Deutschland. But why do you think though that Black women react differently when they see, let's say, Venus Williams, with her white husband versus, let's say, Michael B. Jordan before he was with Lori Harvey, when they had that, he was dating white women? Why do they get so angry when Black men swirl, or I don't know if it's for Black men they call it that, when Black men IR versus when Black women do it?
I think Black women they get more upset to see our men step out because in our minds our men are supposed to be like our protectors, our providers, and it's almost like territorial, like how dare you where you think you're going. No, seriously. For real, because with my son, he told me, he said, Mom, I saw the most beautifulest girl in the world. And I was taken aback. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought I was the most beautifulest girl in the world. Like, what the hell? The first thing I asked him is, like, who's her people? Like, where's she from? And he's like, oh, don't worry. She's Black. So,
Okay.
yeah, like it's like, I was about to go to war with him. Like, no, you got to make sure my grandbabies look like me and you. So I think it's just more like we want control. Not even gonna lie, it's like we more want control, and it's like we can do what they say, do as I say, not as I do, type thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's predominantly the main issue why we have something to say. But on the other hand, Black men have something to say when they see Black women with white men too. It's a two-way street.
Yeah, I had to call in. I had to call in very quickly because this was this is the political jingoism or dirty oil politics, as the Nigerians like to say. These are dirty oil politics. You're just avoiding. Um, First off, Yona, you just hit it right there, right? You said that it was control. And so how dare the man step outside? Because that was my earlier point where I said that Black women don't respect Black men They tolerate us and they like us when we're lion pups. They don't like us when we become full grown men. Because when you become a lion and you're no longer a cub, I see it play out like all the time as an educator, right? When the young man is in fourth grade and fifth grade, oh, it's, well, I'll give you a cookie and I'll give you Capri Sun if you do what I say. And by the time he's, 15, she ain't got no control over him. Now it's, you ain't nothing, you just like your daddy, you know, because you know, he's biting back and you don't have the balls, the testicular fortitude to control that. So, I think the reason why, and that's why I asked the question, the numbers show that more black women are the ones stepping out having babies with white men. Yet they've always accused, like a guilty conscious person, black men of, you know, um, being these, oh, you always want a white girl, blah, blah, blah. And the numbers and the truth is actually coming out to light that, the finger that was pointing at us, three were pointing back at them and they were the real guilty party. So why do you think that is?
Is that for me?
It's for both of you.
Yes, but we'll start with you.
Oh, great. Thanks, Tan.
You're welcome. You know what I did there, but yeah.
I
Go ahead.
mean, like what I said, it's I'm not gonna lie, it's more of a control type thing. You know, uh, we we want to control um, our men. You know, because it's a power struggle. For so long, our so-called voice were just not heard, and um, just a lot of different things that I can go into. I don't want to be long-winded. I really don't. So, but I think it's just mainly it's mainly for control. That's why we do it also. And I have a lot of my friends who are now dating outside of their race, but they quickly are like, no, it's not for me. I mean, everyone has tried something or whatever. I did early on myself too, but
Don't say everyone. I thank heaven that I've never stepped outside of the black realm. You said something, you said I should come on the black side, and I told you that I come in black women all the time. So I think that's good enough.
this dude, I swear, Gasdemup is crazy. No, but it's mainly for control. That's what I believe it is. And a lot of women are just like, oh, look what I have. I have a man that has established. Most of these white men don't really have a lot of things. They're just white. White privilege, white whatever it is that you want to call it. They don't have financial status um, and whatnot. But I think a lot of the women, they step out because one, they can. Two, it's a power struggle type thing. And, I'm not going to lie also, a lot of the women, they just want the men to be miserable. They really do. They want a lot of our men to just stay put, be miserable, do what I say, how I do, whatever, and that's it.
Also,
So
the big piece of chicken hypothesis.
something like that. But yeah.
Oh, and Taryn, by the way, you read the comment wrong. It's a song. There's a song. Who sang that song? Yona. The bad man forward, bad man pull up. Who sang that song? That was
What?
All
the
the lyrics.
pull up,
Uh,
bad man, pull up. Who sang that song?
this one.
I
What's the
don't
what?
remember.
What girl? Got
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's one of them old. Came out like 2000. So
Yeah,
I was
at
just
least it's
making
all
fun of the
reggae songs.
rosters. Yeah, I was making fun of them. You know, white girl forward, Rasta pull up. White girl forward, Rasta pull up. So I was making fun of them, Ten.
Okay, okay. I didn't know the song, so I didn't get it.
Yeah, you can
Thanks.
tell Gas needs to go to sleep. It's sleeptime.
Yeah, it might be Elephant Man. I think Kato says Elephant Man. I can't remember one of them, but there was a hard record. But yeah, no. Listen. Look, I'm glad that Yona can at least, shout out to her. She can at least
Yes,
acknowledge certain things of control, right? And that's why I tell every black man to read the book by the Pan Africanist, right? Which I'm not, but Chinwezu. He wrote a great book called The Anatomy of Female Power. And here's a funny story. I printed out that book because that was before we had we could share large data and all that stuff. So I printed out the book and I gave it to my friend to read it. I was like, "Yo, you got to read this, man. This is like the holy grail." So his mom finds the book and throws it in the trash. Because it was exposing, the ways that women manipulate and control men. And so, for me, when it comes to the whole relationship thing, I'm just saying that I think men should stop caring, and that's why I don't listen to women. People, it's weird, Jonah, right? Like on other platforms, you got these guys who call in. They call black women hyenas. They call black women. Tam, what do they say about black women? They call them hyenas, rug wearing. They got
we've.
stink boxes. Yeah, they
Yeah,
insult their vaginas. They say their vaginas smell funky and stuff. I don't say any of that. I just tell men not to
What?
listen to women. Oh yeah, yeah. They get on these platforms and talk crazy about black women.
yeah. You'll be
And the black
clutching your
women,
pulse all day long, Yonabi, if you're a
yeah,
melanated goddess.
it's hilarious, right? And all Gasdemup is saying to men is, look, man, enjoy your life. Don't care what they say. Don't be manipulated. Live free. And that is, problematic. It's just the weirdest thing. And that's how I know it's about control.
Well, it's about control also for the men all too, because the men want power. The women here in the West see that we can get power, and the feminist movement and all of that. So I mean, but who's really doing the tug of war here? It's who's really pulling the strings for that whole gender war type thing.
Oh, well, that's why they played the video earlier with that congressman. We know who's behind it, but you know, the truth of the matter is, like I think Melanated posted, she's waiting for the day men don't get triggered by the word. Was it provide and protect?
Yeah,
Was
hold
that the
on.
word?
Yes. Ah,
What does it say? Protector and provider aren't triggering. I'm not sure what she means by triggering. Maybe she can explain further in the chat what that means. But it's not triggering. The truth of the matter is that I mean, in the Caribbean, as bad as things are, like the men, like I talk to my friend in Trinidad all the time. If you want a job in Trinidad, you can get a job. You know, the violence in the Caribbean um, is political. A lot of times, it's political, and then of course, you add the drugs into it. So of course but the
It's
men are able to provide. They can protect, right? Like as bad as it can get in Jamaica, as bad as it can get in Trinidad, and some of these other Caribbean nations, the men, if you go to school, you work hard for the most part, you can provide for your family. Even the guy who did not go to school, but maybe he's a fisherman and he's a carpenter, he got a little piece of land, he got a house, and he got his woman. You know what I'm saying? And then he got his cutlass, he got his little gun in the house. He's protecting, he's providing, and his woman is comfortable and satisfied with the level that he's at. And I think in this country, that just they will never allow it to happen. They admit it. I mean, you just saw the congresswoman. They admit it. They say it in your face, but then it's like people hear that, and for some reason think that they got some superhuman hero powers to avoid this stuff. And I'm like, I don't
I,
know.
I mean, in America, they will never allow it to happen because America is on a totally different level as far as with everything in every component, every aspect, everything. But it's 100% facts what you're saying. I know, like with back home, it's always political. The war, the violence, the uproars, the this, the that, is always political. But my family, we also have a home in St. Catherine by the beach, and it's my dad. He does what he does. Come home. We good. We don't worry about any of that. We're good to each other. We're good to our neighbors. We try to be good to people, and that's it. Come the end of the day, we're pretty satisfied with what we have. But in America, it's a totally different level because America creates a lot of nonsense, and allow the people, as much as I love America, allows the people to basically enables a lot of the foolishness. So I understand completely what you're saying with that factor, but we have to get away from certain things, and if we're willing to build, there's a lot of sacrifices that needs to be made, and yeah, I guess
Oh, so
that's.
you're going back to sacrifice. Are you a black pentagrammer in disguise?
Of course I am. I'm with your channel.
You're always talking about sacrifice. No, I think Kato said in the chat, he said, was it all projection? Yeah, Kato, I think it was a projection. I think, because if you think about it, Kato, the women who were talking the loudest about black men stepping out were the educated black women who were often the ones stepping out. There's a great book you guys could check out called Black Life in Corporate America. And it was one of the few studies that talk about how black people, the lives that black people and what they experienced in corporate America. This was written in, like, I believe the 80s or the 90s this book came out. One of the better books that I've read, that actually took an in-depth look at what black people experience in corporate America. And you can see it clear as day that civil rights movement just empowered black women to become taxpayers in the corporate system. And on an anecdotal level, I've seen it. Like, doesn't play out well. I remember there was a lady I met in Alabama. She was an old lady. She had kidney failure, so she was on dialysis. She was in a wheelchair. No husband, no children. She moved back to Alabama to take care of her, because I had a taxi business at the time. And so she moved back to Alabama to take care of her family, her mother and father. She inherited the house, but she just had a house full of cats. No kids, no husband, nothing. She was from, she grew up in New York. She was one of those New York attitude women. And I'm assuming she's probably dead now. I hope she's alive, but just a house full of cats, smelling like urine, literally. And yeah, so I don't know. I
No,
don't know.
but
But again, a woman like her, I would have preferred she swirl. At least, let her not die alone with a cat.
Yeah, that's big time facts. But
No, 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 no. Part of doing good is also avoiding doing bad. A woman like her, if she had children and they were biracial, those children would, wreak havoc on society, and especially the black society, because that's where they would end up. It's better there's nothing wrong with dying alone. It's better to die alone than bring misery to the world. So no, I would say don't swallow, just die alone.
gosh, Tan. My. That Kenyan fire came out. I'm scared of you. Wow. I'm not going to say anything to that. I'll pass.
Okay. Well, with that, if there's any last words, I think that's a great place to, to end it. Yes. Oh, you're not. We can say something, but basically, I say no. Don't
Oh
swallow.
no, I'm here. I just I wanted to post the thing before you go real quick so you can share with people.
Sure.
Maybe you could share it on the screen or something. Black
Yeah.
Life in Corporate America, written by two sociologists in the 80s, I believe.
Okay.
Very good book. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if people should die alone. I don't think that's what the ancestors. I think your job is to continue your DNA because we can't be selfish. She had great grand ancestors that wanted and need her gene to continue on this plane we call Earth, right? This plane, and there's different planes. My theory, right? Like my um, belief is that the planets, the planettes, are different. So, for example, if you think about the periodic table, the elements, each planet is made up of different elements. So, your human form can't survive on Uranus, right? Because Uranus is made up of what gas?
Yeah. Okay.
No,
That's
what
good.
gas is what gas is Uranus made up of?
This guy, I swear.
I know.
No, what gas? Let me finish. You guys are trying. Y'all gotta get your minds out the gutter. Stop being these Victorian women. But
I
what
think you
what
bring it in the gutter, but okay. Yes.
what? Okay, can you tell me what planet Uranus? What gas is it made of?
Yeah, I'm not answering that.
Fine, I'll Google it because you guys are being silly here. I mean, it is a planet.
Okay. Yes, you were saying.
I'll tell
Oh
you. Hold on.
no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh my goodness, we just missed the full Caribbean invasion. Yeah, Ezuli, it would have gone for another 10 hours if you had come in a little bit earlier. But
Azuli and ICANN are like distant cousins in a parallel universe, right? But shout out to Azuli.
wow.
But no, listen. So according to my quick Google search, Uranus is made of water, methane, and ammonia. And if I'm not mistaken, methane is what, CH4, right, Ted? Help me out here with my chemistry.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so your human body cannot survive with CH4, right? You would die, right? If I dropped the human in with ammonia, CH4, they would die, no?
Yes.
Ted, are you there?
Yes. I
Okay,
was
good.
saying yes with the mute button
Okay,
on.
yes. So if that is the case, when we die, because remember, energy is neither lost nor destroyed. When we die, the energy, and then we go to a different plane at where we have to be able to survive on, where we can function there. So whatever your makeup is, you would end up, let's say, in Uranus, and you would be an organism or being that's comprised of something that can survive on that plane of CH4 and ammonia. Ammonia is, damn, what's the chemistry? I gotta work on my chemistry again. It's been a while. But, so your body would, your new body would take up something that can survive on that plane. And so we just go from different planes to different planes. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yes, it
Yes.
does. Mm-hmm.
So no matter what, don't be afraid of Uranus.
Yes, I knew that's where it was going to end up, but
What? You didn't say. Wait, you guys have dirty minds. You and Tan, I got some dirty minds. I'm talking about the planets here. What are you guys talking? What are you guys talking about?
The same. Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
why
I
are
have
you
no
laughing
idea.
at me?
Well, Koku says, and thank you, Koku. Ammonia is NH4. It's like I think.
Thank you, Coco. NH4. So it's 4 hydrogen and what's N again?
Oh,
Yeah,
nitrogen.
nitrogen. So nitrogen. So think about that, right? So Uranus is 4 hydrogen. So then that would be CH4. So that's 8 hydrogen, right?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if, yeah, I think so. I don't
So
know.
if we combine, yeah, I have to do the chemical to add it up. So if we combine ammonia and and methane, what would we create? Ken, you're smarter than me. You're supposed to be spitting these things out.
Yes, and it's also 6 o'clock, and I've been up since 3. So pardon my slow mind right now.
Well, let me let you close out because I know you're tired.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Ezuli, we know you'll be up for that one, telling people to stop lying. And Koku says, can we do that on Friday? Oh,
Azuli
man.
says you're down with the swirl.
Azuli, wow. You know what? You should have come up. You should have
I
come
think
up.
everyone
I would
assumes
have
Kenyan
spoiled
women
you.
are swirlers. I think everyone presumes Kenyan women. But my theory is Kenyan women only swirl after they've taken the bruising from those endowed Kenyan men. They need a break.
Oh
I cannot
boy.
comment on that one.
I'm just saying, those Kenyan men, they eat all that, what's that called? Ugali all day. It's nothing but carbohydrates, so they're charged up, and
Ugali is good food. It's good food. You have it with some good vegetables. And yeah, that's your meal for the day. You don't even have to add any, extra stuff. You can add meat from time to time, but ugali is good.
You said you like meat from time to time?
I said you can add meat from time to time. And yes, I do.
Oh, so y'all like meat? Okay.
I too
Wow.
like meat, Tan.
Yes,
Don't worry.
yes.
We're in it
Yeah,
together.
yeah.
So, yes.
You know what's the funny part? Gasdemup is a vegan for the most part, but I do put female flesh on me in the mouth. I do like to eat female flesh.
Well then we all agreed.
This
Black female. Let me be specific. Black female flesh, dark meat.
this dude. I can't.
Oh wow. Okay, guess. You got everybody. I got everybody. Yes, Bona
He
has
totally contradicted himself. How is it you're vegan but you're eating meat?
I mean, it's like the vegans tell you that they're vegan, but they breastfeed their babies, right? It's stupid. Or they take honey. You can't be a vegan and eat an animal product and don't breastfeed your baby. And when I tell them that, then it's like a glitch in their brain. Their programming they can't handle it.
So now I know, your kryptonite. Whenever you get out of control, just tie you to the chair and feed you some pork.
Yeah, you are.
It depends.
You
Like,
are freaky, girl.
yeah, she wants
Wow.
to feed me some
Not like
some pork. Man, she like. Here's the thing, though. Listen. But here's the thing. Gas doesn't get tied. I do the tying. I don't. I'm the dominator. Which was funny because Melanated was asking the question about, oh, Gas, don't you want to dominate black women? Why not dominate white men? And I was like, I don't swing that way. I don't know why she would want me to dominate white men. Maybe you guys can shed some light on that.
Well, I don't want to speak for her, but I think what she meant is we are winning. I think she was saying maybe why don't black men want to win against white men?
Win against them in what way? I'm not in any games with them.
Well, politically, economically, power-wise,
Yeah, but then let's play in their game. Why play a game that it's like? Listen, to me, right? And I'm not saying that we should defend ourselves, protect ourselves, but and I hate to use this example, but typically, most people who are Mexican are not tall, right? Yeah, I'm sure there's an 8'5" Mexican guy, right? But most of the time, they're not known to be tall. Would you take the, Mexicans that you know and create a basketball team and have them play against LeBron James and the NBA stars? No, because no matter how good they are, they're not going to win that game. But now, if you took LeBron James out of his element and say, hey, compete with this Mexican guy in his field of logistics, for example, right? Because I mean, to be in to continue with the stereotypes, to be at that level of drug dealing, their logistics skills are phenomenal. So, all right, LeBron, compete with the cartel in logistics. He's going to lose that game. So my thing for black men is, why don't we play a game that we're good at? Why must we always play their game?
Well,
Yeah,
that's
that's
something that's new. You know, that's why we need men like you with beautiful brains, beautiful brain power to add to the equation.
The men
To
don't want to hear me talk, Yona.
That's
I
not
was called
true. That's
Yona.
not
I was
true.
called stupid. Someone said earlier that loyalty, and that's one reason I called in, because Tan was in agreement. You guys are saying loyalty and respect are the same thing. So I was going to ask you, is a Puerto Rican and a chicken the same thing?
No, it's not.
Okay, so Melanated says, so Gasdemup doesn't think black men should compete. Why are you laughing, Tan?
but now Guzik his comments about about your beautiful brains. That's
Well, Buana, don't be jealous. I make sure my brain is exfoliated once a week. I put the right creams on it. Don't be jealous, Buana. I exfoliate my brains. But
No,
no,
but
but
I think black men that you might think, even if it's like you don't feel like, they don't want to hear you, it's a tone, it's a voice that needs to be heard, because
okay, I'll give you an
you
example,
bring
right?
things
Look
from
at what you.
different perspective. Definitely so. People don't have to agree, just as long as they hear the message.
Most men will not hear it because they've been raised by their mothers. We don't have an idea of what masculinity is.
That's
Most of
true.
us, most men are not their father's son; they're their mother's boy.
Very true. But that's even more of a reason why I think a voice like you should be very prevalent in the community,
The
because,
women try to drown me out when I talk, so their sons will do even worse. They'll get violent.
well, there has to be a change, and anyone who is brave enough to incorporate that change, you know, you can definitely have your voice be heard. Majority of the times, the message is not going to be received,
How
especially
does change
since.
come about scientifically?
How does what?
Change come about scientifically.
Scientifically, I mean, it can come about in different ways, but I don't think
Okay,
I
so
want.
from phases, like from the different, like if you have phase change, right, from solid to liquid to gas, how does that occur? What has to Tan? What has to happen for change to occur from a solid to a liquid to a gas before those molecules are rearranged?
well, you have to change the energy levels, either
And
apply
that
energy
requires what?
work.
Yeah,
Work, right? Force.
coming together, right?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. So I'm not wasting my end. I'm trying to sleep with as many beautiful black women as possible. You think I'm wasting my
Are
energy
you
on these people?
serious? Did you
I
really
am
just
not
say
wasting my
that?
energy on these people. I don't care. Just
Did
listen.
you really just say that?
There's
You
too many
bossing
beautiful
me
women
now?
in Kenya and Jamaica and Bahamas and Barbados and St. Kitts and Nigeria and Ghana. Have you gone on Instagram and seen what I've seen? Think I'm gonna waste my time stressing myself with no, why? Why should I?
That's the game, melanated goddess. That's the game.
Oh yeah, she's asking the question, what game am I good at? No, I'm not. I don't play games. There is no game. I don't play any game.
You do play games. You're sleeping with many different women, you're saying. So it has to be a game. You're gassing their head up to,
No, every woman
answer this.
that's with me knows what it is. Like I wouldn't lie to no woman. The first thing I tell any woman is I am an open polygamist. I will never be what you call faithful. So, my advice to you is don't ever put your heart near my penis because it will be crushed, destroyed, burned, eaten, shredded. buried, and you will have tears, and I will drink those tears with my breakfast and not blink an eye.
I think what it is
But I love you.
you have not met the right
Oh
woman
my goodness.
yet.
Do you know? Oh my goodness.
That's what that
See,
is.
no, no, don't even.
Cliche.
That's a weak one, but okay,
Cliche.
okay, you're on your own there, but
Cliche. Cliche. You have not met the right women, the right woman as of yet. Gas them up. Very cliche.
hang
The
yourself
right
higher, Yona.
the right woman.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it is, so you can settle down and be focused and stable and help your community, build families.
I mean, that sounds great. I mean, hey, if it happens, it happens. But I don't know. I don't think that's I don't think that for me. I wouldn't recommend any man to do. I would recommend guys to figure out their own lives and enjoy themselves because I didn't create this
But
system.
that's the same foolishness that's been like wrecking our community. How long is it going to take you, black man, to figure out your fucking life? Excuse my language. Like how long is it going to take you, black woman, to figure out your life? It's time that we stop being so selfish. We really are. And it's crazy that you said that because I was having a discussion with my brother the other day, and I was telling him exactly that. Like, I feel like the older generation has failed us. And I'm talking the generation that came right before the civil rights movement and up until now. A lot of the older generation has failed us. They have not given us the proper tools that we need to self-identify, to self-love. They pass down a lot of trauma to us with that whole cliche that, oh, I'm going to live my life and figure it out. No, your life is not your own. As my dad would say, you're born into this world alone because people are here for you. So your life is not your own. If my son goes out there and do something stupid, he's not only going to shame me, he's going to shame his dad, his grandmother, the family. So when will black men and black women, put on women too, when will you stop the foolishness? Your life is not your own. And I think we need to start doing that to rebuild our community. We don't. We're just gonna keep passing down that trauma to our kids. And it's messed up.
No, listen, no one. I'm not disputing what you're saying. I think you're right, but I'm just saying for me, I can only speak for myself. I'm not personally looking to do that anymore. It just because one, the colonizers have done a very good job as to preventing rebellion, and the rest of our people, the programming is too deep. So sometimes doing nothing is doing something.
No, doing nothing is always doing nothing. And for all the guys in the comments saying there's no such thing as the right woman, well, I guess there is no such thing as the right man then. It's okay. Figure it out then. Go on your way and keep trying to figure it out. You keep coming back to this planet trying to figure it out.
I think that's the definition of hell. I think the definition of hell is being stuck on this planet, right?
Yes, it
I think
is.
that's the definition of hell. So, I'm like I said, I'm a Titan. I'm before the gods. I'm trying to get to where the
One
Titans are.
Hakuzuki thinks that you should repent, and maybe you won't have to suffer so much. But yeah, he
Yeah,
feels
Bwana Hagaziki is on page 73 of the King James Version, but I'm not worried about repenting and not repenting. I don't know anything about these things. Look,
penitence. I'll tell you about repenting. Penitence, the condition of quality of being penitent, regret for wrongdoing, wrong. Sorrow for
so it
having
was wrong for me to make a woman orgasm?
it is wrong for you to make many women orgasm. Having
Well, then I
committed
don't want to be
sin.
right.
This
It's
guy,
okay
I
to make
swear.
one come, but not two or more.
Why? Why is it
Well,
in, you know?
them's the rules, and repentance. So yes, repent today. So
So what are you
yeah,
gonna tell me next? I should give my life to Christ
yeah, and
and
have sorrow for all the
yeah, I'm
sins that
good. I don't like giving my body to a man named Jose, and I don't like being in the dark room, um, or Jesus or whatever his name is. I don't want to be in the
yeah.
dark room eating his body and drinking his blood.
It's
That's some weird.
Jesus.
Yeah, yeah,
Today
Jesus.
was
Jesus, Jose, whatever his name is. Who cares? But I
okay.
don't,
The Haitian fire is here. It's
I don't,
really
I don't, I don't want to give my body to, and then you eat his body and you drink his blood. What type of
it is
BDSM are you guys
symbolic.
into?
It is symbolic. It
So it's
is.
symbolic BDSM and cannibalism?
Mm,
I mean, you
okay.
guys, and then you
Hey,
were talking about me
I'm
and
not
my
going
whole,
there.
man, you guys, Yona, what's going on with these people?
I don't know because I don't participate in any of that.
Shout out to Erzuli, man. Erzuli, can you tell Tan to stop swirling?
Yeah, I don't even know. That's crazy. But
Azuli,
yeah, that's
nobody
crazy.
over here
Damn.
is swallowing. Wait.
Nah, I heard you was down with the
Okay.
sword. Damn.
All right. What?
Nah, I
Okay.
heard.
You know what?
Wait,
Your turn. You
Erzuli, you
can
sent me that
decide.
YouTube video, right? About that Kenyan lady with the white guy. That was her, right?
Yep. Yo, somebody tapped me
Wow.
on the side and said, "Yo, go Tanzan is talking about swirling." I said, "What?"
Wow.
Wait, what video is that? I don't know which one is that.
It's some girl, she looked just like you. And she was with this white guy. Wow. That's crazy.
I don't know what any of you are talking about, but I know that three wrongs is doing wrong, and I'm not for all that swallowing stuff. So I said, just have your cuts and be done with it. If you do that, you're going to die, but you're going to die in peace. You're going to die alone, but you're going to die in
So wait,
peace.
so you'd rather black women, because Yona, because I want to hear what Yona thinks. So Tan's position is black women should die alone rather than swirl. Do you think that's harsh?
Tan is different. She's having a moment. She's having.
Wow.
I
Okay.
think she's having a moment. I'm not for anyone really like dying alone because I live here in New York and I see a lot of, oh my God, a lot of women, particularly in the train station, on the trains. They're homeless. They're alone. They don't have anyone. They don't
I'm
look
not.
very happy. So
I'm not for the homelessness, but if for the alone side, it's because they deserve it. All the black women who are alone, they deserve it
why you
because
say that?
they had forsaken the black man. So I don't want to hear no pity talk about, oh, I'm alone, da 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 da. They chasing big dreams. Your money's your man. Stay with that. Stay with that energy.
Get him, Razuli.
Stay with that
Get him.
energy.
Haitian fire.
That's what I feel.
What
When
what
I was
about
saying,
what
go
about the
ahead.
women who say I'm married to Jesus?
Oh, yeah, then let them stay with Jesus.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Actually, some of those women have really made me my toes curl because the things that they do to Jesus that they do to me, I couldn't believe it. It was phenomenal. Brothers in the chat, some of the best women you will ever experience are the born again Jesus types because
Oh
you don't know
God,
what sins they're running away from. Man,
I can't.
My thing is, I think when black women need to understand that the only way they'll be back on top is unless the black man puts her back there. Until the black man's in shackles, you'll never be. But the black woman has already sold out. She's sold out to her degree, to her stuff. Now she wants to swirl. If she wants to swirl. The thing is, we're not taking you back. You don't come back here after the swirl didn't work out for you. Black men has a lot of things.
swirl, baby,
I believe
swirl. Swirling inferno, swirl, baby, swirl.
So will you give that to the black men who also swirl and come back also, or is that
I'm
fire
not. I'm
just for the women?
to be 100%. I'm not with the swirl. I don't like. I don't think brothers should do that. I don't. Not in this state where we are right now, especially when we are we are in a horrible state as a group of black people. I'm not with that. But I think that until black men and black women get it together, we're still gonna be in this crap that we're going through right now. But I feel that black women are getting a lot of trinkets in this society right now, and they're using it and not looking back.
Azula, I want to ask you a quick
That's
question
true.
because the ladies were here with another gentleman. What is more important for you as a man? Is it love, respect, or loyalty? What's the
Respect,
one thing?
loyalty is more important to me because with loyalty, everything else comes.
So,
You can't love me if you're not loyal to me. You can't respect me if you're not loyal to me. It's
so
loyalty,
you think
respect,
it's loyalty,
loyalty and respect. That's it. Love,
loyalty and
whatever.
respect? Okay, so now let's focus on loyalty and respect. Now, are you do you respect your boss, or are you loyal to your check every 2 weeks,
If do I respect my boss or my
or are you
loyal?
loyal to your check every 2 weeks?
Oh shit, that's crazy. I'm I might be loyal to my to the check, I guess, because I need the
Aha.
check.
So, which one is more important for you? Is it loyalty or respect? Because anybody can dangle a carrot in front of you and you'll be loyal to them.
That's not a fair
No,
assessment though, gas
but
them up. It's
yes, you
not.
can't say. I understand what you're saying, but this is what I'm saying. If a woman is loyal to me, I think respect comes with it. Because if you're loyal to me,
Exactly.
you're not gonna disrespect me.
But the respect should come first,
So you said the respect should come first, and then the
in my
loyalty.
opinion. Yeah,
Okay,
you could, because if you got, look, people can be
yeah, go
loyal
ahead.
to something that they don't respect. You're loyal to your job, you show up there, hopefully we
Oh,
show
I
up
see
on
what you mean.
time.
I
You
see
get what I'm
what you
saying?
mean.
We show up on time, hopefully, but we loyal to the job because we need the check. It don't mean we respect the job.
Oh,
But on every level,
oh,
though, on every level, respect is the utmost on every level. And it should come first because someone like me, I don't particularly like human beings, but I respect them. And as another human being to another, I'm going to respect you. Doesn't mean that I'm loyal to you. So that assessment is kind of not fair, gas. Like, but I
No,
understand what
but
you're
we're saying from a man's perspective, again, look,
so I'm gonna,
what, go ahead.
guys, I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna agree. It's respect or loyalty. So the way you put it, I might, I feel that if well, I'm operating in my mind. If I'm loyal to somebody, I'm gonna respect you. So, but you just put something. So my thing, all right, yeah. So would I work
Because
for this? The thing.
which one out of
Hold on.
both of them, what can you control
What could I control out of
out of the two of
what?
them? You can't control loyalty. Because what you gonna do? You gonna put your hand in front of the hole, baby? Please don't cheat. You can't stop her. You gonna put your hand in front of it.
No,
You hear what I'm saying?
Cat,
Why he about to
but cat,
drop 15 pounds of pressure in between her legs? You can't stop her, but you
but
can
listen,
control
but
the
listen,
respect.
but listen. Okay, oh, you could mean that you're not gonna tolerate any if she disrespects you, you gone. That's what you mean.
Aha, that's my point. You can't control the loyalty. The loyalty is up to her. The respect you could control. But you
What I'm
see,
gonna
we've
agree
been
with you is
conditioned
that.
by our women to
Hmm.
believe bullshit because they manipulate us. Oh, I'm loyal to you. I'm loyal to you. I'm loyal to you. Loyalty is for them, big piece of chicken, and maybe you get sex every 6 months if you're good and he act right
but
and
on
he
the other
repents.
hand,
You see the way Tan and Yona, oh, good, I haven't found a good woman. You got to repent, blah, blah, blah. Then they condition us for loyalty. So they say, you see, I walked through a whole field of dicks and I didn't even blink. I came straight to you. Like, get out of here, man. Who you telling that to? You hear what I'm saying? Every guy sit there and believe it. Because think about it, it was really, like
Hmm.
one time my little brother called me and I guess he had a little heartbreak and I said, oh, what happened? He said, this, that. I said, oh, so you believed it. Oh, let me guess. She called you Big Daddy. She said you was the best. Said she can't walk no more. She started shaking her leg. You believe that bullshit? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't fall for it, bro. It's all mind games. But
that's
what you
not
can control is
true.
the
He
respect.
probably
Get,
was
get,
the best. Come on
get.
now.
Stop. See, gas him up. You see what you said right now? Once men start understand this, all the heartaches will go away. It's just your turn sometimes. Just relax, bro. And it sounds harsh, especially I'm just talking about in this society now. Like, but I understand what you're saying, guys. Then I might just say maybe it's respect is first. Love, that I'm not looking for that. Respect to me is the most, I guess.
Because I'm not saying you gotta agree. I'm just saying because that's the one thing I feel you could control. Yeah, because loyalty, you can't control her loyalty. She she could wake up tomorrow. Listen, I sent Tan a video today of a woman who was calling the police on the, I believe, husband or baby father, saying he has a gun, which he didn't. She maced him, and she was out there on the 911 call crying, "Come and help me. He's following me. I think he has a gun." And she was the one who was attacking him and had maced him. And of course, when the police hear that, they're gonna come ready to shoot somebody. So my point is that in her head, she'll tell him, "But at least I'm loyal to you. I come home to you. Yeah, you come home and you treat me like shit. Like you can be loyal to me and treat me like dirt." And that's why I said, like with our jobs, we're loyal to our jobs because we get the check every 2 weeks, but we don't necessarily respect our jobs. You just do it because we need to pay the rent. But when you respect something, you can control that.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to give you a pushback. Going to the job thing, right? That's not that's a false loyalty. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I have to pay the bill, I have to pay this, but sometimes push comes to shove, like you said, I don't respect it. Do you get what I'm saying? The loyalty I'm talking about is somebody that, you know what?
But this is saying there's no woman on earth that's really loyal to you because you ain't raised her.
But Gas, on the other hand, also you have to look at it from devil's advocate, because it's like you're saying like with loyalty, it's not guaranteed, but with respect, it's the same thing too. You might feel like she respects you, but she really don't.
Nah, respect is guaranteed because you can force it. Respect comes from admiration or fear. If she think that you might push her head through the wall, which again, because when I say these things, people, I've never put my hands on any woman, but with fear, people gonna respect it. That's why you don't see people, or that's why walking down the street in Brooklyn, you don't see nobody just walk into the Crip territory or the mafia territory and do anything because you fear that them boys gonna do something to you. They don't need your loyalty.
Can be said for loyal also. You can put fear into someone to be loyal to you also.
But that ain't gonna last long. And we're talking about women.
No. You're not. Loyalty, it actually comes from this feeling of gratitude, or how do you say it? It's more of a soft feeling, like you're in control of that situation. You're loyal to your country because you feel like your country owes you something, or you owe your country something. Ask not what your country can do. That is a reciprocal, arrangement where you're equal. But respect, you have to sometimes, step down in order for somebody to, to get up. For example, when you respect your boss, even if you disagree with him, you have to let him decide how the company is going to be run or what time you're going to be there. But loyalty, you can be loyal to somebody and you can still feel that, I'll negotiate with him and something like that. So that's different. And then also with loyalty as well, Black women are loyal. I can say that, Black women are loyal. Hold on, Nezuli. Stop lying. No, I'm not lying. They are loyal. What they're not is respectful. By their loyalty, and even when we're talking about with Yona, how Black women they don't like to see Black men with white women, it's because that's also a form of loyalty. We feel that Black men are ours and they should only be with us. They should be loyal to us.
And as a Black man, that's why I've been trying to tell you, as a Black man, me personally, I don't need it. Who cares about your loyalty? It's the respect. Keep your loyalty and get that to somebody else.
I get it.
What I would want is respect. You don't respect me, then that's fine. But you can't be around me. But most Black men don't take that approach. Their approach is because we're raised by our mamas. So our mamas teach us, nonsense. Because we're not our father's sons. We're our mama's boys. And we never, think about that. If you think about most men, right? They are the product of their mother, not the product of their father.
I agree.
I'm gonna go further. I'm gonna say that most men are a product of the system of the program that the men in control created. If you understand what I'm saying.
Of course.
Since she impregnated our woman with what he wants us to be, she's gonna carry that out, and she gives it to her son. Are we on the same path to here?
No, of course. I mean, think about the rap music, right? You know, who's signing these rappers? Who's putting money in their pockets? Kill a dude, kill a nigga, shoot a nigga, booty, booty, twerk, twerk, booty. This is what, you know. This is what our children are consuming.
And guys, I'm gonna say this: the black woman is not gonna help us get back on top, because she knows if the black man is on top when he's righteous and moral, she has to be righteous and moral. And I don't think these women nowadays want to do that.
That's why I said, when they keep running on here talking this nonsense of, oh, when the black man builds this heaven on earth, everybody gonna follow. Listen, you gonna build it, nobody's gonna come to your shore. Think about the guy who got killed. You only think about that. He's a rapper, right? He's worth way more money than I've ever seen, right? And he still wants to shoot dice in Houston with ghetto dudes and street niggas. May he rest in peace. Why? Why do you have to keep it real? When they got casinos in Houston that he could have went to, I'm assuming, right? And gambled his money safely and came home and been sleeping with his 2 wives.
Yes, I got you going better.
You know why, Razuli?
Go ahead.
Because when you're used to dysfunction, you're never gonna go to something that will straighten you out. You're gonna avoid it like the plague.
Facts. So there's this white woman on the internet. Well, who's Cardi B's husband? What's Cardi B's husband's name? I forgot his name. But
Offset
put a picture where he's holding a gun or something, and they're promoting his new video that's about, and he's talking about, I'm gonna shoot you. This, the white woman said, wow, your brother or your cousin just passed, and you still promoting that? Cardi B went on a rampage to attack the white lady for saying that. And this goes back to what you just said. Gasdemup.
Because she's loyal.
Just died. Your husband is promoting music about drugs and killing a month after. So this white girl is saying, "This is what we're doing," and then Cardi B, who's supposed to be the black woman technically, is yelling, talking about, "Oh, shut your mouth, mind your business." Meanwhile, so how do you explain that, Tan?
Because she's loyal. Think about that, Razuli. She's very loyal to her man's dysfunction. But she don't got no respect for him, because at least, right, and that's why I shouted out Yona today, when she saw the 2 black men acting unruly, she was able to politely, as a woman should, say, yo, you know, that y'all should act like men. Don't do that in front of us so we can see it. Cardi B ain't got no respect for her man. Because the woman would, look, listen, do you think it's a coincidence if the women of, how do you think the women, right, of, let's say, the Hasidic community, if there was a Hasidic rap group talking about kill their own people, had their girls twerking, what do you think the women of that community would say? You think they'd say, yeah, empowered, living free, only God can judge me, we just want to have some fun? Do you think the women would say that?
No, they wouldn't. But not to push, this is my biggest thing though. At the end of the day, I think maybe me and Gas are going to disagree. Gas. But if we get it together, right? Are they going to get it? Are they going to mirror us? Are they mirroring us right now? Because if we
listen, you can get whatever.
Let's listen to a certain degree. Let's use the rap, for example. When we was calling women, not we, but those rappers was calling bees and all of that, we started that, right? Now they took it to another level. Now they're doing it themselves, and they claim it's women empowerment. So are they mirroring us? to an
No,
extent.
because black men have never had any type of authority in that. Okay, put it like this. Do you think it's a coincidence, right? Other than Jamaica, um, which again I think was created. The Caribbean has some gangster parts, right? But I've never heard Haitian music, even though there's some dirty. We all have examples of like adult themed music, but you don't hear Haitian music celebrating murder, right? Like,
I'm
Caribbean
gonna
music typically doesn't celebrate murder.
yeah.
African music doesn't typically celebrate murder. So it's not a coincidence that in this country, the music that's promoted and the labels that are who owns those labels, they don't look like us, and they're promoting a certain image and standard. So black men in this country have never controlled anything. So I think you're right. Yeah, if the black men have control, but they ain't gonna be able to get it. Not in this country. This country, you're a lion in the zoo in this country, to me.
No, I would say that I'm just referring to Haitian music. Haitian music didn't get violence until it came in contact with hip hop. If you understand what I'm saying. Like when I was younger, and then up to like it was love songs and some sexual songs that whatever, but it's the when the rap is infiltrating the Haitian music now they do talk about the gunplay and all of that stuff.
Of course, now you got they have Ghanaian and Nigerian trap,
Yeah, just like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that, things like that.
but
Now
but
it has
because
infiltrated.
everybody wants to copy the who the media tells us is the freest, most successful people to copy, but they don't show you the other side of the equation. So for me, again, maybe I could be wrong, but I don't believe that if you built it, that the women are just going to avoid it. I'm in the education field, right? Like,
But gas,
you know how many mothers I've tried to like, yo, your child could be doing A, B, and C. They just look at me like, who the hell are you to talk to me?
because you're not the gas. I realized that I read this book, man. The seven hermetic principles, bro. The gender principle is like everybody has a feminine, has a masculine. The feminine role is to be impressed upon. Most of our women are impressed upon by the master programmer of the society. It's gonna be difficult to deprogram them. If anybody has any of you girls have heard of this book, the seven hermetic principles, the
Yes.
principle of gender, it says women are to be a women have both. Women have masculine and feminine energy, but they mostly operate in their feminine energy. So that's why they say teach a man, teach an individual, teach a woman, teach a whole village. But who's teaching that woman to teach the village? It's usually a man.
In
But
the
when I
West, yes. In you see, but this is what I'm trying to say. Like, that's how Europeans have it set up. Yes, but in Africa, we've never taught our women. The women had their areas and the men had their areas.
yeah, but gas, who taught the children?
The women.
That's what I'm saying. Because we had a master program that we implemented that we didn't have to go to every women to teach it. It was the society rule. If you understand what I'm saying.
No, agreed.
But our women today, they're not listening to us because they are already programmed by a program.
No, of course, I agree with you. You're right. But here's the thing: the the for me, the women who are not programmed have to speak out against it.
And that's
But
but the thing is,
it's easier for them to keep silent,
that's the
right?
problem. A lot of the women who are not programmed, they have a code with women. They don't want to hold their own women accountable.
Oh,
That's what.
10 knows all about that. 10 and Yona know all about that code of silence amongst women.
Yo.
Very much so.
They know about that code of
When,
silence.
so what do you do when do you hold your female friends accountable when they do something retarded?
Yeah, of course. There are a lot of them. I don't. Well, first of all, I
You
don't
then
have.
you don't have no. You have like, I was about to say you have one female friend probably. You don't have a lot.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of friends. I don't call them friends. They're my family, and it's less than a handful. But because I tell them the truth, and it's ironic because a lot of them now, when I see them, they're like, oh my God, you were so right, and so that's why I say it's like, you have to keep saying the same things on like repeat over and over again because they're some of them they're starting to see and to realize you know that they burned a lot of bridges, and unfortunately it's not going to be rebuilt, so they just got to move on and try something new. But yeah, I call them out 100%.
Yeah, I don't think you have. If you do that, then you probably don't have that many friends. Because one thing women don't like is being held accountable for
No,
nothing.
I called them out 15%.
But you see that 10. You part of the
Yes.
problem.
Oh, yes.
15%.
Here
That's
it comes.
nothing. That's 15 women out of 100. What?
Look, I only know like five or maybe three.
But
So that's
Ozuli, do you now see why I say they should swirl? Don't come around us with the dysfunction. Go back to the very programmer who programmed you. That's why I encourage it.
I like
Mm.
that.
I
Go back
encourage
to
it
the
because go
programmer.
back to the, don't come, nah, stay over there. Go with him. It
I'm gonna
actually
use
helps us
that
out
one.
because those biracial kids end up, coming to our side, and then they're so disadvantaged that they want to prove that they're blackity black. So I don't know why we don't encourage swirling more from the women.
Yo, guys, did you see? Did you
One
see?
Haguzeki is just attacking me all the way to today. One Haguzeki, you're just mad you lost to I Can Fire. So I'm kidding.
Mm. Oh, man,
Fight, Walter.
she threw that low
Did you?
blow.
Did you? Speaking of that, did you guys hear the young lady whose father was white, and then she was at her eulogy, and she totally destroyed her father?
Did you miss the last Shoot the Breeze, Azuli?
Yeah, he wasn't there.
No, I
Oh,
wasn't there, but
that's why. We
no,
did all that.
but that what was the whole consensus of that? Because I don't know, I disagree with the young lady.
Why do
Like,
you disagree with her?
why? At the end of the day, race or not, that's your father. Your
Oh my
father.
goodness. Thank you. Join
Hold
the
on.
African
No,
choir.
no, no, no. I'm saying at the end of the day, your father, she's in the her father pays $54,000 for her to go to school every year. So for you to come here and do that at the eulogy, I think that was totally disrespectful. And if I was your brother, your sister, I might have punched her in the face right in front of everybody.
Yeah,
Like,
that's true.
like for a liberal, because you want to be a liberal. You are the person. Your dad, your dad married your mother, who was a black woman. If we're gonna say her father was racist, her father married your mother, gave your mother two kids, and probably your mother set for the rest of her life. You set for the rest of your life. And the way she was carrying on, and that's why I agree with gas him up. Yo, you create they the union of a lot of interracial marriage create local people who are trying to, especially trying to fit in. And I'm no, you're not, Shorty. Shorty, you that was totally disrespectful. It's just because Gasdemup brought it back. I was like, what?
Yeah,
Your
she was
father?
she was out
Do
of
you see what happens? You send them back to the programmer, and the programmer is sent to the burial ground with curses. So that's what I swirl, man. If you have a problem with black men, go swirl. That's what I say.
My thing is, I feel that black men need to get to be. We need to be like Burkina Faso. That's what we need to be. That exact meaning. And if they don't follow, which probably they won't, because they are they are blinded by materialistic and paper accolades, then we leave them where they at. That's how I feel. But I really feel that we need to get it together. We need to be
But Ozulu, we already have it together. I mean, when you guys
No,
say
me
get
and you
together,
have it.
what don't black men? No, no, I'm not talking about me and you. I'm saying black men in general. What is it that we don't have?
No, I'm talking about the
The larger
the
collective. What is it that black people, particularly black men, what are we missing? Can you guys tell me?
A family, stability,
Yeah,
security.
go to Africa and the Caribbean. There's a lot of families. What are we talking about?
I'm talking about in America.
I mean, again, that's because of government policy.
No, it's not.
It's not. Are you sure?
It's a part of it, but as I said before earlier, accountability. The men, the government gave the women the bait. The women took it, but the men also said, "See you later, deuces." So
because
Did they?
yeah, no, can I say something? This is men. When sometimes when men, we don't want the headache, bro. Like, I'm gonna say this. If if this whole thing could have worked, could have backfired against them. Because just like the lioness goes and get the hunt and brings it back to the man. This could have backfired on them, but it worked perfectly the same way they wanted it to work because black women had a grudge against black men from the beginning. Until we find out what
I
that
agree.
grudge is, that grudge that black women had that's inside of them. Maybe they're mad. Maybe if you're mad at us for not setting you free, for not fighting, a lot of us did fight. I don't know what happened. Say it. What are you guys masking against us?
Azuli, they're not mad at us. They're mad at themselves.
But what? I don't.
I
You know
agree.
why?
Go ahead. I'm
Because
listening.
they're mad they were not in the arms of the person in power.
Oh,
I don't think that that's it, but
guess what?
that's not it, Gas. I think black
Why are
women
we
are.
mad again? We're mad
I
at what now?
You guys are mad that you're not in the arms of the man in power.
No, 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 no.
Azuli, listen, they have ever
No,
since the
let me
days
tell
of
you why
George
we're mad.
Washington.
Let
Let me
me
tell
tell
you,
you
look,
why
think
we're
about
mad.
Thomas Jefferson. Remember
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Jefferson, his mistress? She was like, "You won't
Yep.
free me, and you took my nasty, doughy white sister over me." That's why they've been mad. It ain't got nothing to
Nope,
do with us, man.
nope,
We didn't do
nope,
nothing
nope,
wrong to
nope.
these people.
No. Let me tell you
Master
why
just
we're
didn't
mad.
put them in the house with them.
Let me tell you why we're mad.
Hold
We're
up,
mad
Tanya.
that it is not our men who are in power. We are mad that it is these white bitches who have, to go strolling and telling us what to do because their men are in power. That's why we are mad. We don't want their men. We want our men to be in power and our
So what
men
are
to
you?
be.
So what are you doing to help that cause?
We were just talking about why we're mad. I haven't said, what are you doing? What are you doing?
No, Tan. I believe black women in America are mad because they're not in power. Forget the men. They're mad because they
You
are
think
not
so?
in power. Yes, 100%.
So you see,
100%.
Razuli, do you see why you should let them swell? You can't fix this. You can't help these people. Let them go, man. Look, Razuli, listen.
I'm sorry, Gas, but
Look at
if you look at how black women operate here, they move, they're just different, besides them acting masculine and rigid and just raw at the at the movie theater when you employ them, at the DMV, at social services. They're crazy. They just have this thing about them where it's almost like they want that power. They desire it so bad. That's why they treat people the way they do. But that's neither near or there. I think that it's power. Black women wants power. They want power over their men, their children, other women, just in society, period.
But you
And
have power over the children. You have power over the men.
no,
You're more
we don't have
over
power
us.
over our kids. No, we don't.
You don't have
We
power over your kids.
Black
No,
women
they
in
don't.
America do not have power over their children. Trust me when I tell you that. No, they
Azuli, all you need to do, Azuli, is
no,
get
they
your
don't.
passport, save your money, work hard. There is so much fine
Yes,
vagina
stop
all
it.
around the Caribbean, all across Africa. Man, Azuli, I was looking at some of those dark Indian women from India and all those places. Man, they got some beautiful women over there. Just enjoy the world, bro. Don't sit
Listen,
there
don't,
and
don't follow gas. You still have to live in America. This is still where the
no, you
land
don't.
really
Listen,
is.
Azuli, listen. Do
Don't
not fall for
Don't
that.
listen.
believe
He's
his lies.
African.
Do not believe his lies.
You see, Azuli, you notice when I tell men to give up the race and let the women have it, right? They're like, no, 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 don't give up. So they rather me say that they're. There's a guy. Shout out to him. He's a cool dude, but he sent Police Academy. He comes on. He calls black women hyenas. He says that they wear rugs on their heads. He says that their vaginas stink, and the only thing they know how to do is shake their stinking ass. Right? They love this guy. They are happy. But when Gasdemup says, bow out of the race, enjoy your life, have some kids, take care of your kids, and just have fun. That is more dangerous to them than me calling them a rug wearing hyena. Think about that, Razuli. Why is that more dangerous to them? Why are they so emphatic on don't listen to gas, don't listen to gas? Think about that.
Because what they want to be, they want to be needed. I don't know. When you do that, that means they don't have control over us no more. That little control that we can't put a tag on.
Aha. That
That's
is
what it
every
is.
black man's goal. No woman should be in control of you. So you heard Yona. Yona's a sweet woman, right? But you heard, shit, you just haven't met the right one. And I've heard this talk since I was a baby. It's like, yeah,
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 they all
sure.
see that. They
Exactly,
all
because
see
what it is this wild stallion is not tamed. And every woman's goal, whether she's black, white, brown, German, Russian, Italian, they want your testicles in a bag. And when your testicles are swinging, they fear it. They don't like it. That's why I always say they like lion cubs. They don't like lions because lions pee and you smell their musk. And so what I encourage black men is pee and spread your musk. That's what masculinity is. We don't need to be killing ourselves, competing, or playing the game and dominating. Look, man, as long as I respect you as a man, you live your life, I live my life. I don't touch your women, you don't touch mine. I don't have to disrespect you. I can talk to you with my words. Hey, I don't appreciate that. You can talk to me. We can talk like human beings. And if we don't agree, we can stay away from each other. Like men, that's masculinity. Masculinity is actually men cooperating. Because when we go on a hunt before, in the old days when we had to go on a hunt, you might have been the faster runner, but I know how to track the animal. Bwana Hagaziki knows how to skin the animal. So we got to go on this together. And we got to work together. And that's masculinity. It ain't, yo, I got all these women, or like some men on YouTube, Razuli, when they get on, they always have to peacock. Oh, the women love me. Look at me. I'm a high value man. I'm this, I'm that. Yeah, women. And women love to hear this because what it effectively is showing them is that you still need me for your emotional validation. Your psyche, you still need me to make up your psyche. And for me, part of being a man is removing that because our mothers put that in us. When we're young, what's the first thing you do when you come back from third grade? That little crappy drawing you did. You say, Mama, I made this. I drew it. It looks just like you. And you drew a circle and eyes, and your mother's like, does this child think I'm this fat? What is wrong with him? But she doesn't tell you that. She smiles. She says, oh, this is so beautiful. I'm going to put it on the wall. I'm going to show grandma. And you're so happy. He's like, Grandma, look at this garbage I drew of mommy. And your grandma says, oh, beautiful. Come here. She kisses your cheek. And then in their mind, they're like, this child is retarded. They won't tell you that. But they're happy because at that stage of your life, your psyche is made up of still them and their validation. And most men never break free of that hold. They never get to a point where they don't need a woman's validation of themselves.
Well, that's because every gender needs the other, yes. The woman needs the validation from the men also. That's why you see so many women out here in the summertime half naked. They want that attention. So it's like it's both sides. It's not just
But
the
Yana, they
woman.
don't want the attention to make the. They want the attention to their advantage to get the drink out of a nigga to
I,
get
I
this out
get
of a nigga.
I get
It's
it,
not.
but it's still seeking validation. It's
So,
the
so
same.
Zuli, look at what Kato just wrote. So you guys look, Kato, shout out to Kato. He says, I need a black woman. She drives me nuts, but I need her, bro. So basically, he's equated a black woman to O2.
To
She's his
oxygen.
oxygen. Exactly. Because if you cut off his
Yo,
oxygen supply, he might die.
I'm gonna say something that's very detrimental. We don't need women. Men don't need women
You
unless
don't,
you want to
but
reproduce. Unless you want to reproduce.
I
yes,
bet.
but here's the thing. When you say that, what they'll do is they'll try to say, "Oh, you must be gay," and it's like, nah, it has
That's
nothing
what.
to do about gay or none of
That's
that.
exactly
But
what they're
this
gonna
is
say.
the point, of course, because that's how they
Why do
control you.
men say that though, that you don't need women? Can you elaborate on that?
Because need is something that I can't exist without.
Well, you need us. There
No,
without
I
the X,
want you. I don't need
no,
you.
without the X chromosome, there is no XY chromosome. So you need us.
You know, technically, Yana, I have the XY. I'm the one that sent that. You
Right,
just
that's what
XX.
I'm saying. Without the X chromosome, without the woman, there would not be no
But this
man.
is what I say, Yana. I'm just saying in this society, like this society is very sick. And I'm saying this that and it's not that I don't want a woman, it's not that I love women. But in order for my peace of mind, I could live without a woman and I'll be okay.
You can try that. We'll see how far
I'm,
you go.
Well, listen,
see
look.
what you saying
I'll
that
say
because
this.
you want
I'll say
Wow,
this
that
with you.
almost sounded like a threat, Yona.
Well, she's confident. No, listen. You know why she says that? Because she's confident, right? Look, listen. She's so confident, and she's right. Most men can't survive without a woman, and I don't think there's anything wrong in having a woman. The point is that I think every man should be at his point in when you be masculinity, when you hit that, you should be fine if the woman walks away tomorrow, knowing that you'll get another one to replace her and that it's okay. You know, because you have greater purposes. You're trying to build. Now a man can get into the idea of so-called building or just
Yana.
enjoying your life, right? Whatever it is. But I'm just sick and tired of men telling themselves that yeah, she's crazy. She drives me nuts. She stabs me. She pours hot water on me,
No, that's
and but I still
toxic.
love her. No, but this
No,
is what I'm saying. Our mothers are toxic. Azuli, how many ass whippers did you get from your mother?
A lot?
But you love her. You kill me. You kill the whole world for her, right?
No. Depends on what
I'm
happens.
just saying. But I'm just saying. No, I know. But I'm just saying. We love our
Yeah. Most
mothers, right?
people, most of us
Most
do.
people. But
Most
our
people.
mothers are toxic. They beat the shit out of us, but we love them regardless, right?
Yeah.
That's toxic. Where do you think we learned this from? Where do you
not
think we
all
learned to
mothers
get
are
our asses
toxic.
beat? And
No, not
we
all
get our asses
mothers.
beat. And even if they don't beat us, they withhold love. They do all kind of psychological things. They're very
But the
good
but
at
the
this
thing
stuff.
is, but this is the thing. That's what I'm trying to say is that the woman is to be impressed upon. The woman we have to date, we have to. That's why the people be like, yo, you should if you get her early. This is why most men don't want to date a woman, or older woman, because they're already impressed upon. You can't deprogram that. At a certain age, a woman or a man, you can't deprogram it. It has to take real hard work of the person if they want to do it themselves. So I'm saying is that all the thing our mother doing this, our sisters doing it, they were impressed upon by the master programmer. So at the end of the day, we are always going to be at war with him because the master programmer don't want us to program our own
Well,
women.
I'll put it like
So
this.
how are
I'll
we
put it
going to
like this.
change that? So
The
how are we
only
going to
thing you
change
can
that?
do, The only thing I think we can do is, that's why I said it's respect. Respect is the number one thing. And more importantly, you have to structure yourself, in my opinion, to the point. Okay, it's like, you think of the most ghetto ratchet woman you know, right, Ozuli?
Yes.
She can have a nasty attitude, but when she gets to that job, what does she do when she gets to that job? She puts on the front, right? You look at her like, yo, Starmasia, I know this ain't you. I know you a ghetto
Not
ratchet chick.
always. Not
Not
always.
always, but they don't last long. They get fired quickly, right? But the ones who able to stay on the job long enough, they put on the front. And the reason why is because that job lets them know, I don't care how you were programmed. There's certain things that I'm not gonna tolerate, and you have to fix that before you walk into this building.
So how come they
You
don't
get
fix
that,
that for us?
Ozuni?
Yes. How
Because
come for us?
because we are not building ourselves up to that level where when they come around us, what we'll tolerate and not tolerate. So like I was on the show with Tam one time and Jose, shout out to him, and we were having a conversation. And this one woman called and she was like, my feelings were hurt. You need to apologize. I said, well, go ask your husband. I didn't do anything to you. And she got off the phone, you know. Are you crazy? Who the hell are you to come in here and tell me to apologize to you? I don't know you. If you didn't like what I said, then
Gas.
turn the station. So what I'm saying is that I don't think we can fix anybody, but we can build ourselves strong enough to the point that when they come around us, you either have to abide by our rules or you bounce.
I agree with that. I 100%
Because
agree.
really think about it. It's easy for us to come online and say the black women don't listen and high value men and this. You and I know there's pookies that get more coochie than all the high value men put together.
Right.
There's a dude with no job. He got 3 baby mothers and they are dying for him. Some are lawyers, some are doctors, and they shut up with this. You come in there and smack them upside the head, they listen to him. But the high value dude, he worked 15 jobs. He dropped dead at 43. Puerto Rican yoga instructor fucker when he's done. You know what I'm saying? And he don't get no respect. So it's not, it's how you structure yourself. Because like you said, I can't change the programming, but I can be set up in such a way that if this program comes around you, they have no choice or they have to avoid you. And the real question is, do you want to be around every woman that anyway? Like, wouldn't it be easier in your life if you were around women who respected you as opposed to meeting women who didn't respect you and trying to fix them?
Yes, I agree with you 100%. But this is what I'm saying, Gas. That program is not only in America; it has ventured into the Caribbean. It has ventured into the motherland. It's like you remember when Eddie Murphy said, "Oh, I gotta go to Africa to get a girl," and then as soon as she's come here, she talk about Eddie. I need a half. So it's.
But why did he bring her here? You see what I'm saying? This is my problem. You met her in Africa, she should die in Africa. Why are you bringing her here?
And yo, Gas, did you see Coming to America?
Yeah.
Did you see how? Look at the programming that they did to the women in the Coming to America. The lady, and ladies comment on that too. The lady that his father chose for him, right, was willing
that
to
was the
do
best lady.
But do you see how they switched it? And this is how women don't understand the game that they just played on them. That movie alone, everybody say that's the greatest movie of all time, but that movie played a major role on turning black women into that. Oh, I don't need to listen to them. I need to be my own boss.
Of course.
Because if you notice, the girl that was probably good for him was ridiculed, and to this day, they made a joke of her. She told her and this is the disrespect.
They told her to hop on one foot and bark like a dog,
and that's
and make
her
sound
bitch
like a monkey.
right there.
Of course.
You see, they called
the submissive African woman is no good.
A bitch.
Thank you.
To this day, everybody said this is one of the greatest movies of all time.
I
that
saw
movie
that
right
too.
there.
That was very
That movie right
powerful.
there destroyed. So now, even if your young sister out of high school was watching that, even if she I gotta make. Even if
Azula, I think Juana's beefing with you.
No,
look what he wrote.
So
he says, Is this a bromance? When has Azuli agreed 100% with anyone? He's beefing with you.
Yeah,
Oh
earlier
my.
he said, "Oh, Ezuli is so gentle." Yes, use the word gentle. He's so gentle on Gasdemup and tries
That is
to.
that is. Well, I'm gentle on Gasman because we are agreeing. When we're not agreeing, I don't have to be gentle. What? What is he talking about?
Just for the record, men are not gentle on me in any capacity. Just putting it out there.
This guy, I swear.
But I'm saying in that movie, like I don't think people got it. When I watched that movie, I said,
No, they
"Wow."
got it, but that's why the film was a success because it spoke to the idea that women you could see, right? And that movie came out in what, 88, I believe?
88.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
88.
so it spoke to what the women at the time were looking to hear, which is that, they're independent, they're smart, they're wise, and they want a man to respect
But
their
again,
opinions.
but get this, guys. Now I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do a little pushback. Who wrote that movie? A man.
Of course.
Let's do. Let's
A
fast
white
forward
man.
20 years from now. Let's fast forward 20 years from now. What was that guy? The singer that made that song that blew up. I want a woman who pays for her own. What was Neo?
Yeah,
Yeah, Neo.
that's Neo.
Miss
Uh-huh.
Independent. The same thing that when the black woman says she don't need you, now we saying, oh, black women. But who wrote that song? But better question, who told Neo to write that song and program the sisters with it?
Well, I mean,
That's what
Neo's
programmers not
interesting,
playing.
Yeah, of course. But again, that's what I'm saying. We have to be 10 steps ahead. Like the sister said, there's a bunch of lonely women. If you know how to structure your stuff right, you can have three lonely women in three different neighborhoods and go visit each of them. You know, why
I don't
why
think
cry
that's
when you have
gonna
lemons when you can make lemonade?
I don't think that's gonna work because at the end of the day, a woman wants a man to be in the home where she can control, whether
You
subconsciously
hear,
or consciously.
you hear what you just said? You said control. You
Yeah,
hear what
subconsciously or unconscious. It's
you
the
hear what you
truth.
just said?
It's
But
the truth.
you just said. But this is the
whether
what?
whether we allow you to think you're in control or we're in control
You see the
You
silently.
hear
disrespect.
that,
You see the
Azuli?
disrespect. You see the disrespect, guys. And this
I'm
is
listen, it's not disrespect, it's
yes, it
just
is. You just said. I
it's
found
what it
nothing
is.
more.
That's how us women
That's how they operate, Azuli.
yeah,
They
that's
want
Oh
our
my! You see
control.
nature.
what you just said?
That's how they
They,
think, Azuli.
That's how we think. It's
Yona.
I'm
I found
giving
it.
you the keys to
She's
You're not
giving you the
giving me the
game,
game.
Azuli.
You're not
Azuli,
giving me the
she's giving
game.
Azuli. Listen, wait, hold on. She's giving you the game. She's telling you how women operate. Try to absorb it.
No,
She's
no, no, no,
basically
guys.
telling you,
You're not giving
Azuli.
me the game. She's pushing. What she's doing is. I heard what you're saying. So she just said, "I'm control." That means she wants to control me. And then she just said something that just pissed me off. She said, "We gave you the illusion that you're in control." The
But she
disrespect.
is. But Azuli, that's the point. That's what their whole game is. See, look, you guys send me an email. I gotta send you the book by Chinweizu. You're a Pan Africanist, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta read the book by the best Pan Africanist called The Anatomy of Female Power. Men think they're in control. They're not. They're manipulated by women.
exactly.
No, 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 no. Guys, we're not manipulated by women. We're manipulated by lust. Once you get,
Whatever you want to call
once
it.
you, no,
Whatever
no,
you
hold
want to
on, hold
call
on.
it.
Once you get dick discipline, that shit don't work on you. When a man has dick discipline, that shit that you're not talking about don't work on nobody who has dick discipline. Like, gas, you when we had that conversation, you said, "Oh, just because she has a fat ass, hey, don't go for that. That's what gets us in trouble." Once once an IG woman knows she can't get a man to do whatever she wants for her body, she loses because most of women have nothing to offer but body.
But
Yona, are you laughing at this guy right now? Are you
let me
smiling
Uh-oh.
gently?
let me
Uh-oh. Zuli, these women,
You're so
y'all women, what
slow,
are y'all
guys.
saying? What are y'all saying?
Oh, look
You're
at
so
him. Just
slow.
actually
It's
believe what
okay.
he's saying. So
It's
nice.
okay. It's okay.
Oh,
Damn,
really?
Zuli. You see what I'm
I don't, I
saying,
don't, I
Zuli?
don't, I don't even know. I don't even know what happened just now. I
You
don't
guys
really
You
know.
don't, because
It's
they're
okay.
playing 3D chess on you right now, Azuli.
It's okay.
It's
They
okay.
can't
Come
play.
around.
They can't play 2D chess with me, Gasdemup, because I agree with what you just said. I agree with you.
They're basically saying that there's no such thing as dick discipline unless you're a monk or you're gay, and I agree with that.
Then I'm gay. Then. What?
Okay, you're on your own on that one.
How do you say
This
there's no
is
such
such
thing
a
as dick
great
discipline?
conversation. I like
Are,
this.
are
This
you
is
saying
really
there's no
cool.
hold on, you saying there's no such thing as having sexual discipline? Is that what you're saying?
Listen, it's all an illusion. Okay.
Oh my God. See, stop
The
talking like that,
school
Yona.
does not
Yona, are you flirting
exist.
with me?
There
Stop
is
talking
no
sweet like
school.
that.
Yo, Koku is hilarious. Look at what he put in the chat. Yo, Koku, that was a good one. Very good.
Badly.
That was good. I like that one. That was hilarious. But listen, no, I don't think to a large degree that there's any such thing as discipline. I just think you just have to understand that every woman's goal is to control you.
No, that's
And I'll be honest, I don't think
it's not it's
I don't think they get it from physical. I think the physical game is like that's the end stage. It's like
gas. It's
their
not
game is emotional. You see, like
gas.
a woman wants to control you emotionally. So what they do is right, like they'll do things like they'll say little words just to check your temperature. So like for example, like shout out to Marcus Garvey is the way. Whenever she wants to debate with me, right, and I'm coming at women and saying they control, the next thing she'll just throw out the air like, so yeah, the LGBTQ. What do you think about that, guys? Now she's doing that because she thinks I'm gonna react like, no, I'm not gay. I don't care. You know, but these are the little things that they do, and so they're testing like, okay, he didn't respond to that. He didn't respond to that. Oh, he responds to that. That's just trigger. Boom. She keeps that. She doesn't say anything. Then she tests you again. So now she has like a whole list of things that she knows triggers you. And she'll do it to pull your emotional, and it's the emotional that they use to control men, not even the physical.
Izulu. Izulu.
Yes, go ahead.
Resistance is futile. Okay? That's all you need to know.
Yeah. Sorry,
Back
man.
to back to the men conversation.
Okay. He doesn't want to listen, you know. We'll watch him go to hell, you know, in a basket. But okay.
Hey.
Resistance is not futile, but this is the thing, guys. The women think they're controlling. Okay, they say they want. She said, Yona said they want control, but you're not actually controlling us. You're controlling us for the programmer's benefit, and in the end, you're gonna lose.
Yeah, but who's controlling the programmer? His woman controls him.
No. That gas, we're gonna disagree. That gas, we're gonna disagree 100%. Nope, never. That his woman controls him. How?
Yes, she does.
No. Okay, how?
This idiot went around the world and killed so many people and laid it all at her feet. I mean, he's got to be the dumbest human being I've ever met in my life. The European man has got to be the stupidest human being I've ever met.
Okay, explain it to me.
Because what do you think? Do you think Shaka Zulu's wife would, if she said to him, "I need a diamond ring," he'd say, "Go in the mines and get it yourself." You know, but the European woman was in poverty. She was impoverished. You know, they had famines, and she put that pressure on him. Because think about these men. These men got on boats.
I'm going to disagree with you.
Hold on, Azuli. They got on boats and they traveled the world, went far away from home, far away from their women, all in this bid to control and world domination. Who do you think was the effort behind that? You know, it's like Helen of Troy.
That's the one I was going to say. Paris and the whole Trojan War was started over women. Even look at the whole concept of a damsel in distress.
Please do not say over a woman, over a whore. Make it clear, over a whore.
All right, Izuli. I'll give you that. And then the whole thing about the damsel in distress, it's basically a woman, she's sitting, doing nothing, waiting for a man to risk his life. And actually several men have died trying to save her and just take her to, you know, from her castle to another castle, or from a jungle
Yeah,
to
I
another.
mean, these women used to have fainting spells, Azuli. They think, oh, and they collapse. Like, these people are psychos. But these men are so brainwashed,
based on
they
what you're
fell
saying,
for it.
so based on what you're saying, if what you're saying is that the white woman is the mastermind behind everything, right?
Not in terms of the articulation of what keeps us oppressed, but just like Freud said, behind every man's deepest fantasy, there's some woman lurking in the shadows. It really is, you know.
So if we're gonna go by that, what is the black woman doing? What's her end goal?
Well, that's why I said let them swirl because they ain't got no end goal.
No. So that means that what you're telling me is that the white woman is smarter, more intelligent than the black woman. Because if we
Of
look at it,
course,
you say
1,000%, yes. I have no
that's what,
hesitation.
all right.
Did you see you came in late? If you saw that congresswoman, she said, "Oh, we injected sex into the civil rights bill because we knew it would put black women to have more rights than white women." She was like, "We're not going for that." So we put sex in there, and it benefited black women and black women. And she had a smile on her face. 1,000 times smarter. They know, you know. See, black women haven't really sat down there to really look at how they're going to program their sons to become warriors. You know, at least the Palestinian women and the Arab mothers, to a certain degree, they just like, look, you're gonna kill yourself if it takes that. They're giving birth to men ready to blow up because they understand, you know. But our women, you know, it is what it is. So that's why I say I don't waste my energy. Let them swirl. Let them have fun.
I understand what you're saying, Gaz, but I'm going to disagree with the saying that she's the mastermind behind that.
Okay, okay. For example, look at what Cater says. Ted, can you show Cater's comment when he says the women they want to get access to resources, and then Buana saying that they're making women complicated.
Okay.
The reason women appeal to control men is because men are lusting. That's the number one. That's the only power that if you have dick discipline, bro.
But you can't have it because it's impossible. Because the thing is, Azuli, for me,
it is, bro. Yes,
let me tell. Okay, maybe you can, right? But let me tell you why I don't believe you can. The reason why is simple for me. Like, look, okay, Azuli, you know science, right? So when a woman hits menstruation, when she hits puberty, she starts menstruating, right?
Yes.
And that's a hormonal change in her body, right?
Yes.
Same thing happens to men. So once you hit puberty as a man and your testes start to produce testosterone, it creates hormonal changes in your body that you can't control. And men, we're not even aware to how these hormonal changes affect our behavior. And these hormonal balances and imbalances create emotional reactions and responses in us. So if you think about a young man, right, Yona, when your brothers, I don't know if they're all older than you or if you're older than some of them, but if you just watch boys, when they're like 9 years old, 10 years old, I didn't look at women. I was like, okay, it's a little cute little girlfriend, but I wasn't trying to do anything with them. I was just trying to play, you know, video games and run home and watch TV and watch, you know, Beetleborgs and VR Troopers and other, you know, stuff like that, right? I was trying to have a good time in my life. As soon as puberty hits and as soon as I figure out how good it feels to what women can do to me, there's a behavioral change and there's a hormonal change in my body that affects my emotions. Now, because think about it, women raise us, we tell, oh no, I'm a real man, I'm rational, I don't have emotions. It's bullshit. Our hormonal changes are emotional reactions and the behavioral changes in our body. Men go through the same thing. But because men are taught that, you know, some reason that they're a Volvo engine, they don't believe that they're, you know, they're not in control. They believe they're in 100% control and they're not. You know, and as a matter of fact, biologically, we all start out as women anyway. The human embryo starts out as female. It's testosterone that turns the clitoris into a penis. You know, and that's why if you look at no, but look, think about it, right? The testes, they have to descend because where they are is where the ovaries are located. You get what I'm saying? So we all start out as female, Baphomet, but I don't want to get too black pentagrammers.
Gas. Okay, I get what you're saying. From the age of 15 to 20, maybe 23, 24, there's an age that what I'm saying is you have to have thick discipline to the women that are destroying the world. Would you marry Kim Kardashian?
Would I marry her?
Yeah. Would you make her the mother of your kids?
I don't know if I'd have children, but you know, she bringing that money, yeah, I take that.
So see, and then you're the problem.
Because no, I'm not. Because
yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Because
let me finish.
Okay,
what she represents
that's that Nigerian in him.
What she represents is detrimental to the society, to the community. So while you taking her and then reproducing with her, meaning that she's gonna have more
I didn't say
kids.
No, but I remember I never said I'm reproducing with her. What did I say? You asked me a question when I married. Like, okay, let me put it like this. Why? How would I take her?
So you saying because of the money?
No, you gotta understand how I'm gonna take her. Like if you saying okay put it like this. So let's say I'm a millionaire, right? And I'm happen to be in her circles. Now she got to give me the cash. See, because the problem is us men, we're programmed, oh, we have to be the providers. With a woman like her, I ain't providing shit. Fuck that. Ain't giving you a penny.
But
you like me, you paying. I'm the prize.
At the end of the day, how is she going to benefit? In this society we live in right now, her mentality, the way her mentality is, you think she's gonna give you the bread to do?
Then you don't. Then okay. So to respond to that, then you don't have pimp control.
You don't have what?
See what I'm saying? If you saying that the men don't have dick control, if you can't control Kim Kardashian, you ain't got pimp control.
You don't have pimp control?
Yeah.
So you think you could control? You think you could control Kim Kardashian? You could
not control her. Not control her, but
be on your program. What I'm saying,
I don't need her on my program. I just need that check every 2 weeks. You know. Okay, I'll give you guys an example. I'm gonna give you guys an example. I'm glad you. That's a great example. Let me give you guys a difference, right? Yona and Ten, don't be quiet in the corner. I see you guys trying to hide behind the bushes. Come out the bushes. You guys watch the Kardashians. I'm assuming. You know, the other sister, right? The one who married. His name is Scott Disick.
Courtney. We don't watch the Kardashians, by the way.
Okay, sure. Yeah. But listen, the point is this. Courtney, have y'all seen how Courtney's husband treated her? Yona, you seen that, right?
I think she just got married, didn't she?
Yeah, they left. They broke up. But how was it when he was with her?
I didn't watch it too much.
Okay, you guys go check it out. Thank you, Razuli. When you're dealing with the type of woman like that, you can't be soft-hearted Kanye West buying her stocks and thinking you wasting your time, bro.
Oh, he treated her bad?
Not bad, but he didn't cupcake. He wasn't trying to be a provider and all that stuff.
He didn't kowtow. He didn't do
No, he wasn't trying to be a provider.
Her kid's father?
The first one, Courtney, the first husband.
Scott. Oh, that's because
so he was a deadbeat? Is that what you're saying?
That's Scott. Scott Disick. No, he's money. He's
but he didn't spend no money from him on her. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, I don't know. But
everything he came. I'm sure he had his prenup. I'm sure he had everything sewed up to a button. He came for money, so they gave him the game. They're like, nah. Y'all splitting everything 50-50. But all these other morons, because they want to be men, my balls is big. So you get screwed over. I don't have no sympathy for you because you played the game wrong.
Well, Scott never married her. They were never married. So
Okay, then. So he was even smarter. So you see what I'm saying then?
What I'm
So
saying,
Azuli, you tell it. No, hold on, Azuli, because you asked me a question. What I did, of course, you just got to know how to deal with it.
but
You trying? What
yeah,
you asking me? You're asking me, Azuli. What you're asking me is basically would I marry her and love her and honor her? No, I'm gonna treat her like the piece of cloth garbage rag that she is, and she'll love it.
But what's the point, though?
What do you mean? What's the point?
Okay, I'm talking. Okay, guys, I'm talking about to the what we want to do with this society for us.
I don't want to do shit but go to the bank every 2 weeks and let Kardashian write me a check.
You lying, man. So
You see what I'm saying? You see, I'm giving you what it is. Like you trying to, you cannot fall in love with, if you get a
That's not
hoe,
what I'm saying.
treat her
What I'm
like a
saying- what
hoe.
I'm-
You
that's
can't
not what
turn her
I'm
into a
saying.
housewife.
What I'm saying is that if a woman like that should never be cuffed, she should never be married, she should never have a man attending to her needs.
No,
She
I
should
don't
be-
never say never. She should be, but she shouldn't be treated. See, look, my thing is the problem is you see, because what you're doing, and that's why Tan and them were saying resistance is futile, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to create a standard to say, oh, once a woman is married, she's supposed to be treated like this. No, treat them
No,
like they
that's not
want to
what
be
I'm
treated.
saying.
If
What
she's
I'm
married and if she's a hoe and you marry a hoe, you can't say, oh, now that she's a wife, I'm gonna treat her different. No, you're a wife, but before you was a wife, you was a hoe. I'm gonna still treat you like the hoe that you are. What's
That's
so
not
hard
gonna
in that?
work, guys.
No,
That is not
okay,
gonna work to the
okay.
society.
Let me ask you a
that you say
question.
you wanna- That is not gonna work.
Let me ask
That
you a
is not
question.
gonna
Why is that? Why is that difficult for yourself and most men to comprehend that? Wait, I can be married to a woman and treat her like a hoe. Why is that hard for y'all? Why do y'all have to switch off like wife treat nice, hoe treat bad? Why can't y'all say,
Dad,
well,
you're
if
not
she a hoe,
understanding
treat her like a hoe?
what I'm saying is I would not even marry a woman like that. That'd just be a smash. She's not getting any of
The
my
fact that you smash her, you have a risk of marrying her. If you wasn't gonna do nothing, just cross the street. These women know how to grow on you. They know how to get you. If you smash,
when you're in your 20s, but when you get older, like if you're 28, 29, 30, you should understand that a woman like Kim, a woman like Amber Rose, a woman like, I'm just using them as an example, should not be turned into mothers or wife until they prove they want to change their ways. And if they don't, they stay for the side streets. Why are we giving these women dick and our resources when they are all about materialism and they're all about for working for the programmer?
That's facts.
This is what I'm talking about, dick discipline. If a woman is willing to work for you, if you have 5 women who love your program, I'm not saying for you to not give her your resource, because she's gonna work for your program for the better of the community. Women like Amber Rose, like these rappers, women like that they put on the screen for us, for the young girls to imitate in a way, if it's directly or indirectly. Why are the men lusting over these women? Why are women on IG putting all these? The reason why?
Absolutely. Here's the
Because
thing.
a lot of simps.
Listen, whether or not they're simps, you see what you just said is great in theory, but let's be realistic. Human beings are not linear or rational creatures. At the end of the day, these women like Amber Rose and Kim Kardashian are very hypersexual, and human beings are sexual beings as well as mental beings. So the fact still remains. You can say dick discipline all you want. Those women know how to suck a testicle. They're gonna get a man. You know what I'm saying? They know how to, tickle a nigga's nipples. They're gonna get a man. So no, hold on. So let's be real with that. So with that said, if you get that type of woman, because look at what you said. Oh, if she is willing to repent, once she's gone down that road, there is no repenting. Those women ain't gonna change. So if that's the type of woman she is, why not just accept her for what and who she is and treat her accordingly? Because what you're doing is really what you're
energy. That's a waste of energy, bro.
Hold on, you're
That's
right.
a waste
Listen,
of energy.
wait, listen.
These women should be in brothels. That's a
Listen.
black broad.
Listen, I agree with you. It is a waste of energy. I personally would tell a man to run across the street from those type of women. But let's say he is, because I'm telling you again, what you're trying to do, you're not being realistic as to how men are weak. Men are not strong. Maybe you have the discipline of a monk. I could put you in a room with Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion, Beyonce,
Please don't
Rihanna.
put Meg.
Hold on,
Don't put
wait.
Meg in there. I might
Okay,
fold.
forget
Don't put
Meg.
Meg in there. I might fold.
I could put Alicia. I could put all the beautiful women, right? And they'll be naked, and you'll be naked, and you'll just be able to sit down in the Indian pose, and you'll be chanting Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, and you won't even get an erection, right? You're that strong. But most men ain't like that. So forget about you for 3 seconds and think about the average man who takes his hard-earned rent money and wastes it in a club for a girl named Bubbles. Let's focus on that type of guy.
So then we done.
So listen,
We're in trouble.
Azul, oh my God, listen, bro, listen for 2 seconds. Those type of men need to be taught how to deal with those type of women. You have to learn how to deal with all facets of people. Not every single person is going to come across a certain way. So if you are in a situation where you have no choice but to deal with them, you have to learn how to deal with them. So what I'm saying is that a woman like a Kim or Amber Rose, if you're going to be in a relationship with them, you got to treat them a certain way. Because what you're saying is, oh, the marriage is the standard. You're right. But if she don't meet that standard, and the guy, like I said, she plays with his testicles a certain way, he loses his mind. Now, what do you tell him? We got to give him the game. We got to tell him, yo, you can't provide, protect, and do all that other stuff the way you would do for this woman, because you're going to lose. She's going to screw you over. It's just in her nature to shit on you.
I get it.
You get what I'm saying? So we have to teach men how to deal with all kinds of women.
Yeah, Zoli, you're not good. You're absolutely no good. And,
No good at what?
Yep. Huh?
No good at what?
At everything. At life, at breathing. Can you jump? Can you do squats?
God, man. Oh my God.
Yo, Azuli, Wana Agaziki is coming for you. He said if you was in a room with those women, you wouldn't do anything. But if you was in a room filled with wrestlers, I'm assuming male wrestlers, you'd be excited. You got to get him.
Mr. Untouchable would not be excited either unless you put him in a room full of hippos. That's why he likes
the Lizzos. He likes the Lizzos.
He can't control himself around the Lizzos. Those are his pins.
Look, large ladies need love too. And every lady has a man who likes how she looks. So
stop that.
Don't be hating on Bwana Aguziki. I have been listening.
I see how it is. You didn't defend me when he was attacking me, but now you defend. Oh, I see.
No, I'm defending the large ladies. That's who I'm defending. I'm not defending Bwana Aguziki. I'm saying that if large ladies are desirable to some men, let them desire them.
Okay, I never said anything. I just said that's his desire. What did I say?
Okay. Well,
he likes big women. Like,
wait, Tan, did you guys see Kater's comment? What do you ladies say to that? What do you women say to Kater's comment about every woman as a whole?
Well, I think they're just parroting you. They don't believe that. They find that one woman and she's not that. And would you call
what do you mean they're parroting me?
Does that include your mother? Wait, where's the comment? Yes, we have.
Why are you saying they're parroting me?
Why
are you saying they're parroting me? Did I say anything like this?
You'd say something like that.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what Kater said. Kater said all women sell their body.
Yes.
I agree. It's always a transaction.
Wow. So
no way.
Yeah. So Yona, what do you say? What do you say to that? That's Kater's comment. And then Tan says, "This is what I would say. They're just parroting gas."
Wait, what was the comment? I didn't hear.
That all women sell vagina, wife or hoe. Only the circumstances are different.
Sell. No, I'm a lady. There's no selling going on here. No.
That's right, Fiona. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I
you asked the question.
ma'am,
You said, does that include the mothers and stuff? Why do you have to push that, right? Why would a man makes a statement? You guys the first thing. Does that include your mama and your grandma?
But Gas, let's go with it. Yes, that includes mommy and my. Yes,
I agree. I always stand those. That doesn't move me. I'm the first one to say, including my mother and my grandma. But she says that to him because she knows most men will say, no, not my grandmama, not my mama.
I mean, I
I
don't
say all
sell
of them.
vagina,
I
but
say,
I am a hoe to my man. That's about it. Get down
what
with the
he's
get
saying is,
down.
you
That's it.
all, if your husband or your man then put out, most women would not give. So it's like if I spend $200 on a date versus if I give a prostitute $4 and I hit the same date, what's the difference? The
I
circumstances.
don't know.
That's what he was asking.
Listen. I don't know about.
No,
You see,
The
because
intentions.
prostitution.
The
that's not
Look,
intention.
prostitution is a European thing. I'm not. Our women in Africa were prostitutes, but
The
no.
intention behind it. That's the
Yes.
difference.
That's what Ketter just said. It's the circumstances. That's what he just said.
I
No,
don't. I
but
don't
that's
think.
wrong. They're
I
not
don't. I don't.
selling it. They're not
I don't
selling
think.
it.
But African women didn't sell vagina
Yes,
Yeah.
they
before the
did.
white man came. No,
Yes,
they
they did.
didn't. They
Yes, they
didn't.
did.
Prove it.
So if I came with a buffalo and offered to her, how many cows do I have to offer to get the
Well,
pussy?
firstly, you
Hold
don't
on,
just
time out. No,
offer.
that's a great point. So here's the thing, Azuli. First off, no woman laugh in your face because she would tell you that her father has 30 buffaloes. She don't need your buffalo. Like you get
That's
what
a
I'm saying?
lie.
Like let me finish. You see, this is what I'm saying. Like you guys are assuming you're taking European social constructs and assuming that's how it was in Africa. Remember, no woman in Africa was starving and hungry. There was no homeless woman. There was no old folks home. We didn't have these things. Because if a woman was hungry, she'd just step outside into her forest and grab a wild, tuber or get a mango or trap some fish or an animal.
So
So,
I get that.
women were completely no, hold on, listen, women were completely self-sufficient to feed themselves. As a matter of fact, women did most of the farm work. So women have never in Africa
Yeah, I heard
been
that.
in a position where they couldn't take care of themselves.
No. That's pre-colonial. That's pre-colonial.
That's what I'm
Pre-colonial.
saying. Yeah, pre-colonial
Oh, okay.
African women. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I
I'm
would
not saying
agree
the
with that.
African women today. Nah, today it's all prostitution right now. But I'm saying back then African women were the real independent women.
Yeah, I get that. But I think that's what Ketter's talking about. I mean, it's just the circumstances are different. Like a man,
No,
a man
it's not. The circumstances are different. Those are two completely different things. If
how?
you're selling, one is transactional. One you have a choice in it. For example, yes, a prostitute, she's doing it, but she's doing it because she has to. No woman, and I repeat, no woman wants to sell it. Believe me, it's not something that even with the prostitutes themselves, they don't want to do it. They're doing it as a job. They're not doing it because they like it. They're doing it as a job. Even if they like it, they're still doing it as a job, as people do jobs. So there's no such thing as selling it. The other thing is, if you went and offered, and it wouldn't be a buffalo, it would be a cow to a woman to sleep with her. She when she got married and her price was in her virginity, in her virtue, her reputation. That was the price that you were paying for. She was not being paid for her pussy. She was being paid for her person, for her family. So those were the things that, if you have to call them selling, that's what African women were selling in the past.
Stop. Yeah.
True.
I like the way you
No,
rap.
but
You
remember,
beautiful,
African women never sold 10. Here's the thing: African women never sold anything, and the bride price is not really bride price; it's really child price. Because when you most cultures, not all, but for most of the cultures, when the woman died, she wasn't buried in her husband's people's land. They took her back to her father's people's land, where she was buried.
Oh, well,
And
that's different. For
and
us, she was buried with the father.
yeah,
The husband.
I said most. I didn't say all. right? But then the other point is that if you did not pay that child price, the children would not go to your lineage. The children will stay with the mother's people, which means if, let's say, the LeBron James of pre-colonial Africa was born and you didn't pay the the child price for him, whatever accolades that he did would go to the mother's village. So you were securing, because that was a loss of human resources. So you had to put money down to compensate that village for the loss of human resources. Does that make sense to you guys?
I mean,
Yes.
a little bit. Guys, so what you trying to say? Europeans came with prostitution?
Of course, they're the ones who created it. Nobody was prostituting themselves in Africa.
Not just prostitution, with currency, with the exchange of goods. You see,
Even pimping. Yeah, even pimping comes from Europe.
So what you're trying to say is that Europeans came with prostitution because Africans were there was no prostitution. Nobody slept with somebody for a coconut or two.
Why would you do that?
Oh my goodness. Why would you sleep with anybody for a coconut or two?
Because you're hiding the pants and you're a whore.
I don't know about that.
What I'm saying is,
let me tell Ezuli.
Hold up, Ten. Let me just make it clear.
Ask a question and you don't want to hear.
No, I'm acting like a woman right now, so let me rock.
Good one.
You're right. He's entitled to his emotions, Tam. Don't shut his emotions down, Yona and Tam. Let him be emotional.
That's a good one. I can't even lie. Okay.
No, what I'm saying, Ten, what I'm saying is that I get what Gas is saying, and I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that y'all seem to say it's just the European that brought that prostitution was nowhere in the continent until the European came. So what you're saying, I feel is that you're saying all the bad things in the world were brought by Europeans, and the Africans were just perfect. If not perfect, didn't do none of that.
No, they were not perfect. Let me tell you.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, let me tell you, because for Ezuli, perfection is, you're a faithful man, she's a loyal woman, you have perfect children, and you all live wonderfully. No, Africans, first of all, they had a realistic view of human nature, biological nature, men and women's nature. So they had provisions for all of that. When it comes to women, we've already talked about polygamy, that, man, woman, taking care of children, but whatever. But when it came to women, they had some places where they had what they called a side gate. So the side gate would be where the woman, which is why DNA is a Western, paternity, all that stuff. That's some Western nonsense. Nobody should be DNAing anybody. So they had a side gate where a woman, would have her lover come in from the side, and then they had somebody outside, and when the man was coming, they would make a lot of noise, and so that they would know that the husband is coming home. So so they had you understand what I'm saying? So they had provisions for such,
Don't let I Can't Fire here you say that. The King James Version of the Bible. I Can't Fire would be very upset if you said that. The King James Version of the Bible doesn't agree.
Oh yeah, whatever. Yeah, but So we had provisions for that. They had provisions for when, for example, if a man's wife died, they would get him a woman as quickly as possible. And the same thing with the woman. They wouldn't get her husband. They would get her, a lover to comfort her during her grief. So yeah.
Yeah, and there's different cultures. Like in my culture, if the woman's husband died, she married his brother, or she would pick between one of his brothers or cousins.
No.
She would pick from one of those men in the family because you don't want some strange guy coming around the kids.
Yeah, those are your family's children. You cannot, if she has to get married, she has to get married back into the family, so you can keep the children. Yes.
Hold on. Explain that shit you just said. The husband is coming and they're making noise. You just said some shit that was crazy. You said
in Cameroon, for example, right? Like when the wife had her lover, so she had her side dude, and she had a door in the back of her hut, so that when he walked in, the side dude walked out.
So hold up, and that was okay?
We had that as well. Yes.
Nah, that's terrible. Why
is that terrible?
Nah, get the fuck out of here. That's some horse shit. That's some horse
Why?
shit. That's a
Why?
whole culture. That's a whole culture. No wonder.
I mean,
and
but
this-
Azuli, hold on,
let
Azuli,
me
wait.
finish what I'm saying. And this is why
But if you're
we
swinging
lost
in
to
the sack,
European.
if you
African
swinging in the sack,
societies are
why you
too big.
worried?
What you said?
If you large enough where it counts, why you worried about that?
What does that mean if you large enough for it counts? Stop it.
As long as you ain't
that's the
swimming
bullshit.
after he finished, why you worried about that?
So hold up, you are a victim of your own shit. You just said men should not live by I'm paying all the bills, or I'm this and that, or I'm large enough.
What bills was I paying? He wasn't paying any bills.
Paying bills that time.
He wasn't paying any bills.
So then, if that's the case, if he's larger than me, why don't you go be with him?
No,
She
that's what I'm
loves
saying.
you,
Is
Azuli. She loves
No,
you.
that's a whole. I don't need that. That's the
Azuli,
reason.
as long
culture,
as
that's why I lost the whole battle.
Azuli, as long as you wasn't, as long as you wasn't, a hot dog in the hallway, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You know what I'm saying? As long as
I
you're,
don't
as long as
I
you,
don't understand how you guys are sitting there justifying her side lover coming from the back fucking door, and then the husband is
as long as your minivan
You're
feels,
such a hypocrite.
That's
You
a
are
Azuli,
the
as
most
long as,
hypocritical person in the world.
Azuli, as long as your minivan,
and this is why you guys got that African got
Azuli,
conquered, because that sounds
as
like a
long as your
matriarch.
minivan could fill up her garage, why do you worry?
What?
As long as your minivan fills up her garage, why are you worried?
You just telling me. So what you're trying to say? Every man in Africa was well endowed? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, we had a lot of sunlight, and the studies are showing now that sunlight on the skin promotes, a lot of growth.
Who told you that?
The science.
Who created that science?
I'm sure you wear jeans all the time, right? You need to take your jeans off and
Why are you
sunbathe.
listening to Gas?
I don't understand. Cater said, "Ezra, I'm not a radical. I'm only a monogamous on the woman part. I'm not a monogamous on the man part." So
wait, but Azuli, when you say monogamous on the woman's part, because keep in mind, let me put some clarity, right? It's not like every woman. That was what she's talking in my culture in West Africa. The women had to earn that. It wasn't like something they did, after like her first year of marriage. It's like, she's been a good chick. She's worked hard. You know what I'm saying? She didn't raise you 3 kids. She worked on this farmland for 27 years. You get tired of hitting the same, like, yo, go, whatever. You and Azuli, do whatever you do. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see it, but, and I had, I had my little.
No wonder Africa got conquered. This is a matriarchal society.
Look, this has nothing to do with conquest, Azuli. This is not conquest. Let me just tell you, this is solving everybody's problem.
But Azuli, why do you consider that to be matriarchal? Why is that matriarchal?
What? You raise my kids, or now here's your chance to go let somebody else dig you out? What?
Yeah, but Azuli, here's the thing. Why are you listen? No, Azuli, hold on. Realistically, as a man, why are you stressing who's digging her out?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
It ain't you. It's not you being dug out. It ain't you being dug out. So why do you care?
Let me ask you a question. So that man who's digging her out.
Yeah.
If somebody comes to break into the house and shoot, he's gonna die for her? He gonna protect her too?
If he there, then hey, that's between him and her. You better jump in front of that. I'm with my joint. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm not. If another man is digging you out, let him jump in for you.
No, I didn't say you. I said
you're digging her out as well, so you both have, responsibilities.
No. If somebody else is digging you out, I'm not. Your life is in the balance.
But you also
so you see so Azuli, you're saying, look at what you did. Because you came at me, you said, oh, the community, blah blah. So you're basically saying your only way of investing and protecting your community is based upon women's vaginal closing? Like women can't open their vaginas?
No. I'm gonna protect a sister. I'll protect a woman that is not romantically involved with me, because I would protect that because she's part of the community. But if it's my wife, and then you're letting another man dig you out, no. Let that man save you. I'm out of it.
Okay, so
I'm not doing that. That's just me. I'm not with that. Oh, I'm coming in and then
You are such a liar. Azuli is the biggest liar. And let me remind everyone, Koku, you will attest to this, and I wish you'd come up and
Hold on,
just say
Tim, don't do that. Don't do that.
This is
Don't put his
remember
business
that
out
story
there.
about the two
Don't put his
brothers who
business
were-
out there. Hold on, why you gonna put his
No,
business out there?
I'm not putting. No. It's okay, guys. I'm not putting his business out there.
No,
This is a story
I don't
we did
want-
on Shoot the Breeze.
I
It is
know,
out
I
there
was
on
there. I know, but we don't have to do. We don't have to do that to him. We
Okay,
can
all
still
right,
just.
fine. Okay.
No,
okay,
she could. I don't. What? Oh my! I don't care. What
I
are you
know,
saying?
but I'm just saying. Look, listen.
I'm not doing it.
Azuli,
You
I
just
didn't say
do
you
it.
have to do it, but keep in mind that, you know, for example, let's say you had 4 wives already, right? Or you had 3 wives. You ain't touched this chick in 4 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you expect? She gonna have a dude on the side because you busy with your young thing. You having a good time with the other joints. So would you expect her to just sit there and, you know, be a nun?
Yo.
No, realistically, Azuli, come on, let's be real. We men. If you had 3 wives, how many can you fully satisfy? You think you can satisfy all 3 of them sexually? Because you know women are 1,000 times freakier than we are. She can lay on her back a lot longer than we can last on top of them.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, one thing about women, they won't tell you. The nastiest thing you think about, the nastiest things you've ever done to a woman.
You say that so
As soon as you finished doing all those nasty things to her, I'm telling you, she probably got up, and in her mind, she was playing out more. She probably could have had 3 more dudes do exactly what you just did to her. Then she'd be satisfied.
Make it 6.
Damn. See, Jonas out here.
You're not okay. She's putting all the secrets today.
All right.
Jamaicans watch out. Women watch out.
So
Okay.
if that's how women are, so what's the point? What's the point of me trying to give you my resource if that's what you want?
Because we didn't give women resources, Ozuli. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying that, bro.
But Ozuli, wait, listen. We never gave women, Ozuli, African men.
We built the foundation. Okay.
What resources were we giving them in pre-colonial Africa?
Who built the infrastructures of a nation? The men or the women?
No, time out. Listen, wait, because you're using the English word. Nation is a European concept. We didn't have passports in ancient Africa. But
okay, who built the infrastructure?
Well, let me answer your question. What exactly are you talking about in terms of resources? What resources did we give these women?
A Haitian goat.
Exactly. We didn't give them anything.
Stupid.
Buana's a fool. Don't pay attention to Buana. But no, again, Azuli, he said, what resources? But listen, Azuli,
I don't know what resource you have. You only giving them Popeyes. That's all you got. Popeyes for your big ones.
But no, Azuli, what resources did these men give the women? Like, did they give them?
Bro, Gas, what you're saying right now is you're advocating horrorism for women.
No, but I'll get to horrorism, but I'm trying to ask you, what things did these men provide for the women?
What is the point, right? So
the way you didn't answer the question, what resources do you think they were providing for the women?
What they were providing a house, working for them, protection, giving them kids. I don't understand. What
working
do you mean?
For them in what way?
I mean, working.
We didn't work for them.
I'm not saying work for the women. You work for yourself, and you get your plot of land, your plot of whatever, and you bring the woman on, right?
But we didn't work like that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Most of the people doing the work were the women.
So how did men own the land? How did you own the land?
What do you mean, how'd you own the land? It was in abundance. It was communal. Nobody owned it individually. It was owned by the family and the community.
How did you create a plot for yourself?
You didn't create a plot for yourself. Your family gave it to you.
So how did your family get it?
They might have been a village fight another village, and then they delineate territory.
So, so that means the men fought, right? To get that. So okay. So what is? Yo, I don't understand what's going on, man.
But okay, but again, they fought. But hold on, wait, Azuli. Because I want you to think like But I want you to think like an African for a few seconds, in the sense that, okay, forget about, because nobody was just fighting random wars 24/7, but you have a big plot of land, right? So you got this land. So now you got this big plot of land. Who do you think did most of the work on the land? Why do you think the European, right? When Lugard and all these people came to Africa, they said the African man is lazy. They said, what? This guy just sits down here and this woman is working the field all day and he's just sticking the big dick in her? Oh, hell no. He got to work. I'm working. I'm in a whole nother country, in another continent, while my woman is in there, being a Victorian housewife. That's what a real man does. So he was programmed to be an idiot. He didn't come to Africa and say, wait a minute, African man, you over here with your...
And guys, how did that work out for us? Who won?
We won.
No, you did not. Your whole continent is colonized. Stop that bullshit.
I'm not under any colonial anything.
Stop. Guys, stop. Now you fucking lying right now. Stop that bullshit. Who won? Oh, the women were working as if, just like the lion. The lion is sitting down and have the woman go do the work or whatever. But who won? How was the men able to just stay there? And why were the women working the field while the men have more muscle? Hold on.
People.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. No, because the people you're copying right now are suffering from low birth rates. The people you want me to copy, they're not. I don't think, just because I encountered aggression. Yeah, I agree. They won the battle. I don't think they won the war. I think they're imploding. Their system is slowly falling apart.
I mean,
they can't keep it up. So for Africa to say that we have to copy them, we're only going to end up, signing our own death certificate a lot faster.
But guys, most of the countries in Africa follow European mindset. Now, the master program is already set in them deep.
No, that's not true. The people who are following the European mindset are those Africans you come across in, that are educated. Remember, Africa is still 50-50. At least 48 to 50% of the Africans, probably, I think even more, don't live in urban areas. They live in rural areas. They live in towns and villages. Most Africans, they don't live in cities. Ted, how many? If you can say the majority of Kenyans compared to so you have what? What are the main cities in Kenya? You got Mombasa, Nairobi. Where else?
Nairobi, Kisumu, Eldoret, Nakuru, Naivasha, Busia.
And so, would you say majority of the population live in those 5 cities? The 50-something million Kenyans?
Yeah, because even in the biggest city, Nairobi, I think the population maybe is at 6 million, 7 million, and then the other cities. But then the other cities, you have to. Nairobi is the only real, big city. The other cities, even Mombasa, the other cities are in the countryside. So you look at, for example, Busia. It is a big city, but it's in the countryside. So it's surrounded by the country and the roads and all that. So you don't find skyscrapers.
So basically, the minute that the Kenyan state collapses, it goes back to bullshit, right?
No, it goes back to the countryside. The countryside people are still just surviving.
Pretty much. So it goes back to the countryside. It goes back to bullshit. So that's what I'm trying to tell Ozuli. It's Ozuli, I'm not against what you say. I'm just trying to show you that,
Why do you call the countryside bullshit?
When I say in their jargon, because they don't like that, right? What they want to see is an African Japan. They want to see buildings, development, railroads, tracks. And as soon as the state collapses,
when people come to the city and then they figure out they can't live in the city, or the dreams that were promised do not work out, they go back to the countryside, because at least there, firstly, you have a roof over your head. You don't have to pay, rent. The landlord is not coming at your door every month. You don't have to pay for, water or, things like that. If you don't want to, you can. There's options. There's
but this is what you look at what you just said. I think this is what this is what Erzuli's not taking into account. Right, Ozuli, you see, like when the European came to Africa, nobody was paying rent every month. No man had to wake up and go to work in a factory and pay. And think about it, Ozuli. The first thing that the European did, what did he initiate? He initiated a tax.
Poll tax. It was actually a poll tax. That was the first thing that the
First
Africans
thing.
fought against, because they had a tax for every house.
They had a
Like,
hut
how
tax,
do
a
you
poll tax. Yeah, a house tax, a hut tax, a poll tax, a this
and
tax.
identification that everybody had to carry an ID.
And not only that, here's the crazy part. In the old days, right, if someone came and initiated a tax, you could pay with your goats, you could pay with your livestock, you could pay with your produce. The European man said, no, you got to go work and give me currency. So now what happened is the women
in Africa and have lots of cows and still be poor in European
still be
standards
poor.
because you didn't have any money.
You didn't have any money. And so Urzu, look at what happened. So when the men had to leave their villages and go work for the white man, most of the agitation was by the women. They were angry. Like, the men are being taken away from us.
The women were very angry. They were very angry about it. You know, a lot of the protests, even Miji, what's her name? Miji, from the Miji Kenda tribe. I'll remember her name soon. But she gathered a lot of the women, and they fought to fight against their men being taken to go build the railway and other things, because they were being taken from them for long periods of time. And then that meant that the women were deprived of their men, and they could not, be with their men.
They couldn't get that side nigga dick, you know what I'm saying? That side nigga dick stretch you out like none other. So they was very upset about that. You know what I'm saying, Azuli?
Whatever.
It was like, I need that side nigga. He got that third leg.
Oh man, everybody's mad as all that about these people just running around with their side.
Buana said they should have called the Bahamas. No, Buana, what happened is the Bahamas women, all their men were building the Panama Canal. So the Bahama women were upset too. And then the other men were being Buffalo Soldiers. So you can see the European world system, Razuli, was always about taking the black man from being so-called not productive to being productive in his bullshit. But before he came, we were building our own stuff, but we just didn't feel the need to have to wake up every day by 4 o'clock and go crazy. You know, we were happy to
why didn't you fight for that? Why
fight
didn't
for
you follow
what?
that program?
We didn't have the guns. We didn't have the guns. I mean, if you had,
but Haiti didn't have the guns either, but they did it for a short while.
I mean, Haiti used a lot of spiritual means to fight that war. There was a lot of and you know more about it than me, but Haiti definitely used a lot of.
I'm just saying that.
Azuli, we didn't get conquered because we were having side dudes and polygamy and all these things.
That's why you got conquered. That's why you got conquered. So you was too busy.
No, you think that we were so busy fucking that we didn't have time to fight?
Fighting. You was busy fucking side dudes instead of fighting.
But think about it, Azuli. What's the normal way? Should we be out there conquering the world, or should we just be in our localities having good sex and enjoying our women?
Wow.
And that's why I was asking.
I corrected Bonahaguziki's spelling last week, so now he's correcting my pronunciation this week. Okay. All right. I said Paul instead of Paul.
Listen, I don't know whatever romance you and Buana have going on.
Whatever. Okay, go
ahead. but you know, that's why I was going at melanated goddess. Like, it's not in our nature to dominate other men. Like, that's them. They're the ones running around dominating the world. I don't want to dominate people. You know,
it's not about. I'm not saying to go dominate other people. I'm saying to fight for. See what you just said? We just want to relax and build our shit when we want to build it. We don't want to wake up at 4 a.m. Like, that's what I'm saying. Why we didn't fight for that? That's to me.
But we did fight. We did. I mean, you gotta read. We did a lot of fighting. It's just that by the time and you know what, I'm gonna do the show tomorrow, but I know Tan's not gonna be around. That's why I wasn't gonna do it. No, melanated. I don't love you. I don't want trouble with your husband. So putting it for the record, I do not love your wife. I
Why?
don't know her. I never met her.
Why gas him up? You could be the side
Only
dude
problem.
from the hut. Be her side dude. The hut.
Nah, I'm
Exit to
good,
the
man.
hut,
I don't
bro.
want any trouble, man.
Oh,
And if I
now you
was,
don't
I
want
would.
to.
And if I was a side dude, I wouldn't put it publicly. You see what I'm saying? That's another thing. These are things Africans we didn't speak about these things. You know what I'm saying? We just did what we did. I think we as Africans need to learn
I
to
was telling you
embrace
that we
silence.
are the best Africans. That's the East African way. East Africans don't talk about anything, in front of anybody unless we're by ourselves. But yes, you don't just go out there shouting to the whole village. Even if you're a woman, you don't go out there, shouting to everybody, hey guys, I'm a hoe. No, be a discreet hoe. But,
Bro, why?
you don't have any
That's
hoes.
your culture celebrates side dudes coming out of the back of the who built that house? Who built the house? Did the husband build the house, or did
The
the side
husband,
dude?
yeah. Now the
So the
Yeah,
husband
husband.
does it.
So did you
he
hear what you
built
just
it.
said? So hold up. The husband built the house, and the fucking side nigga is coming to fuck my wife. Or like, are you crazy?
But
Sometimes it might
But
be,
think about it.
No,
Azuli,
no, this is
listen.
whole
Hold
culture.
on,
You have a
Azuli.
whole culture. All
No,
right,
but
that's why
Azuli,
y'all got
the
conquered. That's
side
a
dude
whole
is gonna. For Azuli, the side dude is gonna be a husband too, and he's gonna build a hut for the other dude. The circle of life continues.
bro. That kind of lit. So you mean to tell me in that environment, no side dude ever got killed? Everything. That's how
No.
it worked.
no.
Why would you kill another man? If you spill blood on the earth, that's one of the biggest offenses. You know how many rituals
So
have
so
to be put in
Terrible.
oh
place
so fucking another
Wow.
to atone?
so fucking another man's wife is okay.
Say that again.
So fucking another man's wife is okay.
Yeah, but
I'm there
remember, you
working.
say another man's wife. It's not. He doesn't own her in that sense. Nobody owned anybody in that sense. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you. That what you're describing
So
is that.
what you're saying that Africa was a big orgy. People was just fucking each other left to right.
No,
It's not, oh my goodness.
I'm saying that
No,
there are
that's what you're
rules.
saying. That is
I'm
exactly what you're
saying,
saying.
okay, if that's how you take it. But what I'm saying is that there are rules and regulations to human behavior, and each culture was able to make rules and regulations. And part of it, the problem is,
And that's why y'all got
but
conquered. There was
listen,
no discipline,
okay,
no
that's fine.
nothing. Y'all
Yeah,
had no
okay, you're
discipline,
right.
no
There was
culture
no
discipline.
discipline.
That's why y'all lost.
That you're right, because remember, discipline comes from European societies, and remember, the first people to be disciplined
No,
were the
that's
Europeans.
bullshit. What you're saying is
And
bullshit. The
so
42. I'm reading right now the 42 principle of my art. That was before the
I
fucking
don't give three
European.
fucking shits about Kemet. I hope
So
Kemet
stop
burns down.
lying.
Fuck
So stop
yeah,
saying
fuck
stop.
Kemet.
No. Stop
Listen.
saying.
I am
Stop
not
saying.
impressed.
No. Okay, I don't care if you're not impressed by the Kemet. Stop saying that rules and shit was brought on by the Europeans, like
It
fucking
was.
Africans.
It was because that doesn't
Oh
apply to my
my.
people.
All
My
right.
people didn't give three shits. What the fuck is a Ma'at to any Soko? A Ma'at can wipe my ass. Fuck Ma'at. Fuck Egypt and anybody who's down with that bullshit. Especially if you're from America, because you're 9 out of 10 a West African or you're a Central African. So I'm sick of it's just escapism. They don't want to be everything but West African. So they run to Egypt and they speak this fake metal metro, haba jibi laba libi laba baba bullshit. And it's all bullshit. They never even nothing in
So
Egypt that
so
you're
so
reading
so
is
so you
real.
saying you're an Ikoso man, right?
Isoko.
Oh, I'm sorry, Isoko. So y'all have no rules. There's no rules.
Again, we had our own rules and regulations that we had in our culture, and each civilization and each culture was able to create their own. For example, you have the Wadabe. The Wadabe have their own rules that come with them. You have the Fula. You have so many different groups that had their own rules and organization that came with them. I don't judge them. The problem is that being in America, we're taught this Protestant or this Calvinist concept of morality, and we moralize everything. And if you take Abrahamic morality, you run into problems because other people around the world just don't abide by it. That doesn't mean it was a free for all and everybody was just having wild,
Bro,
uncontrolled sex. There are rules, but you're
you
reducing it to that. You're reducing it
bro,
to that.
you just said part of the culture, a woman could have a back door where her side dude could exit. I just asked you, I said, who built the house? You told me the husband built the house. So I built the house for another nigga to come in and fuck my wife? And it's okay in your society.
Again, the thing is that you're using the modern lens. But wait, let me answer Koku real quick. Yeah, Koku, no, I have the same energy for all Abrahamic religions. The difference is that, for right now, I'm gonna be realistic. The Christians and Muslims get very angry and they want to kill you. Ain't no Egyptians alive to kill me. But but I don't care about either of it. It's all BS. You know what I'm saying? If you sit there and listen to Christian Prince, even though he's crazy because he's a Christian, he thoroughly destroys, the Islamic side, and anyone who's done the research will tell you that the Christian side is nonsense too. But again, I don't have that energy in terms of telling people what they should believe. I'm just very, very just baffled by how everybody's so pro ancient Egypt, and it's just like ancient Egypt. Okay, great. I'm not against it per se, but
First of all, what you don't understand is
yeah. Go ahead.
You believe I might be in a different world because, like I told you on Shoot the Breeze and all this stuff, I'm telling you that we were here first. I read a book that said ancient Egypt was in America and South America first before it moved to where it's at now. So I'm reading different books. I'm not what I was trying to say. I said that's I can't comprehend for a husband to build a house and to have another man come and fuck his wife, and
because you're using Abrahamic morality to look at it. You're looking at a woman
because you know what? Abrahamic morality came from the 42 principle of Ma'at. It's all African.
Yeah, but that African, it ain't these Africans. Like, you see what I'm trying to tell you? What you're doing is what you're doing. Hold on, Ozuli, listen, look, this is what you're doing. You're trying to make African universal, as if because those psychos in Egypt were doing this nonsense, that the people in Kenya should be doing it, or the people in Congo should be doing it, or the people in Ghana should be doing it. No, that's not how it worked, right? So just because the Egyptians did that, who cares what they did? And that's my pushback, is that even as African in America, I don't know what the fascination is with Ma'at in Egypt when y'all West Africans or Central Africans. It doesn't make sense to me. Why escape the culture that you have? You can pick over millions of cultures, thousands of cultures in the entire Western Africa, from Mauritania all the way down to Cameroon, and then you got Central Africa that you can pick from, and you skip all of that, the rich legacy and heritage there, to run into the arms of Kemet?
Yo, what? You just told me it's okay for a side nigga to fuck my bitch. How is that rich? Anyway, do you are you similar? Are you familiar with the Adenkra with the Akon's religion? So Niame is God, right? And I think his wife is Asante or something like that, right? There's two rivers in West Africa. Just the story of Esau and Jacob. Anybody knows that story?
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
That story is also in that African story where two sons, the son of Niame and his wife. One of the son was promised the fresh water area, and the other one was promised the something else. They told the goat to go tell the one of the sons to meet his father. What happened is the same thing that happened in Jacob and the Esau story. The same way Jacob supplemented Esau and took his birthright. What I'm trying to say is they had that similar story in a West African culture. So so I'm saying is that even though that Abrahamic religion might be sullied right now, a lot of it came from us. So I'm just saying
I don't know anything in my culture. I don't know about those other people, but I can tell you for a fact, for me, my people have nothing Abrahamic. We don't do anything Abrahamic. And even if that is the case, that you can see a remnant or two, that the real point then would be that they just took what we had and put it together in this compiled. So think about it. So if it's in Africa, but the guy named Yeshua speaks Aramaic, but he's a Hebrew, and then all of a sudden it ends up in Scotland with this possible, homosexual named King James, and it's compiled and it was codified with this guy named Constantine in Nicaea. At what point do we let this stuff go? Like, why are we trying to salvage cycles and madness? Just because, like that's the equivalent of saying, yo, man, we had two Africans in the psycho house. You know that? We had two Africans. There was a black dude from Nigeria and another black dude from Guyana. And he was in the psycho house. He used to sit down there and paint the beautiful Picassos with his shit. And the Guyanese dude, he used to make his pee levitate. And I'm like, yeah, but they were in the psycho house. Okay, great. Who cares? But it's like,
I'm
I
just
don't
saying
know.
that, guess that, like, if if there's no rules, if that's a free for all that we had it back then. So
But
what you're
you
saying
know
is
what
that
you just said? No one ever said that it was a free for all.
bro,
You see what I'm saying?
how do you explain a woman? It's if a man had multiple wives, right?
Uh-huh.
It would. What was the reason for a man having multiple wives? What is the reason for that?
Children.
So what is the reason for a woman having a husband and a side nigga?
Razuli, Africans understood human nature in a way that they didn't moralize it. So what they would do is they would probably most likely say, hey, listen, this is happening and this is happening. What's the best course of action? And the community and the elders would say, all right, do it like this, but of course it has to be done in the thick of night. It has to be arranged like this. The husband is not around to see this. They had rules and regulations that had to be followed. And if you didn't follow the rules, there were sanctions. You could take your wife to the village court and say, yo, she's doing this and she's not. And they would fine her and they would shame her publicly. So there were rules and regulations. Let go of the Western way. You know what I'm saying? Like that Abrahamic thing, it poisons us.
Let me address something that Bwana Haguziki has been going on and on and on and on and on about this women thing. First of all, the first thing that he said this, more women, more stress, like that whole song that Biggie did, more money, more problems. So him is like, more women, more stress, more two wives, a lot of nagging. Like if you find a first wife that is good and peaceful and makes your home happy, why wouldn't you think that there would be another woman who could also be good and make your woman happy? Why do automatically?
Because he's only used to women in this society. Because and ironically, Yona, you sleeping? You there with us, Yona?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, I thought you were sleeping. But no, the women in this society, they always say that. They're like, oh no, if you get more than one woman, it's trouble. And I always catch the message. So basically, you're indirectly telling me that you're trouble, that you know what you're doing. So if you're giving your man a headache, you're doing it purposely. Because what woman wants to be trouble? What woman wants to be a nagger? Why not two women means double peace? Because you know that I'm not going to be peaceful to this man. And that's why it goes back to respect. If you respect him, why would you want to give him headache? Why not give him peace?
I don't think necessarily that's what Ezekiel is saying. I'm sorry if I'm saying his name wrong. But I think it's more in terms of the human nature part of it. It's not that we as women are headaches, but it's just natural. That's just who and what we are. Women bring the headache and men bring the headache.
How? No, I don't. I've never had women bring me headache.
Wait, let me finish. Women bring the headache and men bring the heartaches. Okay? It's just human nature for that to happen. When you say how, are women headaches? It's a plethora of different ways I can describe it. For a woman, a woman, we really we go into things very detail orientated, organized, and sometimes a little bit too much overthinking of things. So for some men, that can be a headache. Like, okay, you're doing too much, you're thinking too much, you're overthinking, whatever. In retrospect to that, I'm not saying like a headache as far as she's a dumb chick and she's, whatever. But I mean just being a woman, um, not
I
being
don't know what you
overzealous.
mean. You haven't explained it yet.
Okay. Being a woman, as far as some men would think, like, okay, you've given me a headache, where we can overthink things, meaning we worry naturally than men do. We stress ourselves, and therefore we kind of stress the man too. Or you know,
But why
it,
would I deal with that?
it's not a fact of why would you deal with that. It's just how we are naturally as women. We
No, okay.
overthink.
So let me put it like this. I agree with you in what you're saying, but I think and this is for me, it's just me. I think men have to get to a stage in their life where they stop, because everything you said is there's truth to it. But I think men have to get to a point where they no longer accept that. And what do I mean by that? I don't mean I can stop Yona from being who she is, but it's like, okay, listen, look, you are who you are. I'm not equipped to deal with that nonsense. Person that's going to deal with it is your sisters and your mama and your aunties. And if you think about how the world was structured in the old days, and I think that's the one thing that the Muslims have right, the women stay with the women and the men stay with the men. Don't expect me to deal with your whole hormonal swings and imbalances and balances of your hormones, because I'm not prepared, equipped, nor willing to understand or stress myself with that. So go with the women, go stay with your sister. And that's why people lived in large family settings. But the Western system is this nuclear family where the man is now tasked with being the superhero. So not only does he have to go out in the world and bring home the bacon, he now has to come home and juggle this emotional, you know, nuclear physics problem called his wife. It's the dumbest shit in the world.
What
But
about the
they
kids?
say that again?
What about the kids?
What do you mean, what about the kids?
You said he has to come home and juggle his wife, so he's not juggling the aspect of his children too. So the woman is just the only parent that's dealing with the child.
No, of course the men deal with the child, but I'm talking about just the man and the woman, right? In the Western sense of a relationship, without pushing kids into the conversation yet. I'm saying that the men of the old world understood that women had complexities that they didn't understand and they were not tasked to deal with. So they would make sure that women congregated around other women. So, hey, you're feeling emotionally not good today and you want to cry and boo hoo for whatever reason. That's great. Talk to your mama. I'll see you later. I'm going on a hunt. Talk to your sister. I'll see you later. Because she's equipped to deal with your shit. But you know one thing, Razuli, about women? This is the funny thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their own mama and their own sister and their own aunties won't put up with their bullshit. She'll come to you. This is how they've manipulated Western men. She'll come to you as a man and expect you, if you love me, if you're a real man, if you're a good man, you'll put up with my bullshit and understand that my feelings is just one of those things. Right? What's that Monica song? That a girl goes through. Right?
Please.
Exactly. Well, days, well, I don't give a fuck about that crap. You know, I'm just telling you, this is what they manipulate men into believing. And so now the man is like, yeah, you know, I'm a good man. She gives me a piece of chicken. She's loyal to me. As opposed to him saying, okay, that's great. Let your mama deal with one of those days. But
But whatever,
her
what
own mama
happened?
ain't gonna put up with it. Her
But what
mama will say,
happened? But what
nigga,
happened to you leave you leave the roof or the house of your mother and go into the house of your husband.
that's a
Isn't the
biblical
husband
principle.
isn't the husband supposed to deal with the woman?
That's a biblical principle.
Okay, forget it on the biblical level. Isn't that also on a spiritual level?
I think
No.
what Gas is trying to say is that, like, this is why exactly when a man has multiple wives, you go to the wife to discuss certain issues, and certain issues you come to the husband. Women and men are built to deal with different issues. Certain issues you should talk to your sister wife, your sister, or like us. Like, for example, if you ask us something, we're gonna give you the direct answer. I was talking to this lady. She said sometimes women talk to men not for solution, but just to hear. We don't operate like that. If I say, Gas, how do I start a business? If I start talking about a business with Gas, right? Gas is gonna automatically be like, well, you should do this, you should do that. Women will go talk about a business, and when you start giving them answers, no, I just want you to hear. If you want that, go talk to your mother, your sister, or your sister wife. Don't, because men are built to give solution. There's certain, and this is the difference that I think women don't respect. It's like, I'm coming with my husband, I want to talk about, okay, I'm giving you a solution, and you're like, no, that's not, I just want to vent. Go vent to your sister, to your mother, to your sister wives. Don't vent to me, because I'm already here to give you a solution. If you're not looking to a
But you know
solution,
why they want to do it that way? Because it's emotional control. Because
No,
the minute
it's not just
What's
that.
wrong
It's
with
emotional
men just
connection.
listening? Why don't you just listen? And even if you don't say anything,
because y'all don't listen to your kids.
talk.
Oh my
Because y'all
God.
don't even listen to your kids.
You're jumping around now. It's called emotional connection. That's what that is.
You can't connect with us emotionally.
What's so
We're
hard
not
about
the
just
same.
listening?
Why?
We're not the same. You
not
can't
the
connect with me emotionally.
You're
How
not
you want to
listening.
connect with me
And the
emotionally?
problem is you have no respect for the male gender, how he's built.
Get him,
You-
Razuli.
We respect how you're
Get him,
built, but you
Razuli.
also
No, you
respect how
don't.
we're
No, you
built.
don't. No, you don't.
Get him, Razuli.
You want your
Oh,
husband
whatever.
to be your best female friend. We're
Thank
not
you.
your female friend.
It's not about
Thank
being a
you.
female friend. Look, first of all, our female friends would just tell us, what do female friends do? You're not, they just tell you the worst. Like, before you go to your female friends, you have to prepare yourself. You have to be ready for the worst case scenario. Like, how are they going to take this? How am I going to
That's
look?
not true. Your female friends are echo
You
chamber.
don't
Your
know.
female
You
friends
are
are
not
echo
in a
chamber.
company of women. Just
Stop.
be
I
quiet
heard y'all
when the
talk.
women are talking.
You
Can
just
you be
said
quiet when the
15%.
women are talking?
You're right. Exactly.
Okay. So,
Razuli, you better grab your nuts and not be quiet.
I'm gonna be quiet, but when they're gone, I'm gonna start talking again.
Razuli, I'm gonna teach you like a Harpo Tango come. You told Razuli to beat me.
Gasdemup. Oh gosh.
uh,
Go ahead,
yeah.
Tan. You have the floor.
So, before you approach the women, you have to prepare for war. It's no coincidence that women and war, start with the same letter. So, women, you go in the mirror. You make sure that, they're going to know, what's up. If you're going to go with, the moralistic bullshit, you come prepared with that. That was that Kevin Samuel. No, not Kevin. Derek Jackson. The Jackson with an X. Who spells the name with an X? He's so irritating. Or was it KS? Just unconventional naming, spelling systems. Why do you spell your name? Anyway, let me calm down. So you go in there well prepared, and you say you're having a problem with your man, right? Firstly, you cannot be seen to be weak. You're like, you know what he's still doing? Let's take a trivial one. We don't want to get too deep into it. He's still leaving the toilet seat. I've told him 1,000 times, put the seat down. And every single time, what do I find? And then the women are like, oh, girl, this man, you have to show him. You have to go, put something there, or put the light on, or, do something. He can't be treating you like that. You
How
can't
about
be.
you fucking build your own toilet, bitch, and stop complaining?
Jesus Lord.
See, now when a man says that, he's mean. You hear what they do? Jesus Lord. Da-da-da. But the obvious
No,
solution,
but
Razuli, is build your own toilet, right?
Why would you
No,
have to say that though? That's so harsh. How about you build your
Yeah.
own fucking toilet, bitch? Well, how about you
So
just go ahead on and build
why
it
you
with
keep
me
annoying us
then?
about leaving the toilet sit up?
Listen, I understand your pain, Mr. Gasdemup.
Yep.
wait, you see, wait, hold on. Why do you think it's pain? Why do y'all assume it's
Because
pain?
you talk with such
You see, Ozuli, you see what they're trying to do? This is what they do. They whenever a man has his balls swinging, they're like, no, chop, 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 chop. He must have
No,
been hurt.
what
He
you're
must.
actually saying is you just don't want to have an emotional connection with one woman. You'll
No,
rather
I'm
just
saying
be.
I cannot connect with any woman. The only woman I
Why
connect
is
with
that though?
because you ain't my
Men
mama.
have
I
How
didn't
do
crawl
you
out of
guys
your
enough?
vagina. I
How
come
do you?
into their vaginas. I
listen,
only came out of
yo,
one vagina.
Jesus
Because
Lord.
Yana, being emotional, you can't be a sound leader by being emotionally attached.
No. That's something else. When it comes to having a
But you're the leader of
relationship,
your house. You're a leader of your house.
yes, but you have to know how to lead and learning and knowing how to lead. It should be on the same page. Okay,
Nah, nah,
you
nah,
have
nah.
to no, you have to you have to know how to relate to people, and particularly people within your house with the different personalities. You have to know that. And if
That
you're
is
a
why
man,
men and women need separate everything.
of course, but that's
Uh,
why you need to know what the needs of your woman
Separate
is.
toilet. Architecture,
yes,
architecture
men
people,
and
please
women need
take
separate
note.
toilets.
We need
I
separate
agree.
toilets.
I don't think
Yeah,
a man and woman should
sit
have the
in
same
peace.
toilet.
What
I
Haguzi,
agree.
you are nasty. You are completely
Come
nasty.
on, Tan, don't say
And you
that. You've
should
had
help us to
nasty
build
fluids on
the
your body
separate.
before.
You
But
No,
the
should help
point
no,
us
is,
to
no,
build the separate toilet.
no.
I ain't
Semen is
helping you build
different.
anything. Okay, let me put it like this: if the woman is respectful, then maybe the man should help her build it. But the problem is that these women make demands of things and they haven't earned it just the same way. Look, okay, you know, how do I put it? Like, because you're saying, oh, a connection. Men and women are inherently
No, not a
different.
connection,
Okay,
an
yeah,
emotional connection.
yeah, an emotional
There's a
connection. So that's what I'm trying
difference.
to tell you. There's no way a man
And
and a woman can
emotional.
be emotionally connected. I do think men and women. Oh, she dropped off. But I do think men and women are emotion. They both have emotions. I don't believe that men are not emotional. I think men and women are both emotional. But what I'm saying,
Wait. Melanated goddess and Yona B, did you plan this? How does she just drop off and you just jump on that quickly, instantaneously?
I don't know.
But
They probably plan to swap. But
well,
I
okay.
mean, this is good for
Welcome.
Azuli. Azuli, now you're experiencing what I enjoy all the time. You know what I'm saying? Once one hops off, the other one gets on. But uh, but no. What I'm saying is that this idea that men need to be you cannot be emotionally connected with the woman because you're just different. You know, and I'm tired of women trying to force something that's just not realistic to happen. It doesn't make sense. I think women should realize that. But again, Razuli, that's part of their manipulation. They want that emotional connection because they know they have zero emotions. Women have no emotions at all. There's nothing there. You understand what I'm saying? It's just cold, calculated, rational reason and logic. But men are the actual emotional ones. That's why men are killing themselves in the club. Yo, you stepped on my sneaker? Oh, I gotta shoot you 15 times. They're like little women. But the real, cold-blooded creatures are the women. Women. Okay, I'll give you as this example and I'll stop. Right? This is how you know, Urzul. You listen. This is how you know women are
Yeah.
cold, and this is how you know men are real emotional. You can be with a woman, right? If a woman came up to you and told you, she didn't even say it maliciously. She just said, "Baby, I just want to tell you, sex with you is good, but your dick ain't that big, and I don't always feel that. I'm not cheating on you. I just want you to know sometimes I'm not satisfied." That'd kill your spirit. You'd be like, "God damn, the fuck." You know what I'm saying? That should fuck you up, right? If you sat a woman down and said, "Lisa, you know, your pussy's loose, man. Like, I ain't gonna cheat on you, man. I love you, but goddamn, man, what the fuck? I don't feel shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like throwing a pencil down a fucking highway. This is crazy. She wouldn't care. It wouldn't affect her. She wouldn't cry. She wouldn't say no. She'd probably tell you, well, I had 4 kids. I'm supposed to be loose.
Wait a minute.
She wouldn't even blink an eye or Zuli. You get what I'm saying? So
You're
this
wrong.
is
You're so wrong.
I almost shed a tear just now, and you weren't even talking about me, and I almost started crying.
Okay, go ahead, moderated goddess.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's like my feelings was hurt for whatever her name was, Tina or Keisha, whatever. I was like, shit, I'm about to start crying for her. I mean, like the way, but I will say, like, I know you would be extra, so I don't really like agreeing with you, Gasdemup, but I will say that I had a situation similar, right? It wasn't that my vagina was too loose or whatever, but I just had someone complain about technique, right? Like things that I was doing could have been enhanced upon, and they mentioned it, and I enhanced upon it, right? And I perfected it. When that is reciprocated, I'm in a different relationship, and I said I want to be honest with the person and let them know I wasn't saying I'm about to step out or I stepped out because I'm unhappy. I was like, let me just be honest with my partner. Like, I'm not totally, I didn't say I'm not fulfilled. I was just some stuff we could work on. Like, everything I did after that was I'm cheating. I want to be with somebody else. The only reason I'm complaining is because of somebody else. Da, 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 da. I was like, what the hell? Like, he literally just could not handle any criticism. So to, what Gasdemup is saying, he couldn't, as a man, he could not handle hearing any, hey, could you improve in something? But me as a woman, I'm like, oh, let me set my game up. Let me, work on something. And I just took it for what it was.
But this is what I'm trying to say. It's like, men claim that they're not emotional, but men are way more emotional than women, and women know it. And they
The problem
thrive on hustling us with that.
The problem is because most men are simps and they think they're here to make the woman feel good during sex. Technically, sex is not for women. So sex is not for y'all. Sex is really for the men for reproduction.
Azuli, you are mad.
Listen, no, you better get with the times, bro, because you sound like you out here dishing out horrible sex. You sound like you out here dishing out horrible sex, bro.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Listen, it don't matter because you don't sound concerned. You don't sound concerned the woman is enjoying it anyway, so you can't switch it up now.
I shouldn't.
Exactly.
Can I
Stand your ground, Zuli. Hold your nuts, Zuli.
You know that's some fuck shit. That's why you saying that Gasdemup because dude out here with.
Because at the end of the day, the woman's climax doesn't matter.
Wow.
If a nigga doesn't orgasm, there's no birth to the new generation. So sex is not for y'all. I don't know who got it fucked up in your mind that sex is for y'all.
He shut y'all down right there. He shut y'all down right there.
He really didn't.
Your climax does not matter.
Like horrible
your climax does not matter. Your climax does not matter.
So you only have sex. So you only have sex to reproduce.
About the men.
Your climax does not matter.
If it was just about the men, do you know how long it would take? 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Exactly. No, hold on. I want to know this. Do you only have sex when you only have sex those 3 days out the month when your partner is ovulating? That must be when the times you have sex. If you're having sex for procreation, right? I will give you that, bro. Like, hey, exactly. Your ejaculation counts, but it only hold on. Out of an entire month, your ejaculation only counts 3 days. So you must be only busting nuts 3 days out the whole month because you're only having sex to procreate. Because if you're having sex for fun, then her orgasm counts.
2 minutes.
So basically, Azuli only has Jewish
Her
foreplay.
orgasm never counts. Because
Listen, if you're having sex
orgasm,
for
her
fun,
orgasm
if you're
does
having
not
sex
bring
for
life.
fun. No, listen.
Yeah,
there are days that the chance of conceiving are very low. So why would you have sex on a day when conception, chance of conceiving is low? You're having sex for fun. You know you're not going to procreate on that day. So that day is for fun. Why do you get to be the only one having fun? What the fuck is that?
You know why? Because Azuli believes in Jewish foreplay. Tell him, Azuli.
Oh, he goes through the little hole in the sheet.
What the hell is that?
I'm just
when they go through the hole in the sheet.
I'm just
Tell him,
saying.
Azuli.
I'm just saying. At the end of the day, your climax don't matter. Because if your climax matter, God would have made it that way. Your shit don't
So he
matter.
don't want to address
Only
science.
ours
He don't want to
matter.
address science. You don't want to address science. You don't want to address the actual ovulation period, right? You don't want to address that. You just want to keep repeating the same thing. Your climax don't matter. Your climax don't matter. What I'm saying is that you say your climax matters to have child. So that's using science. So if you're going to use science, all right. So go ahead, man. You want to assert yourself and dominate me? Go ahead.
I don't want to dominate you because you seem
I was just speaking.
very independent and strong and like one of those women from Wakanda. I don't want to dominate you. So I never want to dominate you. So I'm saying that.
See, Buana, this is why I didn't want to come up here. See, because when people get to know me, I'm more like the Angela Bassett of Wakanda. But
I'm a wow, W-O-W. I'm a wow woman from Wakanda. Oh, no, woman of Wakanda.
I'm not no like. I'm a woman that love to see a hardworking man, love to see a man, let him work, let him lead, let him do all of that. No, I'm not the woman king.
Yes, you are.
Well, the woman king had a male king above her. I don't know if you saw the movie for real, but she did. She actually wasn't the king. She had a king.
You're the woman.
Bonahaguziki the simp says, melanated, I would love to dominate you, baby. Don't listen to these guys. Would you love to be dominated by Bonahaguziki, melanated goddess?
I plead the fifth.
Wow, that's a yes. That's a yes. Please get in touch with Bonahaguziki. Put your email somewhere down there, your phone number, maybe.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
Listen, ain't nothing wrong with,
get him over here.
Let the man be up front. Let the man lead. Like, I'm all good with all of that.
Let melanated goddess get her groove back.
But all of this female orgasm suppression that. What's his name?
Wouldn't suppress your orgasm, melanated goddess.
He is just
bloom and flower.
This is blasphemy.
I'm not suppressing. I'm not.
I plead the blood.
Are you clutching your pulse again, melanated goddess?
I plead the blood right now. Like, what is he talking about? What is he talking about? Like, he's like, doesn't matter about my performance. Who cares? I could just be sweating and dripping my sweat on top of you. Who cares if you're enjoying? Get out of here. Get out of here, bruh. No.
Because you've been programmed to think your shit matter. Your shit don't matter.
Listen, I don't know about you, but I'm having fun. I don't know about you, bruh.
But most men, including me, has been programmed to feel sorry when you come to me and say, "Oh, I'm not satisfied." Man, we should not give a fuck about your orgasm because your shit don't matter to bring life in the world. Sex, subconsciously, we have sex a lot, is to bring kids into the world. It's because we've been in this society like, if you have more than one
there's only 3 days out the month. It's only 3 days out the month. So she should get at least a 27-day break from your ass. Like what? Because you literally I'm literally just allowing you to use my body. So if I gotta endure your little fake humping, can we do that on these 3 days and that's about it? That's the way I'm gonna see it. I can have fun. I can have fun with somebody who actually cares about making a home run. I'm saying that this is his wife and he's trying to have a baby with her, right? So clearly, Why is he gonna give her whack sex for 27 days and she could have only had a baby for 3? Like, listen, we only gonna get busy in them 3 days because this shit is whack, bruh. Like, it's whack. The hell? Why you gonna have a nice big penis that you only enjoying? You only get to have it 3 days out the month. That's stupid.
Do you believe in the higher power? Do you believe in God?
What's up out there?
I believe in Jesus. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior.
Hebrew Israelite.
Hold on. Do you believe in God?
Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior.
Do you believe in
I
God?
just answered your question, bruh.
So well, take it to him. Ask him the question why your climax don't matter.
Oh, okay. It does. It matters. Trust me.
Because he doesn't care about your shit.
It really matters. No, it really matters.
No, it doesn't. Your
he
shit don't
gave
matter.
me listen. If it didn't matter, anatomically, I wouldn't have been blessed with the clitoris, and I was. So guess what? Hallelujah. I don't care what you have to say. Apparently, God cared about me coming because He gave me the equipment to make me come.
No,
how about that? So if you got a problem with it, you take it up with Him. You take it up with Him, her, your creator, deity, whatever. You
let me ask you a question.
About coming.
So Zulu, let me ask you a question. So if let's say a melanated goddess was your wife in Africa, would you now allow her to have a side dude?
Good one, Gasdemup.
Because let's say she's your wife. You said, she obviously, your sex is not good. You're only good for about 3 days out the month. Wouldn't you feel comfortable allowing her to have a guy on the side that can give her what she needs?
Yeah, she could go do that. And she could do whatever she wants. That's the society we live in, right?
So like, let's say for the 3 days, right? So basically them 3 days, if I get pregnant, you the only father because the other dude, he was on the low probability days. You on the high, like fertile, let's have a baby days. Like, so you get all of the high probability days and he gets all of the other days, right? Then if you're polygamous, right? And you got like 6 other wives, you gave me them 3 days. You got to go get them. You got to be on them other lady 3 days. So I probably ain't even going to see you for like 21 days. You feel me? That's when I'm going to be ready again to have you. But you done gave all my other days to them other ladies. You see what I'm saying?
Why not? Let me say this, sis. Let me just interrupt you with a compliment. You are mathematical in your sexual mathematics. Damn. Wow. You got it down to days and hours and, just like, this and that. And I bet, okay, today I'm 6 days later, man, you're on. Come on. This guy, we used to say, man, if you were a man, you would be a polygamist. I swear to God. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because polygamists have to know how to schedule things. They have to know, like, this woman on this date, this one is pregnant now, she's off the market, this one is young and willing, I'm going to get her, okay, this one is, I'm going to seduce her for now. They have to be on a schedule, just like, your ovulation and whatever schedule, they have to be on the same schedule, just planning it all out. Like, okay, 3 days, you already have 3 days. Man,
so you know what? It's funny you say that.
Husband, you wouldn't need a side door because you already know when he's coming home, when the side dude is off, when he's finished. You man, come on.
No, listen. It's funny that she's saying this, right? Because being in this community, you're constantly meeting men who are like poly, right? It's very common. Oh, guys are like, I'm polygynist, They all team poly, right?
Polygamous, you New York hardcore gun toting, carrying.
Exactly.
They want to tell
you. They want to tell you that, oh, well, you're technically in a poly situation right now. You just don't know it. Like you're gonna end up sharing your man. Like they tell you all of this stuff, right? So I met a guy who's interested in dating me. And I was just like, yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, you know.
Oh man, we
Like,
lost
and
Azuli. We lost Azuli. Gasdemup,
oh
you're
man,
here with all the women, so
oh
now it's
I
Lord.
mean,
typically
I'm used to it. You know what I'm saying? So y'all ladies take your turn.
Yeah, he
I
needs
don't take
to
any sugar.
apologize.
I
as
drink
you're gonna be
nothing but
saying,
water. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? I do all my squats, so I got enough stamina. I give each of you about an hour each. You know what I'm saying?
whatever.
So
Yeah, as Yonabi said,
So
we're going to hold him down. We're going to tie him down. Yonabi already said she has the ropes. She has all the equipment in her
I
place.
don't get tied down. That's the funny part. So
well,
I mean,
Man,
listen, these different women. So listen, tell
nah,
me what you think
I'm
about.
I'm
Tell
gonna
me what
have
you
to
think about
smack
this,
you
gas
upside
them
the
up.
head.
so
Put Yona on the
you're
bed.
so-called,
Take Tan. Tie Tan's
Listen,
leg up because Tan talk a
you
lot.
we
I'm gonna have to
have
stuff her
abandoned
mouth.
you. You're on your own now.
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
I'm never
Oh
on my
man,
own. I'm gonna have
back.
to stuff your mouth with some
Whatever.
ugali because Tan talk too much. I'm gonna have to
So
put some
listen,
fufu in Melanata's mouth because she talk too much. And Yona know how to keep quiet when it's time. So I
All
know how
right.
to handle y'all women very easily.
Okay,
uh,
Yonabi, it's
listen.
on
So
you.
gas them up. So listen
Phone
to
died,
this.
but your mouth is
Right,
still
I met
alive.
a guy who he was poly, meaning like he was a man who was interested in having multiple women, multiple wives, right? But he took an interest in me to the point where he he said depending on the person, he would be okay with me having another man if as long as he could have another woman. What you think about that?
What about as long as he can watch?
No, he didn't want to watch. No, I don't
No,
think he
I'm
was.
not saying. I'm just throwing out a different
Yeah,
hypothetical
Bwana
thing.
Hagaziki
Oh,
wanna watch. You wanna watch you get your guts
Because
pounded. In.
Bwana
what
Haguziki,
kind of
he
guts is
doesn't mind
that?
as
Why
long as
not?
he can watch.
If Bwana wanna watch that, he like yo man. He wanna watch. He want a video camera. Y'all need to be scared of Bwana. Bwana's all nice and stuff. These be
I
the ones that be
know,
whipping
right?
y'all. He
I
be
know.
beating y'all in the low. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Y'all scared of
I'm a
gas.
witness.
Gas
The
don't.
way he's covering his face, that right there,
Yeah, you
that
know what I'm
was
saying? Y'all scared of gas. I don't, I only beat you in the bedroom, you know what I'm saying? I only smack in the bedtime, but these are the guys that beat y'all in the public. Chicken is cold, bitch. You know what I'm saying?
all right. Let's have Yona be, have a say. Yona, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm kind of late to the party. Like, what am I missing?
Well, so Erzuli, he says that he basically doesn't care about a woman's orgasm. He gives them 2 minutes and he's done. Bwana wants to watch a young guy plow his
Yo,
wife,
that's not what I said.
allegedly. And
You said 2 minutes. That's
Tan
all you need, yo. You took too
Tan
long.
says that she wants to
That's what
tie
he
me
said.
down with some ropes.
No,
And I
no,
said that I don't get dominated, I do the dominating. So
I did not say any such thing. I was quoting Yona B. Yona B wants to gas them up and
No,
make do things to her.
what I
Lord,
said was
I forget which.
I found his kryptonite. He said he's a vegan. So I said
Is
once
a
he
what?
gets he's a vegan. So
Oh, I
once
had Zigian. I was like, what is a Zigian?
no vegan. He said so
Vegan.
I
Oh,
said to him, I found your kryptonite. You're a vegan. When you
it's
get out of place, I will tie you to the chair and feed you some pork. That's what I
yeah, you
oh
guys are just
Lord.
going off course. You know
Down.
what happens, ladies? If you go off course, you end up in Uranus. So you
oh
don't want to end
God.
up there.
Oh
But
my God.
the point is, and Uranus is filled with ammonia and
Oh no,
methane.
no.
But
It's
the point
Yeah,
definitely
is,
but
not. It's not filled. It's
You don't have
empty.
to even tie him down. Why do you even have to tie him down?
I don't know why y'all would want to tie me down when I'm the man who
Yeah, that's what I'm
dominates. Like,
saying. You
don't
don't
y'all
even
like to be
have
dominated? Ten, ten,
yeah, you
10.
don't
Listen,
even have to tie
you
him
like to
down.
be dominated, right, Ten?
Well, he's
Why
not
does
gonna
he?
eat the meat just like that. He doesn't eat meat, so that's why
But
I was
No, I
saying.
eat
that's
meat.
Pause.
your
I
Pause.
do eat. I
Pause.
eat
Pause.
female. I eat
Oh
women.
God, Jesus. Okay.
I eat a lot of women. But the
Yeah.
point is that
What? That's
um
you eat
See,
just
that's what
random women, just like
that's
no
what
man.
problem is. Gas,
You
that's a
know,
problem.
Pause,
but
yo,
Gas,
but
that's
pause,
a
the point
problem.
is,
Why are you doing
pause,
that?
Okay, let me
Why are you doing
no,
that, Gas?
ask me another thing
pause.
about the stereotype with Caribbean men. The
Gas,
stereotype.
why are you
One
No,
doing
thing
they
that?
about them is
definitely
that they
no
don't.
Caribbean
They
men
are a
definitely
strictly
hook you up.
vegan
Nah,
diet.
they hook you up.
They only eat
Caribbean,
vegetables, and
that's
they do not.
lies. Them
That is
yam it,
what we've
them
had.
yam they pum.
They
Them yes, them
do
yam
not
it, them
go,
yam,
See,
them
that's a
yam.
that's a
oh,
lower
is that what
than,
y'all was talking about? Nah, y'all some freaks. I was talking about eating women, like biting
you
them. I
know what
bite
we're
them.
talking about.
No,
Come
No, I
on,
was
no,
talking about
this
biting
one we
them.
don't
I
understand
them
it
literally,
that
yam.
way.
He's
no,
Yeah,
I,
but
no, seriously. I think every
Jamaicans,
woman.
oh my goodness, Jamaicans are afraid. They are afraid. I'm putting on
They
That's a
myself in
lie.
listen, no,
the
Don't
no,
let
they that's
any.
a lie. Listen,
are
that's a
afraid to
lie.
go down there.
Tanzan, they listen. They're gonna tell
No.
you. They're gonna tell you in like, oh yeah, me not do them thing, me not do them thing. Baby girl, try to tell you,
But wait, listen, ladies. But
try
ladies,
to
hold on.
tell you.
In defense of men, it's been proven though. You know, you can get oral cancer doing that. I just put
Wait,
it out there.
wait a
No,
minute.
it's true. Google it if you think I'm lying.
Because just
Stop,
have
Google
been
it.
stop,
told
Google
wet
it
stop
if you
blanket.
think
it.
I'm
You
lying.
not even have
If
to
you
Stop
go
lady,
there.
it.
And
ladies,
just
listen. If
the
you
one
think
that
I'm
Why
lying,
we playing around? Why
just
we playing
Google it.
around right now, yo?
Ladies,
Why we playing?
ladies.
yeah.
No, he's
If you
actually
think I'm lying, Google it.
he's
What is
actually
it
telling
called?
he's
What is it
actually
called?
telling the truth. What's her name? Catherine Zeta Jones. Her husband had
Michael Douglas. Yeah.
yeah, he had throat cancer. But if you really look at it in a scientific if you look at it in a scientific aspect, sperm don't belong in the throat. It belongs in the vagina. So
Like how much? I'm about to say like how much? Okay, so wait, so it's a dude. What he got? What he had too much sperm in his throat? What the fuck? What?
I don't know what she's
Wait,
talking about, but I
wait,
know that the studies show
looking for
that
cancer. He's going
yeah, I
down
don't
there.
know what y'all talking about right there.
wait. He
But again,
developed
if
cancer
you
from having sperm in his throat.
no, you're going to your anus again. You got to stay on course. Listen, look, the point is
Oh,
that
Oh my God.
it's a planet, Uranus. But the point is that the studies show that men, if oral
And women.
engagement, yes, you can get throat cancer. So the point is though is that when I said eat, I meant bite, like literally tying women up and biting them and
Yo,
eating them.
gas,
That's
gas.
that's
Sure.
that's what
Yeah,
they do.
at the end of the day, their orgasm don't matter. It's ours that matter.
What? Oh my God.
No,
You
but
just
here's the thing,
said that.
Ozuli. Here's what I'll say this to you. This is what I'll say. I'll say this, Ozuli. You're
he's
Wow.
handing
right
out white sex,
biologically.
yo.
No,
He's
no,
handing
hold on,
out
I'm gonna
white
tell
sex.
it. He's right in terms of the biological, okay, yes. But in terms of the psychological and the mental, I think if you want to leave a lasting imprint, I think you're better off doing things. I'll put it like this. My
You
advice to
know
every
that
man.
song. You know that song when they say "wind up in that down south, soft in our bed." He making me think of that right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, just gonna give you that fake walk. Like, yo, just take that,
Yeah, I
shorty.
don't.
Whatever I give you, whatever I give you, you take it because your climax don't matter. I keep
Oh
telling
my
you.
God.
All I'll say is this, Razuli. This is all I say. Think of every
Yo,
disgusting
you
thing you
need to
can
drink
do,
some damn managed
and
water right
and
now.
and this
Like,
is what I say. Razuli, do every disgusting thing you can do to them. The reason why I say this is there's a lot of dudes who are married to a woman, and they find out the hard way that, oh yeah, no, my wife. Like for example, right? I'm willing to bet. What's his name? Russell Wilson that married Ciara. She probably tells him there's things she doesn't do as his wife, and he honors it. But the truth of the matter is, when she was with Future, Future probably was treating her like the lowest of dirt. He did every disgusting thing. And I just say to men, don't be that guy. Don't be that guy who honors the woman and you really have a whore. Because it's like, you think, oh no, my woman is a good woman. She'll never give head and she'll never do
Well, it
this and she'll
depends
never.
on the type of woman she is. You have to know your woman. That's what
But
that
most
is.
men will never know their women. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Most men, when they do things, most men, if you women were truly honest with men about the level of disgust in terms of sex and how nasty you were, your men couldn't handle it. Ladies, you know that most of your boyfriends that you've ever dated could not handle how freaky you really were.
I don't know about that.
The reason they chasing the reason they chasing it's just like a crackhead. The first hit, you're always trying to get that first hit. That's what crackheads chase. So women are chasing orgasm, which they don't get all the time. So that's what they are because if
Yo,
your
he mad with
orgasm
this female orgasm stuff.
because if your orgasm did matter, your clitoris
It's
would have
the
been
happy
inside
spot,
your
yo.
vagina.
Dude, it's
Your
the
clitoris would have
happy
been
spot, bro. Like,
But
I'm trying
Ozuli,
to tell
so
you.
then Ozuli, what do you say? Ozuli, so then what do you say about the women who get vaginal orgasms? And I'm telling you from the literature, when a woman feels that vaginal orgasm, it
That shit is
messes
like
them up. It fucks them up.
Carlos Louise.
It kills them. Like they shut down. And so,
Humming,
you know,
humming,
what do you
humming,
say to
humming,
that?
humming, humming. Yeah, you be humming, right?
What I'm saying is, if it happens, good for you. If it doesn't, sex is not for you anyway. So shut up. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but I'm
If it
just saying, like,
happens,
no, listen,
great.
you can say that. You
If
can
it
say that,
happens,
like, but when
great.
you, and it's great if you encounter a woman who's never had the humming, right? But when you have experienced a woman who has experienced that, right? She will
Mm-hmm.
let you know, bruh, I'm not humming. She gonna be trying to direct you to the humming. She ain't gonna be
And
just
I'm gonna
quiet. All I'm
tell
trying to
her, and
tell
I'm
you
gonna
is
tell
that
her, and I'm gonna
Well,
tell her
no,
well, well,
orgasm don't
melanated,
matter.
that's you though. Most women
bruh.
won't do that. Melanated, you might do it, but most women,
If you
if they've
felt the humming, you know where it
yes,
is. You know how to get there. Like she knows it.
but
She's
most women,
experienced.
because no, I know that, but most women don't want to let men know that they like sex more than the man
Why?
does, because they know that men have
I'm about to have
insecurity.
me a YouTube channel called Tell Auntie Melanated.
No, because
No, you're
melanated,
gonna have
understand
a
most
Cause
men have insecurities when it comes to that. Like every man, like I said, most men, if that's why I give the example I gave. Like if a woman tells the man, "Yo, you're little," he gonna cry. But if he says the opposite to her, like "God damn, you loose," it don't affect her. Women don't have
but
no feelings. They
right,
don't
so
get no
obviously you can't just tell your dude he's little. Like that is not I think that's just hurtful in general.
Yeah,
So
but
like
if he can't reach the hummer, then he can't hit the hummer.
You keep that for the breakup, right?
if he can't
Exactly.
reach the hump, okay. First of all, you don't gotta tell him he's little. You don't gotta do that. He knows it. Like
If he
he
can't reach
gets
the
it.
hummer, then he can't reach it.
So you address that part, and that part you can address more delicate. Like you don't have to
If
be
you
like,
got 40
oh,
inches of
I'm not.
ass and he got 2 inches of penis, what are you gonna do?
You can say, babe, we gotta like work out. No,
Work
you gotta
out
like
what?
no, like you gotta
No,
hold on.
good heart.
You cannot
No,
hurt your
he's
man
got a
feelings like
good heart. That's the male equivalent of she has a good personality. He's like, but he has a good husband, his soul, Mama, he has a
you
good
know.
heart.
See, I'm over here like,
Ain't
well,
nothing you can
okay, so
do.
if you love this man, right? Like if you love him, like let's say, before you became sexually active, like what I'm saying, like the dude said, you gotta have penis control, right? You done exerted all your control. You wasn't just jumping in and just fucking like soon as you guys met, you was really trying to get to know each other. You done fell in love with this man. Okay, now it's action time. And okay, it's a little small. Are you just gonna just let him go? Like this could be your soulmate. Like everything else is good. He
I
just
mean, there's too many sex toys out there to like there's other
so
things you
so
can
now
do
you got to
also.
make sure he's okay with toys, right? Because
Why would he
sometimes
not be?
because
If you're
Not every
everybody,
man's gonna be comfortable with that.
no,
yeah,
if
he gonna
you're a woman and you know how to seduce your man, you make sure he's comfortable with sex toys because that's a part of the game.
I mean, yeah, if you could get that, but think about it, Azuli.
girl.
You walk in, Azuli, look, you walk in, right?
Me talking to. I'm
And
gonna just
your
tell you my
and
experience.
your
My
wife got a
experience
toy the
with
size of
Caribbean,
a vitamin
with
water bottle.
Caribbean. with Caribbean men, my experience with Caribbean
That's a
men is
nice
that they don't
toy.
be really excited about toys. That's I don't know about.
Because think about it, Yona. If your wife is playing with a vitamin water bottle, and you looking down at yourself, and you're like, wait a minute,
No, but that I
something ain't
guess
right here.
I guess you don't have a lot of sex toys. There's plenty of toys. You don't have to have a water bottle size toys. Yeah, it's plenty.
But you want the hummer, right?
There's plenty,
No, you don't
plenty.
need the size. Is not what gives you the hummer.
That's right.
Like,
It's not.
yeah, the size is not, and that's another thing too. You know that I just be listening to all of these different stuff where men are telling women how they feel, what they need, what's best for them, what
Because
should
that's
make a
what
woman
women tell
feel.
us. Because look at
Oh,
what
okay.
look, look, look look at what Tam just said.
Bro. I was mid sentence. I was saying that I crack up and I just listen to the things that men think, what we like, what we don't like, what we need, what we don't need. And, even and this is no nothing, no malice, no shade, no nothing. But just me listening to, I really truly believe that Sister Yona, based off of her experience, of her, from girlfriends and family situations and whatever, her experience, the things, the way that she was viewing what women want. But when she was saying it, I was like, that is not, I mean, just like myself and even my girlfriends, that's kind of not what we like or what we're into, or that we want to control our men. Like, like I would say the majority of me and my crew were like very more like submissive women who have men have most of the
Bullshit.
control, if not all of the control. Hello? Who say that with your chest?
He said bullshit.
Because what we tend to attract is like,
how much control they get, but you're calling what they get control.
so like
anyway,
so we tend to like attract like really like masculine men.
The silent hater is here. The silent hater Jack Rabbiter is here. Simp Mr. Bwana Haguziki.
Uh-oh.
Hey, why
Bwana, what happened?
Bwana, is it true that you're okay with your wife using a jackhammer, not a jackrabbit?
You're wrong, yo. You wrong.
No, jackrabbit is all right. The jackrabbit. Hey, let me tell you something. As long as my sex, whatever the sexual,
as long as you get to watch, we get it.
As long as it doesn't end up with something up my rectum, I'm good. That's where I draw the line. As long as nothing going up my rectum, I'm good. We open. We good.
Usually he punches his wife in the face the minute she climax.
He's like, who told you to be enjoying this? It's all about me.
So I have a question. I have a question for the ladies, right? So I've been with a few different women, right? And
First of all, fix your audio. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Talk louder. Talk louder. Somebody's using a toy on Mr. Untouchable.
Can you hear me now? 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yo, Bwana, they said they're using a toy on you.
I think they have finally got you back for the whole trans thing. So you got them back. Bwana Haguziki, you lost that one. You're in the negative, just for the record. But go ahead.
I have a question for the ladies in the room. Right. So I had a strange experience for at least for like 2 different women, 3. They seem to like you to choke them for some reason, like seriously choking them. What the hell is that about? Explain that to me, someone, if you're okay.
Wait, Bwana, you not choking your women? What's wrong with you? You're supposed to choke them.
Really?
Yeah, man, they like that.
I didn't know that.
Yo, Bwana, treat them like.
Some do, some don't. It just depends on them. You say
Bwana,
a whole
Listen,
bunch of
Juana,
them.
don't listen to
He's
them.
out.
Listen, man,
Beat
it's
them and abuse them.
Oh my God. Gas
hell
them up.
no.
Wow.
Listen, do not listen to him with that, because
Juana, the
you know.
only ingredient that you need to know is, does she like you enough? As long as
No.
you've passed that threshold of liking, she's
Yes.
willing to take anything that you dish out.
That's interesting.
And
Because think
I'm
about it, the men that they
look,
don't like, then they'll give you like, oh, I don't like him, and they'll give you restrictions. But the men that they like, you can do whatever you want to them
That's
No,
not
because they
I'm
true.
like you.
no,
I
I'm into
wish,
this.
listen, and this, and I love it. I love, men
But
mentoring men and giving advice, and oh yeah. All I'm saying is prepare yourself for like how you recover when that doesn't work. Like when you try that little, oh, I'm gonna just go a little extra further.
yeah.
Prepare yourself. Be like, oh, okay, my bad. Like you gotta have a comeback game, like how to handle that, because
She
that
don't
shit ain't
like
gonna
you.
work for everybody. That shit
Then
ain't.
she don't like you.
So you don't like to get choked.
Yeah.
You don't like to get choked.
Juana, listen, they'll tell you what they don't like. Let me tell you something about these women. Every woman has what she doesn't like and what she ain't gonna do and what she won't do. Let them get to the point where they're in love, right? Where the love is Hamamawanaba, whatever she was doing.
In
When
love.
they Hamamawanaba and they like
Don't
you,
say.
Hamamawanaba, you could do no, I'm just saying when they like you, Juana, it had nothing to do with the sex. When they like you,
Mm.
when you get them to an emotional state of Hamamawanaba, whatever she was saying, you could do whatever you want. You're home
No,
free.
no, no, because not. So, all right, let me not. Let me be
Because
quiet.
it's
I
more
don't need to
important.
reveal
Because
too
if she
much.
likes you, because if
I don't
she
need to
likes
reveal
you,
too much.
it's more. She should reveal. Because if she likes you, then she's willing to put up with whatever it is you dish out because she
Yep,
wants to be
you're
around
right.
you.
Now
Because
let me let,
women
Gas
let me
are
them
see.
up.
totally
Let me ask
controlled
this
by the
Gas them
penis.
up
Yeah,
has
we
really
can't
now.
think.
talked to some really
All I had
lame
to say is
women.
this.
I really don't understand where that's coming from. That's
No,
not
Sis,
it's
I'm
not. It
over
has
here
nothing to do
trying
with
not
being
to say
lame.
too much.
No, it has nothing to do with being lame. I'm saying that you could tell, Barnett, that these women don't ever release themselves to a man truly. They've never truly submitted themselves. Because if they truly submitted themselves, they know that loss of control. When she really likes you, or she's really in love, she doesn't have control. And that's one thing they resent. And they will either they've been in that position and they've
Oh,
been
MG.
vulnerable and they don't like that position. So that's what I'm saying. You can get away with anything if she's vulnerable
I
yeah,
It's
hear you.
not
and
you
that's
she
for
has
getting
to
away
sure.
like
with
you.
it. So what you're getting away with is whatever she likes. You're not getting away with something that she doesn't like. See what I'm
That's my
saying?
point.
So you're
That's
doing,
what that
so
we're
it's
saying the
not,
same
no,
thing.
so when you, no, we're not. No, we're not. Because if I'm doing something that I know that you like, me as a woman, I wouldn't view it as I'm getting away with something. Like getting away with something is when I'm doing something that I know you wouldn't like me doing. Like it's stealing from you and I got away with it. That's how I look at the term
Can I tell
getting
you
away
why?
with
Can I tell you why I said it the way I said it?
so so well,
So
I mean,
melanated, what's a no-no
But
for
can I
you?
tell you, Melanie? Can I tell you why I said it the way I said it? And it's gonna make
go
perfect
ahead.
sense to Juana. Juana, this is why I said it the way I said it. Because think about this: the minute the woman don't like you anymore, can you call her again? When you try to
No,
touch her, what she do? She push you off, right? That's
absolutely.
why you
Well,
get
that's the
away
same
with it.
for a man.
That's
That's
the
not
How do you?
point.
fair.
That's not
Fair.
getting away with it. How is
That's not
okay?
fair.
I don't get the getting away with.
Because I tell every man, enjoy yourself to the fullest capacity because tomorrow, when she no longer like you, that door is
It's
closed.
the same. Listen, it's the same thing. Girl, don't act crazy because you might not be able to sit on his dick tomorrow. It's the dick access might be closed. Like it's not just one way. Like you
How many
getting
men
away
do
with
that to
something.
you?
I think.
Yo, let me say something. Guys, that's what you're saying right there is not true. A, a man might break up with a woman. He might not like her romantically, but he'll still
He'll
smash.
still sleep with
Women
her.
are different.
Exactly. Like this is
Stop
what I'm
saying that.
saying.
We are not the same.
What do you mean?
Most men will still smash. Not
Oh
all,
my
but most
God!
men will still smash.
What the fuck is these little things on my damn
What
walls?
you're saying, you're saying that it's the same.
No. Okay, listen. Women will still have sex too. I wasn't necessarily saying you won't literally like
be with the person, I think you were taking what I was saying literal. And I
No,
was more so speaking more figuratively
what
about
Gas
like
is saying is
what
that
that represents.
what Gas
Go
is
ahead.
saying that if a girl likes you, you could get away with almost anything sexually or whatever. Versus if she doesn't like you like that.
And
That's
it's
what
the
he's
same
saying.
for a man too.
Oh my
But
God.
what would you do to a man that other
No,
than,
that's
again,
not.
maybe,
No, it's
other
not.
than
I
possibly,
mean,
like Wanda
it's still
said,
something.
what
Whatever
could
it
you
is,
do
it's
to a man
something.
that you
It's still
wouldn't?
something.
But
Whatever
what
it is,
exactly,
it's
other
something
than,
that he knows.
okay, most men, of course, most straight men, right? Other than rectum play, what would you do to a man that you would feel you can't do to him when he likes you or he doesn't like you?
This is a PG channel.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Okay,
What
you
do
can
you
say
mean
it
that
in
he
a
wouldn't?
PG
He
way.
wouldn't. What do you mean? Like, if a man doesn't like you, he's not going to do much for you. So anything that happens to you once he likes you a little bit more is more than if he didn't like you. What the heck do you mean? The man doesn't
Okay,
like you. What the heck is he doing for you?
other than possibly oral play, I don't really see anything that a man is doing that is different from when he likes you and he doesn't like you. We're talking physically, just purely sexual here, right?
But I don't even know. You got to describe to me about when he. I don't know about when a man doesn't like you. Maybe I don't know about
That's
that.
what I'm
Like,
trying to say.
I
Like
don't know. I don't know what
the
you're
only
talking
way
about.
the
What are
only
we
way a
comparing
woman,
this to?
and that's what I'm going to tell you, the only way a woman knows that a man doesn't like her is she measures it not in sex. She measures it outside of sex. Like, okay, Buana, did you buy her a car? Did you do this? What are you doing for her? That's how she'll know the extent that you like her. But a man will know those things. Of course, things outside of the bedroom, but within the bedroom, he'll know that you really are in love with him or you really, really like him based on what you tell him no to. And that's what I tell men. Yo, if she tell you no to something, within reason. I'm not saying, yo, I'm gonna put you by the edge of the window and I'm gonna kick you out the window on the 5th floor. That's not within reason. But I'm saying within reason, of course. If she doesn't say no to anything, chances are she really likes you or she
You have a
likes
very
something
active
that you can get her.
imagination.
That's really
You have a
interesting.
very
And
active
this is
sensory
interesting to
imagination.
know
Very
that guys
interesting.
think like this. Okay.
Welcome to the man's world,
Wait,
Melanin.
what do you mean it's interesting to know that guys think
I
like
got my
this?
little notepad out. I mean, no,
What was interesting?
I have my notepad out and I am not negating anything you're saying. I am your student right now. I'm like,
No,
what
no, I
the
know,
hell
I'm
goes
just
on?
trying to understand, like, what was the part that was interesting? Like, what was the specific part?
That I mean, that aspect of a conversation was being evaluated. I didn't realize that was part. There was some evaluation part
Of
component there.
course. Yes, that's how
I mean,
men. That's if you're introspective. That's how most men, and they'll admit it. I'm sure they'll admit it. The men on the panel. If you look at the women that you've been with in your life, Buana or Zuli, the women who really let you get away with things, right? And using that term, if you like, okay, who liked me the most? For the most part, the girls who you did the most nastiest, freakiest things with were the ones that was like, oh, okay, she really liked me. Am I
that,
lying? Or you guys tell me if
No,
I'm wrong,
I
Buana
think
and Zuli?
I
so
think
Well, you're
it's been my
measuring that
experience with
in
black
terms
women.
in
Go ahead,
reference to
TC.
sex. So
and
of course
Yeah,
you're
so
gonna
what
see.
what
it's
I
been my
hear, right, when I think about like, because I work with like young women who are like between the ages of 18 and like 25, right? And so I get to hear a lot of their relationship concepts and things of that sort. And what I hear is like it's really kind of their kind of toxic perceptions of relationships. So if a dude don't go through their phone, try to break through their phone, give them a whole issue about passwords, if he's not stalking who liked her IG, then he really don't care, right? I hear you saying that if she ain't telling me, like if she does tell me no, then oh, she ain't really feeling me. You see what I'm saying? Like to me, it's
That's a
just like
fact.
reading. It's
No,
to
no,
me, it's
that's a
like the
fact.
same thing. It's like the same culture of if a
I don't
person
know.
is giving me issues, then
I
if they
find it highly interesting that you reduced it to examples of toxic women, and I understand toxic women and
I
toxic
didn't say
behavior. Like
toxic
I
women.
said,
I'm in toxic relationships. Like, so
yeah,
to
yeah, toxic
me, it's like
relationship.
a dynamic. It's like a whole dynamic
I,
of
I don't think they're the same
if
thing though.
if
I'm
not
trying to
this,
get
this,
you.
that, like that.
No, I'm
Like,
trying to get you to understand the male, from my opinion, the male psyche, the male position, in the sense that every man in on this panel, I'm sure they experienced it. They know, yo, you date a girl and she'll tell you something like, no, 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 we don't do that, right? And then Juana and Azuli, you find out later that that girl that's telling you she don't do that, you get around your boys like, yeah, man, yo, she did A, B, and C, right? And you play it off like, yeah, yeah, she did it, but you in your mind like, damn, bitch, you told me you don't do that, but come to find out you did it with A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. I guess you wasn't feeling me like that. That's the whole
You know
point.
what? That's another difference between men and women. Women don't go around telling each other all the details of their sexual exploits. You know,
Stop
that's
it,
a weird
lies.
thing that
Stop it. Stop
men
it.
do.
Stop it,
That's such a
lies.
weird thing, isn't it, ladies?
Lies.
Ladies,
Lies.
do
Anyway,
me a hoo-hoo or a woohoo if you agree.
Well, obviously they don't agree, but
nobody
Oh,
agrees.
no,
wow.
no, no. I
Ted,
don't
Wow, you want to
listen.
be melanated
I
goddess,
think.
treaters to the
Can y'all hear me?
sisterhood. Yes.
Can y'all hear me? I
Yes.
think okay. I'm gonna be honest. I think when I was a lot younger, I definitely provided a lot more details than I did as we got older. I think a lot of that kind of like tapered off, you know. But I think even as we, it was probably in our like mid-20s or so, we had a couple of, you know, much needed explicit conversation. But it's usually doesn't have to, you know what I'm saying? It's just like what's understood don't gotta be said. You know what I'm saying? But like, you're 21, 22, you know, you
I
talk
guess
about
I missed,
everything.
I missed the memo.
but what I'm saying is that again, I don't think with men, because we're more physical, our hormones, right, our emotional response to women is physical, right? And that's what I was
Mm-hmm.
saying earlier. Women dismiss our emotions because they don't understand that our physical response is an emotional response. But if you look at it, for men, if you're with a woman, if she tells you no about something that's not within reason, of course, but you know, and then you'll notice that, like I said, she might be with someone else, and that person gets all access. But she'll be with you, Juana, or she'll tell you, but I love you. But she's telling you no about something. That's bullshit. She don't love you. Because if she really loves you, she's vulnerable. She don't hold back. And the reason why she don't hold back is because there's something about you that she wants you to be in her presence. She wants to be in your presence, and vice versa. And so she'll do anything, whatever you like. It's like that coming to America. Yo, what do you like? Whatever you like. Yo, you eat pizza? Yes, yes, yeah, I eat pizza. She just want to be around you, and that means you can do any and everything and
what you're
take advantage and enjoy it.
what you're
That's not
Because the
saying
fair.
minute
though,
the minute it switches, that's over. Go ahead, Yona.
what
That's
you're
okay.
saying though, it makes sense, but then again, it does not make sense because how long have you and this woman been together? You and this man? What type of connection do you have? Is it a hit it and quit it type situation, or Netflix and chill type situation? So it depends on the individuals that's doing the do, or wherever have it. I'm not going to meet you today and then you tell me tonight, listen, you're going to do XBC, 1, 2, 3,
No, but that's
and
why I said within
all that.
reason.
So, but I get it, but it depends on the situation. It depends on,
And then
like I
keep in
said,
mind, you're talking about an average man. Chris
right.
Brown, for the most part, right? He don't have to worry about that, or Idris Elba. You see, Juana, let me give you an
Well, I'm
example,
not
right?
attracted
This,
to Idris
no, I know
Elba.
you're not attracted to him. I'm just saying, right? But I'm just using the celebrity male. So, Juana, look at this. Look at this. A woman will meet you on the first week, right? First 2 months, and she'll tell you, nah, ABC, like she said, right? I'm not gonna do 1, 2, 3. She'll meet Idris Elba or Chris Brown, and she'll do A to Z, the whole periodic table, and you be scratching your head like, damn, how she do the whole periodic table with him? But when it came to me, I only got A and B. Why do you guys think that is?
let me just say this. Just say this. It's been my experience. It's been my experience that the women that I have met, that they don't really kiss and tell. And the reason why let me deal with first with Caribbean women. Caribbean women don't kiss and tell because they know that if I kiss and tell my friends this guy is doing these things to me, the next day, when she's out, that chick is gonna be over to our house knocking on the door, trying to get familiar with her boyfriend. So she know better.
That's a fact.
But it's been my experience that when I was living in the States, I didn't know women used to kiss and tell. I really didn't know that. It was the strangest thing to me. But so you find that some women will approach you, offer some shit with her homegirl said to, it's like, well, this guys do this guys do that. So some the American women, they are freer. You know what I mean? They ain't shy about sex, and I appreciate that very much. I really appreciate that. But they'll approach you and be like, "What's up?" That was the strangest thing to me. But I would say this too, though, with black women, dealing with black women. I think that black women have their limitations. No matter how much they like you, bro, there are things that black women ain't gonna do.
That's a lie.
It's my experience, bro. It's just been my experience.
Okay, when you say limitations, what do you mean limitations?
Some black women into oral sex. Some black women will suck your dick. Some black women will go down.
That's a lie. If that means she didn't like you, bro. All black women suck dick. They like you. Fuck out of here. I've never dealt with a black woman that didn't suck my dick. Stop.
I tell you my experience. Well, I have.
All right, we're officially R-rated now. Cool.
I have a beautiful dick. Everybody wants to suck my dick. I'm saying that some women are not into that, and some women are.
And Gasdemup, according to Yonabi, has a beautiful brain. But go ahead.
Some women are into toys. Some women will break out the jackrabbit. I've seen that before too. Yeah, I mean, now I'll watch. But I mean, some women are into the toys business. Some women are not. Some women like to get choked out. Some women don't like that shit. So I mean, I can't put a big blanket over.
I think
they like.
But what Gas is saying, brother, is that if she might not like it, but if she likes you, she'll let you do it.
Exactly.
I don't believe that.
That means she don't like you.
But why would you want to do it anyway? Why would you want to choke a woman out?
Because it's called dominating. Woman, stay in your place.
Thank you.
Just to see what'll happen.
You see what I'm saying? You see how you switch that on them, brother?
You see,
she's asking a question. You got to dominate her.
This man, my dear sisters, dadas. Hey, you see this man? They're evil. Oh. Yeah?
Yes, we are, and that's great, and they like it. They all like it.
No, if you have
Tanya, you'll love it. Don't
this
worry.
Is crazy.
If you have a woman that enjoys you choking her out, I'm telling you right now, low key, she's a sociopath. Okay.
You think so?
All of you are sociopaths.
No, that's not true.
Or a doctor. No,
I feel
that's
like
true.
I feel like I'm
But
doing something.
seriously, if you have a woman that wants you or likes you doing that, she has some issues.
I feel like we too.
All of you women have issues. It ain't just them. You all have issues.
I mean, serious issues
but you're
that you're gonna end up regretting. I'm telling you, just a word of advice.
Listen,
I mean, other things can happen in the bedroom besides something.
Research before you do it. Research safe ways to choke. Just do your research. How many minutes, and then have the FBI look up your Google search and see you researching how many minutes does it take between choking a woman for sex versus.
Well, it takes about 30 seconds for a person to black out if you apply pressure to the carotid arteries.
He already did his research. That's sex search.
So,
yeah, you gotta know your stuff.
You remember that case?
Information. The ancestors are enlightening us. We're sharing and taking in information. So it's good. It's good, and we're all balanced. We have 3 women. We have 3 men.
Well, I know about choking people out because of jiu-jitsu class. I haven't done any of this to women. This is only in judo and jiu-jitsu class. I've done none of this to women.
I remember back, I think this was a couple of
Nobody
years
has
ago.
done anything to anybody. Let us just make that disclaimer. Nobody has done anything to anybody.
No, absolutely not.
All this is hypothetical, abstract, theoretical, philosophical. Yeah.
But I
So
remember a few years ago on the news, this couple in Central Park was having sex, and the guy, he choked his lady out and killed her accidentally. Killed her.
What?
You never
Whoops.
heard that?
Whoops.
This was a
Nah,
while
that's
ago.
crazy.
Y'all know,
Yeah.
stop saying
That's
like
a serious. That's a
that is
serious
not
choke out.
true.
Like,
yeah, it takes
how
about
you?
4 minutes. 4
That is
minutes.
not
You can't
true.
really make that
That
mistake for
I
four
think
Even
that
minutes.
he was like,
I
he
think
did
that guy
not
meant
realize
that
he was killing
no
her.
that
Like, what the
no
hell?
that no that guy meant to kill her. He got jail time for that.
No, they were both
Involuntary
high. They were
manslaughter.
high in the park having sex in Central Park. And he choked her
Listen,
ass out and he accidentally killed her, but he still went to jail. So
Yeah,
you gotta be
involuntary.
careful, like
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know.
listen, look, at the end of the day, this
Please
is what I'm saying.
enjoy this thing
It's,
responsibly, like everything
well,
else.
the thing is,
it
Tam,
should
is really
be
about
a firm
being
grab. It shouldn't
responsive.
be a choke. Should be a firm
First off,
grab.
I don't think you should be in the middle of Central Park high on drugs. That means you're not a real dominator because you shouldn't be. Somebody's supposed to be in control. In addition to that, you got to pay attention to your partner. So
But
you're
what if you
you're
don't know your partner? You just met her today.
well. Then
Oh
you.
Lord.
Hey, listen. I'll put it like this. Just me personally, I'm not into all that. Meet somebody today and drop my pants because I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? Like you might
Wait, how's it go?
kill me.
Pineapples or something like that? You supposed to have some supposed to say pineapples or something like that, right?
You don't need to say for it if you're being safe. But the point is like I don't understand this whole meet a woman in two days and sleep with her. Like I think men should be, and I agree with those really should be a lot more selective and have some dick control. Like we don't have to
I got a
sleep with
question.
every single woman that we meet. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like
got
some women
I
are
got
just
another
good to
question
look
for
at.
the ladies.
Because you
I got
just said a few hours ago that you're trying
Thank
to
you.
sleep
I
with
was
every.
just
Yep. Who's that? Is that
A,
Ronnie
again,
or regularly
again,
anybody?
I was
walking
saying it.
You women
It
are
was
contradiction.
hiding. I only
it
see a blank
was
screen right now with the women,
it
so I
was
don't know who's who.
first off, it was
I have
theoretical.
another
You're
question
a
for the ladies.
walking contradiction right
I have
now.
another question
Yep.
for the ladies.
That was a lie.
Tell them,
You guys
Dada.
are
Tell them,
lying.
sister.
You
Yep.
guys
I
are
have another.
lying. Don't lie. Hold on, Blondie. They're lying on.
Preach, preach. Tell
What
the
was
truth,
said?
sister. Do
What
not
was
let the
said?
devil shame you.
I don't know about any devils, but other than the ones that Farrakhan talks about
I'm
every time
talking
he
about the
speeches.
devil who's a liar. Yes.
I
Yes,
have another.
and he landed on Plymouth Rock, and Plymouth Rock didn't land on us.
The
I hear
Uh-huh.
devil,
you,
the devil is a
Okay.
10x.
woman.
Let's hear
But
this one.
listen, what I'm saying is that earlier in the show, and you guys can play it back. What was said was in reference to men and what they should aspire to. I said I am trying to have all the fun in the world, travel where there's too many beautiful women. It was hypothetical. It was not that I'm literally taking my penis and sleep. You cannot sleep with every single woman. Let's just put that out there. And it's not healthy for your mental space. You got things to do. You should be reading books and building your body up and building your mind and tapping into your spirits and other stuff. So it was hypothetical. But of course, like
Yada
women,
yada
they're
yada.
trying to
Shayla.
reduce it
Now
to,
you're walking back.
their way. So,
Melanated, I have a
but go
question.
You're
ahead.
walking back. You're
I have a
walking
question for
back.
Melanated. I have a question for Melanated. Now, suppose you're in a relationship, right, with a woman who is, let me say, sexually, she is like not a prude, but she is inexperienced, right? And
Mm-hmm.
you enjoy kind of like smutty things, right? But you don't, you know that she wouldn't like to be introduced to these kinds of things because she'll look at you like pair of faces, like I don't want to do that, I don't want to do that. But she's a good person, though. She's a good lady. You know what I mean? So, do you like just grin and bear it and just suffer through it, or do you just say, "Well, I'm gonna just screw her missionary style and
Yeah.
then go out and do smutty things with other women"? I mean, what do you do?
Why you
So I
why you asking a fish how to catch a fish? Why are you asking
hold
her?
on, hold on, hold on. So hello.
The fuck?
Let me can since he started asking the question to me, can I answer? Like, can we not have vagina
Please
envy right
answer,
now?
melanated goddess. Please answer.
Okay. Hey. Um, because I often like I do tend to have a lot of like guy friends, right? So I always tell them, you know, you guys got like penis power. I don't know if you know about penis power. They think, you know, we got vagina power, and I'm like, no, y'all really got penis power. And there's a lot of you can communicate to that woman via the penis. You can communicate to her, like slowly guide her to your level of exploration via the penis. The more that she enjoys it and she starts to see the things that you enjoy, whether like very, very gradually, she will be more inclined to explore in your realm based off of her level of pleasure. So there are certain people, I'm not going to say any names, but they're on the panel, that don't think that the female orgasm means anything. But for those that
Hey, don't throw shots at my homie like that. Don't throw shots at my homie.
right,
Azuli, get him, Azuli. Don't let
I'm
him throw
just saying,
shots at you,
I'm just
Azuli.
saying, I'm just saying that for the ones that do, it, you know, like it's kind of like it benefits you as the man. Like it's like the more you please her, then like it's almost like the more the the space opens, the more that she's open to you, and
Girl,
then it benefits you, right?
girl,
Right?
bye.
I think that's bullshit, but go ahead.
Girl,
All
bye.
right.
What kind of answer
Let
is that?
Yonobi speak, please.
My
Girl,
bad. Like, okay,
girl,
okay.
bye.
I mean, listen. I don't know if y'all, you know, when they say when the doves cry, when the doves was crying out that motherfucker, like, god damn, like,
No,
no.
Is that
no.
what that
You see,
song means?
that's the thing with us women. We don't give like honest, like, no, girl, you need to let that woman know, listen, if you don't start doing certain things in the bedroom, I'm walking. That's all you have to say. And you let her know, okay, we can do this, we can do that, we can
Wait, what
explore.
about, wait. Why just the women? What about the, like, does the
No,
man not have
because
to do nothing but just show up with a dick? Come
no,
on
no.
now.
I'm
See
just
what you do? See what you
piggybacking
do? The
off of the
question was
No,
asked.
question
no,
that
because
he
then he got
asked.
to come with more than just the penis. It has to be more than just the penis. And
You
this
see
is
what
an
No,
I'm talking about?
opportunity for
Why
us
do
to
you
let
ask
him
a fish
know.
how to fish? Only
no,
simps do
No,
that.
sis.
listen, I need to let him
Piggybacking.
know. I'm sorry. You was
I'm
only
I'm
talking to the
piggybacking
choir,
off.
right? So
Sis, I'm piggybacking off of the question that he asked you. And what I'm saying to you is that's not like a legitimate answer. For him, he should be telling his woman, listen, you lacking in the bedroom. And if you don't start picking it up, I'm walking. Trust me, if she really likes you, she's gonna get lessons from her friends. She's gonna watch
right.
porn. She's
Oh,
gonna
hold
go
But
on,
to
here's
the
the
sorry,
thrift
thing.
store.
sorry to interrupt your wisdom, as Gasdemup said, but I'm starting to believe in reincarnation because I swear to God, if you were not a man in some previous life, I don't know
Shut up.
what, because you're sounding like a real pimp right now. Like, bitch, you gotta do what the fuck I say, or else there's the door. Damn. Okay.
First
Continue.
off, that's not what a pimp would say. Azuli's right, Juana. Don't ask fish anything because these fish obviously don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Oh
Well,
my
you know
God.
what? Fuck y'all with this
Seriously?
motherfucking fish. You not gonna lie. I ain't gonna let that shit slide. I don't
Get
care what
them.
people
Get
say.
them,
That
melanated.
shit
Get
ain't about
them.
to be sliding. You ain't gonna be keep calling me no fish. You know what I'm saying? Because
So what do you
I'm
want me to
just
call you?
saying.
You want me to call you melanated goddess?
Exactly. I would
Melanated goddess?
appreciate it.
Wait,
Yes.
wait.
You still a
Go,
fish.
install his
You're a melanated
alarm.
goddess,
No.
but you're still
Yeah?
a fish.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
And guess what? And your mama's fish. Your mama's
She
a fish.
is. I'm sure she is.
Okay. And your
My daddy will
sister.
tell you all kind of stuff, and
Your
I'm sure she is.
sister.
Her
Your
boyfriend will tell
daughter.
you that too.
Your
My
daughter.
grandma, all of them.
Your little. No,
I
your
have no
daughter.
sacred cows. I have no
Oh,
sacred cows.
oh
See,
my
But
that's
And your
listen,
God.
future. Your
melanated.
future little fish.
But melanated. Look,
Future
we don't.
fish.
see, that's
Listen,
the
melanated.
problem. Yo,
Look,
Gas,
nobody's beefing with you,
let me say
melanated.
something.
You're
That's
still a
the
sweetheart.
problem.
I'm just saying.
That's
You got common
that's the
sense, right? So
problem.
you could
Be a
pick up.
sweet,
You
be a
could pick up.
sweetheart,
People
melanated.
want to be called fishes, right? You could have picked that up. So since you want to keep it up,
Melanated.
right? That was your choice. No.
Melanated. Be a
Melanated, focus
sweetheart.
on me.
You,
Focus
you
on
don't
me.
gotta fight everybody. Nobody's beating you up there.
You want to be a
Focus on me.
coconut, but you don't want to be a fish. Fish are
No,
I don't
I
know.
definitely don't
Yeah,
want to be no damn fish. You
you know
could be
why?
a
Because
fish. I'll
she's
be a
trying to say
coconut.
she's
You
trying
could
to
be a
say
fish if you want
you know why,
to.
Ted? She's associating, I guess, fish with the vaginal smell, whatever.
Yeah,
Melanated,
but
you
And
can be
you're
a
not,
sweetheart.
and you.
No, nobody's fighting you, melanated. No, nobody's fighting you. You have
But
none but
black,
friends here.
but,
But
but
listen,
black
That ain't,
women,
Wanda, look, let me
that
show you
ain't,
this,
I'm
Wanda.
not a fish.
Give me
Okay, you're
one
not a
second.
fish. All right, I won't call you a fish anymore. Nobody's beef with you. But
I
look,
appreciate
melanated.
it.
Here's the thing
Give me
about
one second.
the advice.
Okay,
This.
right. So give me 1 second. So melanated, you still here?
I'm here.
Okay. So this go to the other sisters. All other sisters and melanated. So suppose, right, the sister
Mhm.
is a good sister.
this nigga still asking them questions. Like what?
Just let me go. Just let me go. So suppose the sister is a good sister. Suppose the sister is a respectful sister. She does all the good things, but it's just I guess my animalistic side of me, back in the day, my smutty side of me, that wants to come out. You know what I mean? That wants to come play. But all the other things are there. What do you do in that scenario?
Bro, Yana
No,
just told you what to do.
I'm not
At
asking
the
you
end
no
of the
question.
day, let me speak, man. At the end of the
But I'm
day,
not
if
asking
she
you
likes
nothing.
you,
I'm
like
not
Gastem
asking
up
you
said,
nothing.
she's gonna do it. If
I'm
she
asking
doesn't
the
do it, it's
sisters.
because she don't. Didn't I just ask you why you asked a fish how to catch a fish? You retard! Stop being
I'm asking.
sick.
I didn't know he was asking about how to be with a girl like permanently.
Yo,
Maybe
Wanda,
I just
listen.
don't-
The
but
problem
then
is
oh wow, okay. We all
look,
are
Wanda,
today, I guess.
these women are never gonna give you. That's why I look. To me, asking a woman advice, in my opinion, and that's why I say it. I don't listen to women because they have nothing to offer me other than laying down on their backs, right? And they get mad when you
What?
say this. They
I
get upset.
know you didn't
They get
just say
angry.
that.
You see the reaction. You see the
I
reaction, right?
know.
Because
I
it's done
don't even
purposely.
believe.
And so the point
Right.
is that it's easy to make them react this way. What I'm saying is this: any
I didn't
woman who
react
says
zero way,
any woman
but
who
I do
says she
believe that
likes
to
you,
be identified
eh,
for the record. That's all.
I know because you hardcore. But any woman who says she likes you, at the end of the day, it really depends on you setting the tone. And obviously, you have to push your boundaries, right? So, for example, you got to know the type of man you are. Like, melanated needs a lion. Like, you can't be a pit bull and mess with melanated, right? Let me give you a practical example. Melanated needs a lion to tame her because she's a lioness, right? Now, if you're the toughest pit bull, she's going to look at you like dinner. You can be the strongest pit bull, bark and bite and kill everybody, but a pit bull can't beat a lioness. She's gonna eat them for dinner, right? So when you're a pit bull, you got to learn to dominate pit bulls. A pit bull cannot dominate a lioness. It's like I gave the example to Azuli. I said no matter how big the zebra's dick is, and zebras have large penises, the lioness doesn't say, "Ooh, his penis is bigger than my man's penis." She kills the zebra and brings him back home to her man, who has the smaller penis, because the lion dominates the female lioness, and so, or the lioness, because the lioness is a female. But,
That's an
my
analogy
point,
for swallowing. So don't go jump over the fence. Just
no
But
one's saying that. But what I'm saying to you, Juana, is this: there is no such thing as a good woman who doesn't completely follow and adhere to you. So that means in all facets. I don't care if she does everything else, but if there's that other part that you're missing, then you're missing. And that's why I say women are cold and they're not cold, sorry, they have no emotions, because think about that. If you tell a woman you're not satisfying me sexually, 95% of the time she's gonna say, and so what? Get over it. Okay. Tough
what's
luck.
wrong with you? What
and
is
and
wrong with you?
and so as a man, you have to realize that. So my thing is, why even if you get with a woman and you test the boundaries and that's why another thing I end with this, whatever the way you start is how you're gonna finish. Do everything disgusting in the beginning. So that way she says to herself, yo, hey, listen, man, I've been doing all these
Don't
nasty things
listen.
to you when you
Don't
first
believe
met
the
me.
lies. Don't believe the lies, men.
You hear how they defend, you see how they're quickly trying to drown this out, right? Because they
Do
know
not
it's the truth.
lies. All
Do
lies.
you see that? Do every disgusting thing in the beginning,
Be
so
respectful,
that way
honorable gentleman, knight in shining
Listen, I
armor.
will believe it.
you hear
I
this
will
Open the
bullshit.
believe
door.
that. I will
Pull up
believe
the
this
chair.
when I
Invite
actually hear one of
home.
them tell their daughters that bullshit. Once I
I
hear one
will
of them
tell
tell their daughters
I
that
do tell my
bullshit,
daughter I do tell my daughter
I
that.
want to hear it. I want to hear it. You put
Yeah.
that shit
Why
on.
would you
Now let's
think?
go from your
But
mother
wait,
to your
time
daughter.
out.
Wow.
But wait,
That's
why
both
would
of you,
hold
the
on?
melanated goddess. It's one thing to invoke the mother, but the child, woo, I
What?
would never do that.
I want to hear.
Melanated
I
is
want to see
It's
it.
so
I
very
melanated
want to
heavy.
see it.
melanated
So
is melanated
bring in the children.
I
All
don't
right.
is a
play.
hybrid. She's a
Woo.
hybrid lioness
Brooklyn.
slash hyena.
Brooklyn. Bona
But the point
Haguziki.
is,
Is this the Brooklyn
No,
chick that
I
you
know
like?
freaking
I would be
hyena.
scared
Try
to
to throw
meet
that
her
shit
in a
in there.
dark alley, a dark
Mhm.
bedroom, a dark kitchen, a lit bedroom, a lit alley, a lit kitchen, a daytime, anywhere. Ooh, okay, but continue. I'm scared
No,
of New York.
The reason why I like melanated and Brooklyn chicks is first of all, they enjoy sex and they'll tell you if what you're doing, if they like it or if they don't. They're not shy. That shy shit. I don't like that shy shit. I don't. So I appreciate that. Tan, we
Yeah,
come from we
you
have a
sound like a cock. You sound like a
that's
cock. But
What you mean? Listen here.
He
What's
is a
wrong with
simp, a
knowing? You
child,
ain't gonna have to guess,
a
right? You ain't gonna
premature,
be like,
a
oh,
youth
was that an
glorious
orgasm?
man.
No, bro. You gonna know you
that's
gonna
okay.
know.
No, he could call
You
me
know what I'm
names. That's all
saying?
right. He would never
And for
Some
introduce
some
of
me
you
as
have a
people,
girlfriend.
foot fetish.
that's what pleases
I'm
them.
feeling a foot
He,
fetish on Bona Haguzeki.
he would he
I'm
would
putting
never
it out there. Okay.
Urzuli would never introduce me to his woman, no. So he could call me all the names he want to. But let me say this. Tan, me and you grew up with that British training. So we taught that in the different kind of mentality, like sex is a certain way. You don't say nothing, you keep it on, on the closed doors and shit like that. So our training is a little bit different. You know what I mean? So I think that that's the difference. And I appreciate when the Americans come on because the Americans are open. They tell you what the shit is. And I like that. I like that format. You know what I mean? I like that. But maybe
Yeah,
it's just me.
you sound like a sexual deviant. Shut
It
up.
may be a little. I'm a little bit. I'm a little. I'm a little bit. Not
Yo,
even.
this conversation is hilarious.
No, I'm a
You
little bit of
sound
a
like a real conservative. Your ass sound like, oh my god, the woman's clitoris is evil.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get him, Ozuli. Don't let her talk to you like that, Ozuli.
Why?
Get that
Why?
hyena.
I'm for
Why?
Get
female
that hyena,
Why
circumcision.
Ozuli.
should she have
I'm
any
for female
pleasure?
circumcision.
Why should she have any pleasure?
I'm a
Listen,
little
hamana,
bit.
hamana, hamana. Big up all the hamanas out there. Big up the hamana.
I'm a little bit of a degenerate. I'm a little bit of a
But
degenerate.
I will say this. I don't think most men can give you a hamina.
I'm a little bit of a degenerate, but I'm no.
What you
I'm not.
mean?
I'm not.
I'm
Nah,
saying that
yo.
you're a type of woman that requires a lot of work to get to that level.
I will teach you.
I don't think the
Wow.
average man
I'll be you.
could I don't think the
Man,
average man could do anything for you.
You could be my Daniel son. I'll be your papa son. I'll
no,
teach
man,
Yeah, I
you.
don't think the average man could do anything for you.
You can't.
melanin.
Trust.
You're not gonna teach us
Trust. Like
nothing. Your climax don't matter.
it's no way. Listen.
Go in the
Melanin got
kitchen and cook.
It's all that is
Clim-
all that is.
You
It
know how
is.
got me.
you
She's
know
a
how women
sweetheart.
I am
climax
that I
by
am. That's
washing
what
the
that shit
dishes.
She's a
is.
sweetheart.
It's I
She's a
am that I
sweetheart.
am.
No, Ezuli, you don't know how women climax. How about that?
No, they
It's
climax
Just
by
say
washing
that.
dishes.
Say that shit
By
with your
washing
chest.
dishes.
Yeah, you don't
Climax.
know.
Woman climax. What is that? Just say that shit with your chest and just let it
Go
go. You know what I'm
climax.
saying?
Go climax.
Don't
Wash the dishes. Wash
listen.
clean
But ladies,
the
listen,
house.
hold on. But in Azuli's defense, let me be honest, right? I will
Mhm.
say this. Ursula, here's the funny part about women. No, hold on, brother. Let me tell you this.
Oh,
In
here he
Ursula's
goes. Here
defense,
he goes.
no, wait, let me tell you guys this. Listen to this. Listen to Ursula. Hold on, look. In Azuli's defense, right? It's funny because when you talk to women and you say, "Yo, what about your ex-boyfriend or this?" They'll tell you everything, like, "Oh, I hated this, and he did this to me, and this." And you're like, "Yeah, probably used like the dick was good." He's like, "No, I didn't even come. His dick was whack. It was little of this." And you'd be saying to yourself, "So wait, you stayed with this guy who treated you like dirt and abused you and treated you like shit,
That is
and
a
his
lie.
sex
That
was
is
terrible?"
a goddamn
And
lie.
it's the funniest shit in the world. They will stay with a dude.
Lie.
It's not just physical. I'm telling you.
Nope.
Don't believe that it's
because
hamina. I'm telling
You
you.
know what? Why that's a lie? You know that's what lie. That's a lie. Because the only reason why women say they stay with the thugs and the pookies and the rays, they look down upon, is for what? It's not for the.
It's the hamina, man.
That's
Yeah,
a lie.
Oh,
Not every
my
Pookie and
goodness.
Ray has hamina.
That's the
Listen,
consequence
these
of not
guys.
listening to women.
Ten,
When you don't listen to women, this won't happen.
we really calling this
these
shit
guys.
hamina right now. He said he ain't got hamina.
These guys are out here taking rhino pills and strong back roots because they are smoking their testosterone away. They're smoking away the testosterone.
Listen, you and I know this, right? I'm saying you and I know this.
Hold on, melanated goddess. If they're taking rhino pills and whatnot pills, how about just listen to your woman? Just that. Is that
I don't
harder than
listen to anything that bleeds. I
retarded.
don't listen to anything that bleeds for 7 days and doesn't die. You should be dead by now.
What?
Anything that bleeds for 7 days and doesn't die is witchcraft. You should be dead by now. So I'm not listening to you.
Wow.
Well, if it's bleeding for 7 days.
Are you hearing this? Is your no business?
Get him, Razuli.
Where are you? Where are you with your nice sweet voice to calm all these men down?
Man, Yana's husband. Let me tell y'all what happened. Yana's husband said, "Get off the phone and come get some hamina," and she said, "Yes, sir."
Listen, I literally did I just literally rename sexual relations to hamina tonight?
Pretty much, you did, and that's why, and that's how I knew when you said that. That's how I knew that the average man could not please you.
Why? Because I'm team hamina, right?
Nah, because you need like the vibrator 8,000. You need at least a 4-hour stamina. You need an NBA player or a football player. Average man on the street working a job is not going to be able to do anything for you.
Listen, don't say that. I'm not even putting
it's the truth. Don't lie. Come on, keep it real.
In the universe, no.
Melanated goddess. I'm not. I wouldn't disrespect. Just keep it real. Average man can't do nothing with you. Most men don't last.
Who takes their herbs and stuff like that would be just right up my alley. And
most men don't last. You know that.
Not ALL, but ASS. But sorry, continue.
Yeah.
She knows what I'm talking about. She'll tell you, I'm sure, just by the way she's talking. I don't know her personally, but she'll tell you most guys don't live up to her expectations. She knows.
Well,
exactly. You see how quiet she is? She knows. I know what I'm talking about. See how quiet she is? She ain't got nothing to say.
Because I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so I will say this. I would say that most men don't have an issue off of being on the internet of being taught how to please a woman and how to satisfy a woman. So it's not.
That's
really
what I'm saying. The fact that you got to teach men lets you know that whatever they come with is not good enough.
I'm special.
Exactly.
What you did with somebody else don't mean it's gonna work with me. I mean, I got different.
No one said that, but no one said, of course. But what we're saying is, or what I'm saying is, just from what you're saying, the way you sound, yeah, you need an NBA player.
Yo, check.
Stay away from average men.
check this shit out. The both of y'all in New York, right? Why don't y'all just meet up with
I am not. I have a New York accent. I'm not in New York.
She's in the South.
I think
but
that
from New York.
that would be
she's in the South. But first
but
off,
New York in the South is just a few hours away. That would be sex plosive. No pardon for the fun.
nah, I'll be honest with you.
Wordplay.
I don't.
Not Jose level wordplay, but yeah, sex.
But listen, Juana, to answer your point, personally, I don't talk to women in America. I'm good. Yeah, I don't talk to women in America.
Man, don't go simple.
I don't deal with the American women. I'm good, man. Y'all can have them.
Same kind of.
That's good old American women, you know.
Nah, I'm good. I don't deal with the American women no more. I'm good.
All that.
I like foreign women. It's much more
I'm
stable.
How you know? So how you know I'm not foreign?
Who? Come on, you had a whole beef with me the last time.
No. I'm asking you.
Yes,
How do you know I'm not foreign?
Oh, how do I know you're not a foreign woman?
Shameful plug, but I made a whole, live about it. Gasdemup, like, why do you come up with such titles? Yeah, whatever. But yeah, you guys were at it. That whole New York beef where the Caribbean beef earlier. I just sat back and just let you guys have at it. Like, okay, here they go. I'm just going to sit back and just float. Float is when people just tune out and just let people go at it. So you guys also had a New York flotation, and today there was a Caribbean flotation where Bwana Haguziki was there just flotationing at me with I Can Fire. Like, I'm just sitting back like, oh, what are these
that
people
was
doing?
beautiful. I Can and Bwana. That was a hilarious back and forth.
Oh my goodness!
But
You think so? I think it was ridiculous.
Hey, listen, you guys need a good moderator. I think on Koku's channel.
Has had a Brooklyn flotation where I was just,
No, hold on, time out. First off, I'm not from Brooklyn. I'm from the Bronx. Get that right. I don't represent that borough.
Difference between they're all
No, but
don't ever confuse
between Brooklyn and
don't ever confuse that. Don't ever confuse me with a Brooklyn person. I'm not from Brooklyn ever in life.
He don't deserve to be. He don't deserve to be. Exactly. He don't deserve to be part of Brooklyn. Brooklyn is way better than the Bronx. What?
Let me express that to you. Let me express that to you guys. Let me express that to you.
Get out of here.
I'm not. Well, hold on. See, I didn't say nothing bad about y'all borough. I like y'all borough. Y'all got. Let me finish. Wait, let me finish. Y'all got the prettiest women. Well, actually queens, but then y'all right there. I like y'all borough, but I'm not from y'all borough. I didn't say nothing bad, but look at how y'all quick to call my borough the worst and this. I didn't say nothing bad. I just said don't call me a Brooklyn person. You see your arrogance, and that's why we don't get along in the city because you guys are so arrogant. Flatbush, son. East New York.
That's right.
Flatbush. Nobody's impressed. Nobody's impressed. Because you know why it don't mean anything? Because y'all, as soon as y'all cross the Brooklyn Bridge, Azuli, as soon as y'all cross the Brooklyn Bridge, y'all get a good understanding.
So why don't y'all cross the Brooklyn Bridge?
Because we ain't stupid. We ain't stupid.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but y'all don't come uptown with that. Y'all stay right where y'all at. Y'all don't go past Harlem with that.
What's up with brother with Mr. Untouchable's audio? Like he's under a big girl and he can't.
They too alphas.
Listen, maybe he's like a little fluffiness.
One day they say laughter is medicine. No, laughter will kill me. Laughter will fucking kill me.
They got some women that like heavier set guys, sometimes guys.
But Azuli, I'm gonna tell you this.
Hey, hold on. Hey, I want to ask the lady something. Are you all ticklish?
What?
A little bit. Yes. A little bit.
That's Yonabi. Are you ticklish?
Yeah, he's definitely ticklish.
No,
Yonabi dropped off.
Yonabi dropped off.
Oh, she dropped off. Okay, so Melanette got it.
How you ain't realize Yonabi dropped off?
Well, because I only see like two unknown avatars.
You don't know Azuli's avatar? You don't know my avatar and Buana's avatar?
Oh, okay. Sorry. And Coco is added to this team. So I guess now we're just a sausage party after all.
Either way, you Brooklyn
Three
people.
outfits on the same time.
When y'all leave Brooklyn, y'all come to the
Okay,
Bronx.
so
Y'all behave yourselves very well.
to defend one of the bees.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Who cares?
the bees from New York.
Likewise.
Brooklyn and Bronx. To me, they are both the same thing, but I understand there's a difference between them. I know that
Oh, it's a
Manhattan.
big difference. Those guys are just grimy people. If you want the most cutthroat, brutal people that'll smile in your face and kill you, hang out with a Brooklyn person.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. That's spoken by a true motherfucking hater. Like that's some hating ass shit. Cause I wouldn't just say that about the Bronx people. I want to just be like,
We got
you
love
know,
over there. We don't do grimy stuff to people. We don't set people up. That's what y'all do. The Bronx is a beautiful place.
Where does Coco come in? Where in the two B's is he in?
I'm surprised Coco's still awake.
He's in Brooklyn.
I had a nightmare.
Whoa.
That kept me up. I had a dream that Buana was a cook.
No, that's just reality.
And I can't accept my country people being in that kind of position. So I've been up ever since. I can't speak.
I drink it, Coco. I drink it.
He's also a Tasmanian like you. Oh, I forgot. Yes, go ahead.
Tasmanian. Why you calling me a Tasmanian, sister?
Just eating everything up.
The Bahamian just like me, but that I can't take that. I can't sleep. I can't. I can't drink water. I mean no, man, that's not good.
So Ozuli was right. He is a simp.
But it's worse than that. The man was like he wants to watch too. I mean, come on, fella.
I'll take that.
Oh, but wait. Let me hold on. Wait. In Buana's defense, though, in my experience, them big girls, they can't really take it, man. You don't got, them skinny girls. That's who you got to watch out for. Them big girls.
Hey, thick
girls. They big. Yeah, they fun, but they not, they're not deep. You just put a little bit in. You put a little bit of the tip in, they start losing it.
Y'all need to have your own show about how the pussy hole is. I'm sorry. No, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry.
She's such an alpha.
There's a pipe on the panel? What's going on here?
I'm sorry. I'm interrupting the pussy hole conversation. I'm sorry.
That's crackhead business there. Someone just singing about pussy.
This locker room talk is terrible, and I can respect your decision to just leave because yes.
But do you realize why you shouldn't be around men now?
Okay, because are we starting to describe how it feels when a dick is inside? When we starting to do that? What's are we about to do?
So guys, ain't no man gonna complain. Not one man is gonna complain.
My sister, do you want to start?
I'm just trying to say, like, what is we really doing right now?
I was defending my brother Buana, saying that in defense of his love for big girls. Sometimes most big girls I've experienced, you just put a little bit of the tip in, they start losing their mind.
They're like nice pillows.
Yeah, man, them big girls. You don't need you can work a lot of magic with them big girls. Ask Zuli. I seen him in Eastern Parkway with a big girl.
Yo, come to Brooklyn where the girls orgasm don't matter.
Melanated is an alpha female and Gas is an alpha male. Check them out. They can't even freaking talk to each other.
Yo, this guy is such a cock, man.
Who is that talking right now? I don't even know.
Melanated is not an alpha female. She's not no alpha female.
Okay.
Mr. Untouchable over there peeping. Mr. Untouchable over there peeping at Melanated and Gas, man. Come on, man.
What?
Melanated is not an alpha. She's a hyper female, whatever that is. She's above alpha. She need an NBA player. Listen, the average man in Brooklyn can't do nothing with her. She need a football player.
No, the average man in Brooklyn. I bet the average man in Brooklyn don't care about female orgasm. I bet you she never had an orgasm in Brooklyn.
Oh my goodness!
Listen. I got a
melanated. Is that why you went to the South? Because the Brooklyn dudes wasn't doing it?
No.
No
I got a
wonder.
listen. I got a
Oh,
Brooklyn
cool.
friend.
It makes sense now.
I got my Brooklyn friend on deck. Listen,
No,
on Clarendon.
no
On
matter how much
Clarendon.
she tried,
On Clarendon.
not
On
happening.
Clarendon. On
When she
Clarendon.
reached Queens, orgasm.
I'm trying to tell you.
Brooklyn?
Not Queens.
Nothing.
Nah,
So
yo.
you see him Brooklyn is the dead
Flatbush
spot.
man. Flatbush man all
The
day.
G
Yeah,
spot.
Brooklyn is the
Not the
dead
G
spot.
spot, but
Hello?
the G
Flatbush
spot.
man. Flatbush man.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
All
Hello?
day.
She never had an orgasm in Brooklyn.
Y'all better,
Stop it.
listen, man. Y'all better stop talking crazy
But
on
wait,
Flatbush like that.
Is it
That's
true
the
that
coolest
is it
joke.
wait?
That's the joke of
Yona,
the year right there. That's the coolest joke right there, man.
for real,
They
is
ain't
it
gonna, they ain't
Yona?
gonna do that.
Hold
They
on,
ain't
time
gonna do
out.
that to Flatbush. They ain't
Melanated,
gonna do that to Flatbush. They ain't gonna do that to
Melanated,
Flatbush.
is it
Check
true
it out.
that you moved from Jamaica to Brooklyn because you saw the film Vampire in Brooklyn and thought all Brooklyn dudes know how to suck?
Listen, no.
Yo, she never had an orgasm in Brooklyn. I'm telling you. Never. Because
What?
Brooklyn niggas don't care about your orgasm.
Yes, they do. What?
Soon as she reached Queens, though.
Nah, that's how they make. That's how they try to
Soon
make
as she
their
hit
homies
Washington Heights,
feel.
man, them Dominicans, them poppies know what to do.
They really be trying to front with their homies for real. But I'm trying to tell you,
Yo, you never had an orgasm in Brooklyn. Stop
that's
it.
not how. That's not how Flatbush give it up.
Maybe
That's
on the
not how
Manhattan
Flatbush.
Bridge.
That's
Maybe
not
on
how
the Manhattan
Flatbush
Bridge you
gives
could
it up.
orgasm,
That
not
should
in
be a
Brooklyn.
movie. That should be a
I
movie.
think Yona need a football player, man, because the way she talks, she need a guy with like extra testosterone.
Straight yard man. Straight yard man from Flatbush. I ain't fronting.
How many roots does he drink before the session starts?
Appletons?
He drink 2 Appletons. He drink 2 Appletons and 3 strong back. He drink 2 Appletons and 3 strong back before he can handle Yona.
But Goku,
No.
you need to speak to your countryman. Yeah, he's a cuck for real.
Hey, you can't talk to me, you know. You already
You will let another man handle her.
No.
And he will watch.
You're a cuck.
She said that a lot of mother.
No, but untouchable though. Untouchable. You're my boy and everything, but you can't tell a man, hey, you could go grind my gal, but just let me watch. You can't do that kind of thing. Don't let me come on the internet and hear that shit again.
Wow.
Talking all manly. Yeah, you could grind my gal. There's no problem. But let me watch it.
Coco, your man will come on the whole closet tonight. This man talking about
Not only that, Goku, his girl is rotund.
This every gas say everything gas. He's like, oh yes, I agree, gas. Oh yes, I agree.
Yeah, Zuli, what's that about, man? Everything gas say you on it. You on it.
Oh, I agree 100%. 100%. 100%.
That's not true.
100%.
That's not true.
I agree 100%. Let me say something on Shoot the Breeze. I don't agree that Mrs. Untouchable. I don't agree with that Mrs. Untouchable. Tonight, everything gassing. Oh, I agree with that 100%. I'm like, I'm gonna push.
Why is your voice so high pitched today? Stop.
We say?
Are you guys fighting over gas?
Nah. Ten, what are you doing, Ten? Are you drinking something down there in Kenya?
No.
Okay.
Hold on, you still in Kenya? The internet still work over there?
Wow. Really?
It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Really? Well, somebody's internet just dropped off, so who's talking about bad internet? And it's not me.
That's melanated drop off.
Zuli said when the sun go down, the internet sets in Kenya.
I have been up. What? You all have been in and out. Some of you are late because you took a nap before you got on. In the middle of.
Wait, who just hopped back on? That was melanated?
Melanated.
Yeah, you hopped out.
Oh.
No, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought you dropped off.
In my humble defense, I have been up since 2 a.m. in my morning, whatever time you guys were up, and it is now 8 hours later, and have been on this entire time. So,
Yeah, I mean, you've been up on men longer than that. Come on, man. You and your boyfriend stayed up much longer than what
whatever.
you've
Oh
done.
my goodness.
You gave him some of them Kenyan roots,
Dive
and he
straight
didn't.
into the sewer and the filth and the gutter, don't you?
Oh, the Kenyan boyfriend?
No, I'm saying that me being up does not mean that I'm necessarily involved in some, dirty gutter activities.
3 months.
I don't know what you're talking about, but you know you like dirty gutter activities.
She said dirty gutter.
Time, don't pull up. Hey, time.
Oh my God!
Don't pull up
Not
on
the
him.
dirty gutter. Why you got my girl going in a dirty gutter? You know what I'm saying? She ain't trying to go in no dirty gutter.
Wait,
You know what I'm
melanated,
saying?
are you in Kenya right now with her? You guys in Kenya?
No, I'm not. I'm still on the East Coast.
You don't know what getting up to in Kenya. You don't know what she getting into.
Wow.
I'm telling you, man, them skinny Kenyan girls,
Yeah,
they do some things, man.
Oh,
they got stamina. Be very careful. They got stamina.
Pure stamina. You know they run it. You know they like to run. So
I'm telling you, every marathon.
Hi, this is Tanzan. They gonna say, hi, this is Tan Runner. That's all they gonna, you know what I'm saying? Damn. That's how they gonna see
Look,
you.
I have been running this verbal marathon for I just checked right now, 7.38 hours. Now it's 7.5 hours. The time now in the East Coast, it is around.
So orally, you good?
Yeah, you used to.
Wow.
Wow, Sam, you know how to use your mouth that long? God
You know
damn.
what?
Gosh.
Wow. I don't even need Oni to be here to be, shooting his weak shots at me. I have
What?
Oh wait, people shoot their shots at you?
Clip
Yo,
that
weak
part.
shot.
Clip that part right there.
Yo, did you say
I
he's
just
weak?
fired. When you shoot an arrow and it goes through like 3 or 4 people at the same time? Yeah, I just killed you all with one bullet. Just boom, 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 all the way through.
How you killed me? I heard, all I heard is Oni's weak shot. So how you killed me? Like what?
Yeah, you killed him. You ain't killed me.
I don't know, man.
She said, about the boy if it dead. That's what she said.
I said I have been going longer than all of you guys, and I'm still awake as all hell. So,
Well, all I know is Brooklyn niggas don't care about female orgasm. So melanated got an orgasm in Brooklyn.
Listen.
And I will tell you this, melanated, do not come to the bar because we don't care either.
Wow.
He one of them wine up and I dance, salsa, and I
stood tall.
Wine up and I dance, salsa, and I bed.
Julie, is that true? Are you tough in the dance hall but soft in the bed?
Listen.
Well, whether I'm tough in the dance or soft in the bed, I still got mine. I know she didn't get hers because I don't care about mine.
That's
you are a selfish lover, Ezuli.
That man saying that with confidence too. I know she
super confident. He didn't even care.
No, not confidence. We're talking about selfishness.
No minute, man.
Sitting over there like
nobody want no minute, man.
Listen.
But wait, hold on, melanated. You said no minute, man. What realistic? Let's be honest here. We're adults.
No.
You don't need more than 7 minutes.
Once
How many minutes?
You said once I get mine.
But melanated, do you need more than 7 minutes? Let's be real. You don't need more than 7 minutes, right? 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I mean, how many minutes do you really need?
15 minutes.
I know Mr. Untouchable is salivating at the answer right now. I can't
Listen, he's listening.
This is totally a setup. Like it's
no, but wait, melanated. Really, how many minutes is enough?
Oh my God, there's no good outcome me answering this question.
Okay, 10. How many minutes is enough?
No, it's okay. Wait.
10. How many minutes is enough? Okay, so Jonas says 7 minutes
Okay,
is nothing.
okay. What
about the foreplay?
I would say that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
Yeah, all right, 7 minutes plus 10 minutes of foreplay.
Okay, that's good enough.
So you at 17 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good enough.
17 minutes.
Really over there perplexed.
Azuli said, what is foreplay? Azuli came in the car like Semi from Coming to America. Koku, what does dumb foreplay mean?
I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Okay, wait. And you're saying, like, so in 10 minutes, that's him pleasing her and her pleasing him all in the same 10 minutes?
That's different because it stretch out. If she got to please him, that's maybe like 3 more minutes because women don't like to do what they need to do so long. So that's like maybe say 20, 25.
Mr. Untouchable, why are you talking?
Azuli is like that mad.
Why is Mr. Untouchable?
Azuli say you have simple math. 2 minutes, no boy. 2 minutes.
But Mr. Untouchable, why are you talking? You're just gonna be watching.
Okay, so it's like now it's like 20. That's like 29 minutes. You might as well say 30, right? Round it up to 30. If we at 29 minutes, 30 minutes. 30 minutes is decent. 30 minutes.
How old
That's
are you? 30 minutes. How old are you? 30 minutes. Is she crazy?
Listen. What you mean?
30 minutes.
What else you got to do? I got work in the morning.
Fuck work, yo.
30 minutes.
Your ass be skipping tomorrow at work. Skipping up in that bitch. You know what I'm saying?
30 minutes is good. 30 minutes.
Whether it's 30 minutes or 2 minutes, I'm gonna be skipping. I don't know about you.
Nigga, you getting 2 minutes. You know what I mean? You getting 2 minutes.
2 minutes. What is that? No.
Okay. I'm sorry. The way this thing works, we can only have 6 people, so somebody has to step off for a bit because Yonabi is in the back waiting to come and say something.
I'll step.
I am dying from too much laughter.
Just come.
I swear you all trying to kill me. They lied when they say that laughter is the medicine. You're all trying to kill me. That's what I was asking the ladies, and that's why I want Yonabi to answer. Are you ticklish? Because I figured out the secret to not being ticklish, but now I've been laughing so hard that I feel I'm going to lose my breath. Literally.
No, I'll step down. Koku, you just come on. I'll troll in the back. Don't worry about it.
Okay, go ahead and troll back. You know,
go be a
time. That little storyteller was long when.
Let go and you can't watch, but you can go listen in the back. You can go listen very hard.
Go be a cock in the back.
Yeah, just go listen. Yeah, Yonabi. Welcome, karibu. Yeah, so you've been listening to this, you know. I don't know what to call it. So, what are your thoughts so far? Hello?
Dud.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can. Yes.
Yeah,
go ahead.
hi. Sorry about that. I'm gonna hop off in a minute because I have to go to work. I have to start working. I just wanted to ask, what kind of sex are you guys having? 7 minutes, 15 minutes? What is that?
It's called Sex Olympics. You time yourself, you put the clock right there, and then you put, today we're going to have 4 minutes of intense sex.
It's called get mine before you get yours. That's what it's called.
Okay, that's some real selfish
whoever gets it first wins.
Your climate, where you from, Yona? Are you from Brooklyn?
Yeah, I'm from Brooklyn.
You never came in Brooklyn, so stop it. You're not from Brooklyn. You gotta be from somewhere else. Stop.
All my kids are born in Brooklyn, so 100%.
Exactly. You said it perfectly. The men climax matter, not yours. It don't matter.
Well, no, trust me. The men climax matter, but he ain't leaving until I'm done. So I don't understand. How is it you guys only have? I mean, everyone is different, but no, sex is an event. I guess it's because I'm a Jamaican woman. I don't know. Sex is an event. I don't just lay there and he's not going to just lay there. We're going to entertain each other. We're going to have a big concert, and then it's going to be a standing ovation, and then it's going to be
play Monopoly.
Yes. All of that. So I don't understand. I guess everybody is different though. But a lot of my friends, they say the same thing. Like their sex life is like boring. And I'm like, okay, I don't talk about my sex life. So, but I just listen when they talk. And I hear you guys basically saying the same thing. So is it that people are just busy? Is it the sex drive is just not as high, or like what is it? Because I know for me personally, having some good sex, a lot of sex, I stay in shape. That's how I stay in shape.
Cricket.
I think you left the men dumbfounded, speechless, just, quiet.
I think you conceived in Queens and you gave birth in Brooklyn or something like that, according to.
No, all Brooklyn. Yeah, it's a fun time. It's an
BK,
eventful
baby.
time.
BK, baby. You know what I'm
No, but
saying?
like,
BK got that vibe.
can somebody like let me understand that? Is it because
Wait,
people
but
are
can we
just
get the answer though? What's the answer to the question, ladies? I came in late. The question I believe was, I think Gas had asked it. How long is sex supposed to last? Yana sounds like it's supposed to last about shift.
I mean,
A shift
okay,
of work.
so the person is okay. I remember my little aunt. She was going through the scenario, and we were adding like foreplay and his and her foreplay and da da da. So if his and her foreplay is included, I said at least 30 minutes. That's what I said.
It's about okay.
That's foreplay, intercourse, and whatever the aftermath was, everything wrapped up in that.
Zulism says he'll owe you 28 minutes, but thanks. Did Tanzan answer the question?
Tenzin, your mouth is hurting. You can't talk.
Dang, yo, really? Yo,
inside of an Excel
I'm
spreadsheet right now.
sorry. Wow. I'm
Y'all
sure
ain't
Azuli had
playing.
something snacky to say, being the snacky individual that she was. My answer to that is this. It depends, on the time, the circumstances, the environment, the situations, the variables, the different, calculations and so on. The
Oh,
X,
you
Y.
one of those. You one of those people.
Yeah, basically. Oh, you one of them kind of assholes. Okay, thanks.
Oh, is the sun up? Is it the full moon? Oh, what the
Don't be like that.
Are we in penis retrograde or?
Okay. Here's the thing. This is okay. My honest opinion. So, how long it's supposed to last is this: as quickly as the lady gets to where she's going, because for a man, a man can do that on his own. He can get there quickly. He can do that.
Good answer. Good answer, Tan. Good answer.
Yeah, you make my stomach hurt. Seriously, my stomach hurt. She said, "I'm not gonna get there on his own." Come on, have a heart. You know what I'm saying? Have a heart. Come on now.
I'm saying exactly what Azuliism saying. That this
saying,
man orgasm don't mean a goddamn.
Pump it up. What she said.
That was a damn good answer, sis.
Listen.
You women need all kinds of toys and devices and machinations and all this stuff. Men have been doing this manually for years and years. They are now just getting into, making female vaginas. But women, anything that is just phallic shaped, you're like, that carrot, what can it do? Hey, a tomato, no. Potato, maybe. No, maybe. But there's no equivalent for us. So hey.
I hope the new set of toys that they make is shaped like a cactus.
Wow, that is so evil of you,
I
though.
will say this though. I don't think men should really, other
He's
than
jealous.
physical
You
stamina.
jealous of them toys?
I'm not. I don't know about being jealous of toys, but I don't think men should be stressing
I
themselves
don't know if those words
because
have been uttered before.
the
Sorry, let's just take a moment to acknowledge that those words have never been uttered before. Jealous of toys. Okay, please.
yeah, I don't care about all that. But what I'm saying is that the truth is that most men should not stress themselves when it comes to that because the truth of the matter is you don't know if she came or not. You really have no way of knowing. There's no definitive way. She
Because
can.
her
What?
climax
How
don't
you can't?
There's
matter.
no way you
What
can
you
know
mean
if a
you
woman
Climax
can't?
don't
tells
You
her.
matter.
can see
There's
it.
no
What?
way
What
you can
you
Oh
know.
mean?
my
You can
God.
see it. You can see it.
Wow.
You can't. She can pretend and
I'm
bullshit
very
you.
disappointed
How
in
you
you,
pretend
Gas.
it?
I'm telling you the truth.
Where do you get like
Gas,
extra
I'm very
bodily fluids
disappointed
from?
in
I'm
you.
confused.
He
I'm
really
telling
said
you the
that.
truth.
Gas,
I
There's no way
I
you
don't
can
know.
gas
know if
them
a
up. You
woman
don't know
climax or
tell
when
not.
the
you.
woman
I've never heard of that. I don't know. No,
you wouldn't know if
I
she
How
would
mean,
do you know?
climax.
How do you know if a woman
you
climax?
can see it. I mean,
I can't
You
right?
see it.
Like you see
gas.
the stuff. Like
No,
it's
You
stuff
don't
there.
know when you
you
have
can't see
all these
nothing. If
women.
you can't see when the man
Wow.
climax, you know. When the woman
Come on.
climax, I don't know.
You
How
have
do you
all
know?
these women, gas them up, and
And
you
if you
don't
don't
know when they
know, you
come.
don't know.
Yeah, no.
You
Okay.
don't know. Like
Okay.
realistically,
And that's how
Coco,
it
wait,
goes.
Coco, wait, Coco. So are you saying that you know when a woman climaxes?
No, you only know what you're told, man.
That's it. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Just like your
well, what
baby.
you guys are
That's why
saying
I'm
is
against all this DNA testing because you're not supposed to, go to a lab and find out. You're supposed to just know when the woman tells you that it is your baby. You don't have to go to the Maury show and, televise that whole embarrassment, that whole paternity test, which is against the women. No,
So
if she picks
you
you
advocate
amongst all
horrorism.
the random men that she was sleeping with at that time as her baby daddy, then just know the baby doesn't look like you, but you're the daddy. You might have some, deep down.
What?
That's
Great
that's
grandparents
whole
from
What?
Bible.
back
That's
then.
whole
No.
Bible. That's whole Bible
Man.
at 2:45 at night. That's crazy
Oh,
talkie talking
damn,
right.
damn. Okay. Wow.
I mean, like I said,
You
man,
see,
this is
it
why
takes
I
a
tell
village.
men
Takes a
enjoy your
village,
life.
man. You
Yeah,
you the
it takes a
village.
village to make her
Yep.
come.
Hey,
It takes
takes
a
a
village to
village.
make her come.
Wow.
Takes a whole
We've
village to
just
make it.
gone. We've gone from R to just X, all the way to X.
Listen,
Hold
Ten,
up, hold up,
let's do
I
this.
ten,
was
There's
trying to
no
ten,
way
have
we
a
can.
nice,
ten.
intellectual, respectable show.
You just said the baby doesn't matter who the father is. Now he just said it takes a village to make her come. Now you say no.
No, I was saying it takes a village to raise that baby. It takes a village to raise the baby.
So it takes a village to make her come too. If I don't know who, if I don't have to know who the
It's
father
not
is,
the
then
whole village, though. It's just no,
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah. Anyway,
well, it
if
doesn't.
You
It
know
doesn't
that's
matter.
one thing I will say.
If it doesn't
You
matter whether
say,
she comes
yeah,
or
yeah,
not, it
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
matter if the baby is yours or not. Zuli, if it doesn't matter whether she comes or not, it doesn't matter if the baby is yours or not. It's still a baby. The baby is
no, it
here.
matters. It matters because my come
Why?
matters for the baby. Your come doesn't matter. My climax matters, so that I need to know who the baby is.
But
My
you're
climax
still
matters.
climaxing either way, whether the baby is yours
Your
or not.
climax does not. Yo, Ten, listen to this.
Listen, man.
Whether you climax or not, it doesn't matter. If I don't climax, there's no
I
baby.
listen.
But here's the thing.
That's why
Hold
you
on. Wait. Let
only
me tell you
try to
this,
have a
melanated.
baby 3 days out the month. So the
But
other
melanated.
27 days, my climax does matter because I
Can
may
we be
not
honest?
care about your motherfucking climax, some little bullshit ass 3 days. Because
The melanated.
if someone else can guarantee me 30
Man,
days of
it is a
climax,
gangster.
then I would just be
He
with
is
them
a
because you only
gangster.
guaranteeing me 3 days a week, 3 days a
Okay,
month.
but wait,
What the fuck is
that's a
that?
lot. No, actually, that's
No,
not
Nigga,
three
true.
get
days a
in
month.
line.
Wait, hold on. Let me prove it to you.
No.
Realistically, if you really think about it, all this talk about women's orgasm is bullshit because a woman can make herself come. There's
But
nothing
why?
stopping you. And you, oh, wait. You know this.
Yes, you're
All
right.
you have to
Yes, you're
do
right.
is sit on top of him and rub your clit and your nipples, and you will go to high heaven. So why are you stressing Azuli? Sit on top of him, tell him to hold his breath for 5
No.
minutes.
The fact that
You'll
he
be
don't
fine,
want
and
to,
you'll be
he
good.
don't care. No, fuck that.
But why does he
That's,
need to care?
I just
That's
told
what I
you,
say
fuck
to you.
that.
Fuck that is the
Fuck
same
that.
thing I say about your orgasm.
Okay. Oh well. Listen. I told you you dishing out a lot of unhappy sex situations. I already told you. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Shorty is leaving you and getting her
Azuli,
vibrator out, right? And like,
just know
goddamn
the
it,
truth is
eventually
you can't please
she's
young
never
ladies.
going to stop fucking her baby daddy, right? Who knows where that spot is? Who does it
yeah,
all the
he's a
time?
simp. He's a
She's
simp. He
never
could do
going to
that.
stop fucking him. She's not
I'm
Azuli,
like
just
why?
yo
Why would
yo.
she?
Let me tell you
Because
you
something.
cannot please a woman like
you just
Melanated.
dance around. You just dance around it. You don't even adore the spot. You don't be like, oh,
Melanie
Suki,
got
I
it.
found the spot.
Melanie got it.
Big up the
I,
spot. This is the spot. No.
Melanated goddess, let me ask you something. Real quick. Do you, between a simp and a pimp, which would you prefer?
She preferred
I
what
don't
Juana
know.
Agudiki just posted in the comment
No,
section.
listen. Neither of those.
Let her talk.
Because like,
That's a good
okay.
question, Tan. Wow.
So let me say this. Let me just say
Mm-hmm.
this. That is not a fair question for women like me because I don't like that simpy stuff. But I definitely I demand way more respect than a pimp would ever give me, right? So I couldn't see myself accepting disrespect or anything that I felt was
So you want
disrespectful.
a simp? You want a
No,
simp? Most of y'all women
I
like
want
a
to be
simp anyway. Most of y'all don't like a fella to put y'all under some rules. So you ain't want no pimp. You want a simp. You want a dude who build a house. You want a dude who build a house and then build a side door for him to exit when the main man come in, right?
Yeah,
you
the
done?
mailman knows when you're
Are you done?
climaxing.
Imagine I build a house
Are you done? Are you
and I
done?
build a side door.
Okay, I guess you're not done.
So me and the
Keep going.
main man don't have to. Me and the side man don't have to run into each other. Ain't that some bullshit?
Actually, he's the plumber because he's good with the pipes.
This reminds
Yeah, I
me
mean,
of
come
my.
on, man.
That's even better.
Okay, so
For sure.
I believe, right, the example that was presented, the person, they themselves were like multiple polygynous, meaning they had like 20 other spouses, right? So you
20,
know, like
20, yeah, we just went from Z1 to 2. Okay, 20. Okay, let's go with 20.
yeah,
Fine.
like I think I want to say the example I saw on YouTube, the gentleman, he had a whole compound and like all of the wives were on a compound. So like they did have that whole like, you know, he would start to come by and they would take like something and run it across the metal like it'll make as a
So
noise,
is
and I
that,
guess
wait. So is that guy a pimp?
no, he wants to have multiple children and all these children and
Yeah,
it's
but
about the
is he a pimp
nation.
though?
I guess according to his culture, no.
And is he a simp?
But Ten, let me ask
No,
you a
he's actually
question.
not a simp because whatever
Okay.
his objective.
Right. He's outside that
Yeah.
category. All
But
right. So
Ten, wait. Why are
Let me
you
just
women?
interject real quick. For
yes.
for Buana Hagaziki, I will buy you some film, man, because everything
Yeah, he
you
needs
talking
help.
about is watching.
He needs help,
Everything you
man.
talking about is watching some gal get grind. I don't understand. This thing
He
keeping me
needs
up, man.
help. He needs help, man. What's going on in the Bahamas, Coco? But that's another
I don't know,
conversation.
man.
That's Bahamas.
Um,
I'm sorry to say, but he's representing, Bahamas. So yeah, that's what we'll think of, Bahamas from now on. Simp, cock, films, things
No, but
probably.
I from there. You can't think about it like that. I from there.
He's more
listen,
expressive, he's put his stuff out there. He's just talking all these kinds of stuff,
but Ted, I
sitting
want
on
to
the
ask you the
dollar wine
question, Ted.
place.
Why is it that you see, and this is how I know women are manipulative. You guys just admitted that the truth of the matter is a woman can make herself come. You're so up in arms when the men are like, whatever, and you don't need a man to come. But because you want to put that over
It
him,
still feels
Azul,
better.
look
That's
at
what
this.
we're
Look at this,
saying. It's
Azul.
not that
Because
you're not
they
demand.
want to
It
be
feels
able to.
better.
No, it's not better. It's basically you want to have a way to tell him, nigga, your dick is whack. Nigga, your dick is little. Nigga, your sex sucks. I'm going back to my baby daddy.
No,
That's all
you're
it
so
is.
wrong
Why do
on
you
that
have to
one.
be so extreme, Gas? Oh my
Yeah.
God.
It's not extreme. It's
Wow.
pinpointing the ways in which women always
And,
try to
and
latch onto you emotionally
gas,
to manipulate you.
I
and,
understand your pain. It's okay. I
and
get it.
gas. How do you fight back?
Most
How do you how do you, how you how do you how you
How do you
let
fight back?
you
Simple.
said
Like when
what?
Yola tries to throw
back
little
against
shots,
what?
you
Who's
ignore it.
attacking?
She says, "Oh, how do
No,
I feel your pain?" You see, this is what they try to do. They try to make it seem like you're hurt or you're angry or you're mad or you're bitter. And I've never had a
Listen,
bad relationship a day in my
you're
life.
the one who said you don't know when your woman is reaching her climax. Like one of
No man on the panel knew.
what about I mean the
No
woman
man on the
don't
panel knows.
the women don't squirt? Like do you
Squirt
not
no.
is piss.
Squirt is
feel
bullshit. That's not even
Squirt is
that's
piss.
peeing.
Yeah,
It is a
I don't.
listen,
fact.
Every woman
There is
doesn't
no
squirt.
difference between
Yeah, you can have a
squirt,
definitely
fluid,
have a
and
climax.
pee.
I don't squirt, so like
well
you can definitely have a climax and not squirt, but
what about vaginal
you should. It's
orgasm where
secretions. Yeah, it's
there's a
secretions. It's
push on your your dick? You don't you
Do
feel that
you don't feel the
I?
nice
throbbing,
tingle
like the
when
squeezing or
she
something.
comes? Like that's what I'm
We
saying.
Let,
feel
Like
all
let, let
kinds
me
of things.
take off.
We
I
feel all
feel
kinds of things, but we can't confirm what the fuck is going on. We feel that could be the door. That could be the door was
What you
creaking or some shit
mean?
like that. We feel all kinds of
No,
stuff, so we
what?
don't know what's going on.
Wow.
We don't
Wow.
have no
you don't
confirmation.
have a clue.
There's no printout.
Because
There's no
you have
printout that comes out and says confirmed orgasm or no shit like that. We
no,
don't know.
no.
And Koku, you know how it's true? You know how you
He
know what you
said
say is
there's
true?
no printout. I'm done,
Koku,
yo.
you
I'm
know how you
done.
know it's true? Because the truth of the matter is, whenever you ask them, oh, the last guy you were with, you broke up with him, and they tell you, yeah, he beat me or he was terrible, I hate his guts. So, it must have been good sex, right? No, it was terrible, I never came. But if you ask him, he'll tell you, yeah, man, I used to hit the spot. I was long digging it, I was stroking it. She was screaming, she squirted, she rolled, she shook her leg, she said, holy Jesus, fire matrimony. Come on, man, who are y'all kidding? That's that dog and pony show that you tell an 18-year-old. And you a grown ass man, you enjoy it, and you say maybe she likes it. That's all.
The one thing I can say about that is if you take your time and you know your woman, you wouldn't have to worry about that. So that's what I could say.
No, but Azuli telling you he ain't worried about it a goddamn anyway.
Well, yeah.
So it don't matter.
When you say
Hello?
take my time to get to know her, like, is there a manual? How do you get to know her?
No,
I'm
what
not
I'm
talking
saying.
just about knowing her, know her body, know what she likes, don't like, what makes turns her on.
Do I look like her gynecologist?
Well, that maybe you need to be.
Oh my goodness. Like you, I mean, so listen, let me just say this, right? And I'm not trying to sound like nobody's creepy auntie, but just the way that you're talking, I'm just like, if you really explored the pom pom, man, the things you would unlock,
I am not Christopher
you
I
would
Columbus.
don't want to
not,
unlock shit. Your orgasm don't matter. Stop.
bruh, bruh, your whole experience,
Will be on
your
another level.
experience.
I'm,
Exactly.
I'm,
I
I'm gonna
mean,
tell
I'm
you,
just
lady, this.
like,
True.
what
And this is
type
how I know
of
you guys are manipulative. I
I'm
will
just
tell you
like
this, fellas. It is
like she
not the
said, what type
physical.
of sex y'all having?
It is
Like
not the
this shit
physical,
is like
gentlemen. Don't fall for this.
wiggity
It's
wiggity
mental. If you control her
wiggity what?
mind, all that wiggity wiggity is a lie. If you get the mind, the body follows. Don't fall for that physical nonsense.
Come
This is what they
across
tell you.
me, man.
They
That's
know
a
what they're
serial
doing.
first dater.
It's BS. They're
I
making
could
up lies
tell
right here. It's
your
all mental. If
energy
you
is
control the
off.
mental, it could be off, but I know for a fact if you
I
control
could
the
tell,
mental,
man.
you have the temple. All you
Alright.
need to do is tap the temple. Because that's where her real orgasm is
All I'm
anyway. It's
saying
in
is
her
the
head.
humana better fucking come. That's all I'm trying to say. Like you can talk all that shit, and I would let you
I
talk it.
can't do anything
I'd
with
be
you.
like,
I can't do
talk
anything
that
with you.
shit.
I would
Talk
pass
that
you on.
shit.
I would pass you on to Bwana Hagaziki or the nearest football player because I know
Bruh,
for a fact I couldn't do nothing with you.
bruh. I would just be
You
like,
see,
ain't no
you see,
humana.
Yo, gas him up. I'm
You
happy you
know.
didn't say you're gonna pass it on to me because I'll just get mine and pass it on to the next.
I
No, I'm
mean,
gonna let
and
her
you,
be with
I can
Bwana.
tell you right now, you wouldn't even shop. Hey,
You
I'm
guys
just
is something
See,
saying.
else.
this is where Tanzan has to host a certain kind of way. We got to get a follow up on that squirt comment
Oh my
from
god.
Oh,
Yana P.
listen. No, because I mean, what's the follow up for that? Like, you don't gotta have no video and shit, but everybody don't squirt. That squirting isn't
What is the
equivalent
another?
with orgasm.
I don't know
Like,
about that. If
it's
you ain't squirting, something ain't working. So I don't know.
oh
Ooh.
well. I mean, I hear you, but
Whoa!
there's definitely an a non-squirting orgasm. You can. I mean, I don't want to. You can Google it.
Yo,
You
it's
can.
not squirt. It's not. There's no such thing as a woman squirting. That's just piss. You can't control your pee. Stop it.
But so
Okay.
I'm saying but
Okay.
the female
Erzuli,
orgasm, like
how
you
often do
Sure.
you make
can
girls
see.
Thank you.
uncontrollable
Thank
with
you.
their pee?
Never.
Never.
So I
You see?
see.
Then hush up your damn mouth. Let me hear what Yana P had to say, boy.
Thank you.
But the squirting solution does have urine in it. It's not like total urine, but it
Well,
does have parts
so
urine.
does the secretion of the cum, depending on you know certain things that go
Listen,
on
I
in
think the
you ladies
concentration
are
for
telling
female is a
yourselves
little bit
lies.
more pee than male
I
secretion.
can tell you ladies are
It is a
not
little
used
bit
to
more
being
pee.
vulnerable.
Oh my God.
I
You
can
know,
tell you ladies don't like being vulnerable because vulnerable women don't talk like
I can
you.
tell you, Mr. Gasdemup, you don't ever like being vulnerable. You don't even
On
like to
my
be
way to
attached
the
to anything.
airport.
So
I'm on my way to the airport, y'all. Y'all done cut me up all night while I packed,
You guys, you
cleaned up my
ladies are
house.
out here telling men what they want to hear. So these men are sitting there deceiving themselves.
ah,
It's all mental. There's
of
no
course,
man.
of course it
By
is
the way,
all
Gas,
mental, and that's why when you reach the climax, it's that squirting. I'm telling you, it does something to a dude. Like if you've never experienced that before, you gotta
I
get
told you
that.
she was a dude in a previous life. Like she knows too much.
I don't
it's the
know.
quiet
That's a
one.
lie.
It's always
10.
the
You see, you
quiet
can
one.
tell that 10. You can tell that to a man who don't know any better. What you ladies are doing is you're basically trying to make men or men believe that, oh yeah, if I hit the spot, there is no spot. The spot is in between her
There,
head. That's the
Ugh.
spot.
there
In
is
between
a
her ears.
spot. Oh,
There is no
how is
spot.
he going to tell us
I don't.
whether
Because I
there
can
is a
tell
spot or
because
not?
I
10,
agree with gas them up. I agree with gas them up. I
you
don't think that
ladies
Wait,
you ladies have
we
like
cannot be
never been
melanated and
vulnerable.
agreeing with freaking Gus the map.
I agree.
10, you've never
I
been
believe
I
vulnerable
that.
to a
expect that
man.
from Yonabi maybe, but not
No, I
from
don't
you,
believe that
sister.
that the squirting part is not about being vulnerable. I think
No, I didn't
that
say about the
people.
squatting
No,
part,
no.
but there
I
is
was
a spot.
addressing gas them up, and I was just saying
Several,
that
actually.
I believe that it's about people's anatomy. You know what I'm saying? And like my anatomy is another woman's anatomy, and where their bladder is, and where my bladder is, and all the other kind of shit. It's you know what I'm saying? Like it's just different. So I
I
Yeah,
don't look at
yeah,
Fellas,
it
these
like.
ladies are trying to complicate something that's
I
easy.
get what
Yeah,
If
you're
she like
saying,
you,
yeah, I'm not
Gas.
make
looking
it.
at it like there's any
All you gotta
competition
do.
about like you need to be able to have this response to penetration. I just don't have that response to penetration because of by way of my anatomy of where my bladder is and if I'm penetrated
So
it doesn't require
it's
that
okay.
response.
Your
It just gives
C-section
a
arranged
hold on.
you
slightly
know
Wait,
extra
Azuli, do you hear what she
lubricated.
just said? Azuli, you hear what she just said? She said she doesn't respond to penetration. Proving what
No,
I
I
said
did not say
earlier.
that. No. I did
She
not say
said
that. I did not say
she
I did.
did.
I said I don't have that type of
Yeah,
response.
that type of
Meaning it is
response.
not so meaning it is not squirting. But then if you would have listened, continue listening, I said it gets extra lubricated, right? I did say that.
Yes, I
You
heard it.
can
No, I wasn't. I
respond it.
wasn't trying to
So I'm
dismiss
not
it.
saying
I'm
I'm
just
so it's
showing the men on the
so you but
panel.
not but that so the way that you reiterated what I said was disingenuous because I did not
No, I
say
wouldn't be disingenuous. I was just showing the
you
men on
were.
the panel. No, I
Well
wouldn't.
then,
You didn't let me finish my sentence. That's why.
all
What I was
right.
showing the men on the panel is further proof again that the average man in Brooklyn can't do anything with you.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, here you go. Okay, there you go.
No, but
Exactly.
gas is right
Then I agree
to
with you, Bubba.
he's
I
right
agree.
to a certain extent for sure, because that's why when you have sex it's good to do foreplay, because it gets your mind going, and once you conquer the mind, I'm telling you, just like what he said, everything else falls into play. But I must say there is a G spot, and it helps also if you're squirting with your man and you're doing whatever you're doing. It's a different type of elevation that the man reaches when that type of thing comes into play, especially if you're doing foreplay and you're doing it
You're
correct.
right.
So
Until
I
she no
would just
longer in America, until she no longer wants you in the house and she
Oh
call the
my
police
God.
on you.
I
So
was
as
just
a
about to
man,
Lord.
you need to
say
enjoy yourself
that when
and
you
not
said when
fall.
you were squirting with your man, I was gonna say that warrants a certain level of
Melanated goddess was on
respect.
there spotting with her man, and here comes Gasdemup talking all
That
this.
requires a certain level of trust. When you said, "Oh, when you're out here squirting with your man," for you to get to that point where you're literally releasing yourself to this person, you trust them, right? And
Right.
I'm
That's
saying
why I
that
said,
that
yeah.
doesn't
Didn't I
happen
just say this
like
30
that.
seconds ago about y'all
It's
never
not.
been vulnerable? And the
Oh,
women, you see
Ken
that, fellas?
Machine.
These women
I
are
will
all
say,
hustling you. They're
Oh my
I
hustling
will
you.
say,
God.
I know
And
them
I
very
will.
well.
you know what?
They manipulate men. All of
So
these
we
women
can't
do
say
it.
nothing you have said because you said it already. We can't say it.
Yeah, I know y'all like the back of my hand. Y'all,
Oh
if
my
you read the
God.
book, How Women Manipulate Men, you will read it.
Giving honor to the brother Gasdemup, peace be upon him. You know, he had mentioned this, so let me say it because brother Gasdemup, peace be upon him. He's the
Peace
first
be upon.
person
Wait,
that I've
wait,
heard
wait,
say
wait,
that.
wait a minute. Did you just say Gasdemup, peace be upon him?
Peace be upon. I mean, he want all
Wow.
the reverence. So
Wow.
like,
See,
I'm gonna give him the
I told
reverence.
you
You
You see
know
what I'm
what's
saying?
funny?
he was
You
going
know
to
what's
do
funny?
something.
You
Okay,
know what's so
okay.
funny about this is that, like
Mm-hmm.
I said this 30 minutes ago. There is no physical miracle. Yes, there are certain things you can do physically, but it's all mental.
Of
That is the
course.
secret. And when men unlock the mental, then you can tap into the physical. But if you try
100%.
to tap into the physical without having the mental, that's when she's going to give you restrictions and say, I don't do this and I don't do that. And so that's what I've been telling men. Enjoy it, because the minute she says, she's not getting that control, because remember, what do women, the end result is what? Okay, he made me squirt, he made me come. If you can't give her the financial or the provisional things that she wants control over you. And the minute she realizes that's not going to happen, bye bye. She's going to eventually, all those things are going to erode away. And that's just what it is. So I tell this to men, and when women hear it, like Tanner's like, no, don't listen to him. Don't. But they know it's true. And if men took that approach of stepping back and saying, okay, if it's physical, great. But it's mental that they're after, because that means that the woman is vulnerable, and they know that. And tan and melanated don't like to be vulnerable. Yona's cool with it as long as she feels that the man isn't going to hurt her. But tan and melanated do not want to be vulnerable to any man.
I just want to point out the violation in the chat.
Yeah, Buana's losing it. I don't know.
Herzuli, you can't ask a man where his G spot is. That's fuckery right there.
Wait, he said, where's your G-spot?
Now I really can't sleep because of that shit.
I
You just do
haven't
this.
seen that. I haven't seen that until you mentioned it, Coco.
Yeah, this is
Yo,
crazy.
Azuli, why are you asking him about his G spot, bro?
That's a red card. Red card.
Yeah, that's a red card, bro. What you asking him about his G spot for?
I don't know what's
What
going
if he
on.
said his G
And
spot
Gas just
is his
repeat the
neck?
shit. Didn't sound right either. That's a red card.
You know what? I call you Bahamanians. You guys are crazy. You are like Tasmanians, you know? Wow, I can't believe. Oh my goodness. Is it that Appletones or is it just is that just Bahamas? Because
No,
wow.
that's Haiti. Don't put that on us. That's a Haitian man. Ask a Bahamian
No,
man. Where's G spotted?
he
He
oh, that's
yeah.
a Zuli. Oh, that's a
That's
Zuli. I
worse
thought
than
it
What's
was
when.
going on?
okay.
That's worse than when the Haitian fella fell down in the Olympics doing the hurdles. On the first hurdle, he fell down and was out the race.
All right,
That's a flag on the play.
why would you have to bring that back, Goku? Why you bring that
Azuli, what's
Olympic back?
going on, man? Why are you trying to find out about his G spot?
He asked me,
Yeah,
he trying to be funny.
let's not pretend not to hear the question. Why you ask that man about his G spot?
What if he said it's his neck and he needs to stimulate it? What would you have done then?
Yo, he said, explain to Ezra
Because
what a
knowing is
G-spot
half the battle.
Oh, God.
Knowing is half the battle.
Yo, but he said, explain to Ezra what a G spot is. I'm like, yo, so where's your G spot? Then he told me to ask Tenzin, where's his G spot?
Oh,
Tenzin, how do you know all these guys' G spots? What's going on in Kenya?
Yeah, that's an interesting development there. You know.
whatever you all are, I'm saying I'm safe. I'm at peace. But all of you just are crazy today. I don't know what went wrong. I don't know. Because I thought I put there we were going to have a nice civil conversation and just answer a few questions, like
I
what's his
think
name?
I Care Fire messed it all up. I Care Fire was the one who
No, don't
derailed
blame
everything.
him. When Haguziki was here messing it up as well from the beginning, they went off into that Caribbean tangent that nobody knew anything about, just talking lika this and lika that, Nobody knows that lika nonsense, So
No,
after
there was
that,
the Rastafari debate. They were going back and forth.
oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Yeah, there was that whole thing. All we know about them is Bob Marley. And then, and not even like all his albums, just the best of Bob Marley. And, but they went on and on and on and on. And they did this and they did that. And like, okay, we'll be polite, At least Nigerians, when they go off, it's sort of entertaining because they sound like they're about to fight and you're waiting, it's like, they're going to, anytime now, they're going to start, throwing blows. But them, they're just like, air punching, like, I'm going to get you, I'm going to get you, I'm going to get you. And nothing much happened for quite a long time. So,
that
but
whole
with the
time talk was like an orgasm.
happens too quickly,
That whole time talk just now was like an orgasm, and ain't no one cared about that. Listen, we gotta go back to Israeli, right?
Okay.
Yeah, Zuri, I don't know what's going on with you, bro.
I was trying to save him. Actually, I was trying to distract from
You
that.
can't save the man from trying to find out about another man's G spot.
You can't save that. There's never a time where one man has a need to ask another man where his G spot is.
Yeah, even fathers don't ask their sons that question.
I don't think gay dudes that question. There's never a time.
What makes it come, son? Son, what makes it come?
What?
Yo, what?
What is going on in Kenya?
No, I'm following up after Coco. He said a father would never ask his son, about his G spot. So it's like a father asking his son, what makes you come, son? What makes you come? You get? That's
yeah, we
I don't even want to think about that, man.
That was a little womp, but yeah, we got you. But there's never a time
Coco, you such
Not
yo,
even
Coco.
medical doctors. Listen, not even medical doctors ask a man, where's G-spot? That ain't on no form in the hospital. No one asking that question.
Even after the prostate exam.
Even after the prostate, that not even on the form. He ain't even want to know that. He ain't business with that.
Yeah, Zuli, you got a strike on your record, man. That's a red card. That's 85
Yeah,
minutes into
that
play.
on your ledger. That on your ledger from now on.
That's on your blockchain.
Anytime you say something sideways to me, I bringing that card out. Hold on, wait a minute. No. Wait a second. You on December 1st, 2022, Christmas month, you ask a man, another man, where his G-spot is. That is.
You guys are wrong. It's wrong.
That's one of the. That.
And you know what's crazy, Coco? I didn't even catch it in the chat until you brought it up.
I did either.
Satan didn't ask Jesus that shit when he took him up on the mountain. Satan didn't ask him some shit like that. That is fundamentally wrong. Haitian, Haiti weeps.
Jesus, where's your G-spot at?
Nah, fuck. Why you asking me? Oh, explain to Ezra what a G-spot is. What the fuck? So it's
Good night, Azuli.
good night.
Good night, Yonabi. Oh, terrible. Terrible. You start out going one way and then everything just goes.
Yeah, remember Zuli? That's right. Remember Zuli tell us a guy pulled him by the hand and they walked and then they pounded it out and went in separate ways.
Stop saying they like
He
that.
got pounded out.
No, he said don't shoot the breeze. He said, yo, he pulled me, go somewhere.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
We pounded it out.
No,
Dude,
I did not
you
say
said
that.
that.
No, I did not.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Did you ask Bana Hagaziki where his G-spot was? Just answer that question for me.
I'm still confused. Who pounded you out?
Hey, guys, stop talking like that. First of all, that never happened.
Dude, we recorded that episode of Shoot the Breeze.
No, I never said that though. I never said that. That was not the
Wait,
answer.
Azuli, tell me, wait. He took your hand, and then where did y'all go?
To pound it out.
No.
They went and played basketball or something like that, or work out together or something.
We was not
Pounded it out.
Oh, you making no stop. That's not what it was.
You know what? I'm gonna go and find that episode. I'm gonna clip that shit out.
Good luck.
I'm gonna make that a button that I could press on my computer and it just plays that recording. You said y'all pounded it out and you went your separate ways. And now I look here in the chat tonight and you're asking Bwana Hagaziki, who already said some suspect shit himself.
Yeah, Bwana wants to watch somebody pound out his woman.
Yeah, man.
That's the part that's confusing me.
Yeah.
And now Azuli's getting guys to work out with him, and then they pound out when he's done.
Yeah, man. And then he turned
Okay,
back
so
to
Azuli,
man.
so here's the real
Where's
question.
G-spot is?
Azuli, did you ask that guy where his G-spot was?
First of all, stop. That's not what happened. They're making shit up right now.
Okay, I'll let you get it.
They were having a discussion about culture, about men holding each other's hand while they were walking. And then we found was it in the video that a man was holding another? I don't know, it was something different. And I said, somebody did that to me because it was in a hurry, and he grabbed my hand and he was holding as he was walking, and I felt that was strange. But I didn't say we pounded it out. What are you talking about, man?
So he held your hand and walked, right? That's it?
That's it.
Okay, but let me ask you this question. When he finished walking with you, did you inquire as to his G-spot?
Oh my God, this guy. No, man. I didn't ask no such thing.
No, to be honest, right? To be real. If a man pull you by the hand and led you somewhere, right? Versus Bwana Agaziki in the chat, and you ask him where his G spot is, I will assume you ask the man who pulled you by the hand, where's his G spot to? In fact, he might have asked you that question too.
No, though I was just playing, man. Brian Isaac actually said, "Oh, explain to Ezra what a G spot is." So I'm like, "What is his G spot? Why he's concerned about G spots? I already told him that women's G spot don't matter."
But you're asking about his G spot, so that makes me think that you put his G spot above women's G spot. That's all I'm saying. Because you don't even care where a woman's G spot is. You ain't playing business. But you ask that man, where's his? So
That's
what are
true.
we prioritizing?
That's true. Why you didn't ask Tam where's her G spot? That's true.
Because
you should have asked Tam or Yona or somebody about their G spot.
Because fucking Mr. Untouchable was being funny or explain to Ezra what a G spot is.
G spot, but Haguzika's G spot is more interesting, I guess, than Yona B's, which Yona is we're trying to stay excited here, but it would be more interesting if you asked her, like, it would be more how do you say, apropos, if you asked Yona B where Yona G's spot was, rather than Bona Haguziki. That's all.
You should have been allergic to asking another man where his G spot is.
Yo.
You should have started to swell up. Your neck and nose should have started to swell up and all kind of stuff. Like, how were you so comfortable in asking that man? But anyway, I digress. I'm gonna leave you be. But expect tomorrow, if not in a few minutes, I'm going to put up a post on my community tab asking which episode it was when you said you pounded it out with a fella. And I'm going to get the clip of that and present that on Shoot the Breeze as a topic.
Yeah, that never happened, man. That never happened.
Damn it. Now you did it. All right, let me screenshot this shit here. You asking this man where his G spot is. Hold on. Screenshot that.
I don't understand, man. I don't know what's going on there, Zuli.
Yo, Mr. Untouchable I was just being facetious.
No, I get that, but the fact that you let another man hold your hand and then you worked out with him, son, and then y'all pounded.
Yo, I did not work out. Yo, I said they were talking something about on the Shoot the Breeze topic, and I said one person I know grabbed my hand because he was rushing. I was like, yo, that was weird. But no, it was just a homie.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. So let me ask you this question. It's really, this is hypothetical. If you're in, East New York, and let's just say you had a bag of crack and a shotgun with you, right? And you're doing what you gotta do. Police pull up, you run. Police corner you, one of the guys. Are you gonna blow his head off or give up the crack?
Oh my God! I'm just gonna get arrested. I'm not even gonna answer that question, you asshole.
So you're gonna give up the crack? You're gonna blow his head off?
No, I'm gonna put the crack on the floor. I'm gonna put the gun on the floor.
You gonna put your crack on the floor?
And the gun on the floor and the crack, not my crack.
Okay. He go open up the crack when he get locked up inside prison. That's when you can share the crack freely.
He gonna he's gonna say, you put your name in a hat. You just go, we'll do a lottery. You ain't got to rush me.
Exactly. Take your time.
No, all I know is Melanie Goddess is not coming to Brooklyn because we don't give a fuck about her. Okay.
Well, we know you don't for sure. We are certain about that.
For sure. That we do.
Yo,
for sure.
Yo, I can't ask a question.
Not that kind of question.
Yeah, that was a red card offense, man. We had to take you out the game.
So him telling, yo, it was a joke, man.
Well, no,
Now he tell you to ask a woman about a
he had 2
G-spot.
yellow cards. He's out the game too because he said it twice that he wanted to film a young bull tipping his
Yeah.
that was wild.
He has 2 red cards because he just said Tenzin knows about his G-spot.
I mean, hey, his G-spot might be his neck. I might give him that, but the fact that he wants to watch another guy pound Tanzan out and he can film it, that's kind of scary.
No, I wasn't involved in that whole thing. Nope.
No, because you know about his G-spot, you know where it is. So I'm assuming
I have no knowledge of.
I did not have sexual relations with that Bahamian.
Yes. Wow. No, I was not involved in that. I what do you call it? I recuse myself from the proceedings. Yes.
Well, unless Tenzin is from Kenya, she might not be rotund, so that's not Boana Aziki's speed anyway.
Oh yeah, you got to be obese.
Yeah.
you gotta have fatty liver disease.
75% body fat. You like that?
You gotta have liver disease and high blood pressure.
What happened? They replaced all the water inside this one and put fat instead or something like that? How is she 75% fat?
She's 90% soft.
Yo.
Oh man.
Mr. Untouchable's 5th question to his date. What's your fat
What's the BMI?
What's your BMI?
If you got a BMI
in your bedroom, and
if your BMI ain't over 25, he ain't talking to you.
He like them rotund, boy. I tell you.
I just still can't understand how he want to watch. Like that's the part I'm confused about. Even the pigs don't watch.
Too? I'm just looking at something on the screen here. What the hell is Untouchable saying on the screen there? You see, I can't co-sign that statement up on the screen.
He said, "Dude likes to pound." What dude?
Who dudes?
That
that's true.
He was talking about Zuli, about that whole pounding it out.
No. He wasn't talking about me. No. Not trying to save him. He wasn't talking about me.
Untouchable. What were you trying to write here?
Azul, we have you on tape.
Oh
my
God!
On tape. We have you on tape. First of all, getting your hand held by a fella, led somewhere.
Azuli, be honest. Where did he lead you to? Because I'm not gonna make fun of you. I think we gotta, when men get assaulted, we need to support each other. Where did he lead you to?
I don't know.
Wow. Show us on the doll. Show us on the doll where he touched you, please. Show us on the doll where he touched you.
Yo, we was on campus, man. He was going to class.
Campus.
I said campus. Campus.
Who was on campus?
Zulia and some dude was on campus. Dude grabbed him by the hand, led him down a path somewhere. So that's really what he's saying, right? He led him down a certain path, right? They pounded it out and went their separate ways.
Yeah.
And I guess Ozuli didn't learn from the fellow where his G-spot was, so he come here tonight to ask Bwana Hagaziki where his G-spot is. I won't be able to sleep till Saturday night after Shoot the Breeze after all this kind of talk.
First
I'm gonna personally bury my G-spot and never bring it out ever in life after this.
Please.
I'm gonna burn it and kill it and shoot it and stab it. If I ever did have a G-spot, after today, it's burned.
Wow.
Listen, well, what we learn.
But listen, enough of Azuli's love of G spots and Buana's love of voyeurism and watching men pound his lady out. Uh, the topic that I wanted to really touch on with Yona and Tan is to prove again that you see, Azuli, these women manipulate men, and what they do is they're trying to tap into your emotions, and so that's why they get you caught up on, yeah, if you do the thing right and you sleep with me right, and the truth of the matter is there's no what's the word I'm looking for? There's
But
no
gas them up. That's why I said what I said. I said like, yo, if we start thinking like, yo, your climax don't matter, they can't hit you with it, make you feel bad. Oh, you didn't make me come. Oh, da 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 da. I wanted it this way. Da da da. That's what I'm saying. That that's what I mean. That's how you counteract that. When they want to control you, oh, your sex was whack. Your sex was this end. I already hit, ma. What's your problem?
Well, that's when I would take a page out of Gas Them Up book. If you're not on my page, then you gotta go. You ain't gotta make me come. Go ahead on. Bye. Don't
So
worry
what I'm
about
saying.
it.
But she's
So
saying that now. But the truth of the matter is, if she likes you and she's caught up with you and she's vulnerable, she ain't going nowhere.
Not true.
Yeah, if y'all don't be
That's
like you, she'll actually your G spot it.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
I've,
then,
I've,
so if you leave a man because he don't know where your G spot is, then you just gonna then you never really like that man. You just
No, it's
that's
not
the,
about you leaving the man because he doesn't know where your G spot is. You said, you're not going to take the time to get to
no. This is
know
no
or
okay. I might have misspoke. I'm saying if women want to use that, like if it's my girl or my wife or what something like that, okay, maybe I'll take my time to know. But when women trying to make you feel
maybe,
bad, yeah, I
maybe,
didn't.
not you
I did.
will.
Me, yeah. If that's my girl
If
and my
that's your
wife.
girl or your wife, then you should take the time to figure out where her G spot is. And, you do what you do. But if
is her
you,
G spot not in between her ears?
I don't know, gas them up.
Keep it real. The men who have
I
made
don't
you
know.
you intend climax the hardest are the ones y'all like the most.
Oh, of course, like what you said, it's definitely, a brainiac type thing. Because even with foreplay, foreplay is very much so a brain type um interaction that you're having. I don't know about anybody else, but for me, it definitely is because foreplay is
It's full
you live
brain.
out your fantasies. You live out like the different type of things that you think about in your mind that you want to do to each other or by yourself, whichever way. But that's what it most definitely is. It's in the brain, it's in the mind, and you carry out that act with your partner or by yourself or whatever. I, for one, I try something out myself. Don't judge me, okay? And then, okay, I did this. Do you like it, or can we do this? Or you have to explore sexually. Sex is a brilliant thing. It's a magnificent. It's absolutely. I don't know. It's good. So
Why
you
y'all
have to.
making why you women are making sex more than it is? Oh, you gotta explore like it's a fucking adventure. It's just
It
me putting my dick
is.
in
What
a
do you?
hole. Get
What?
the fuck
Oh
out
my
of
God!
here.
You haven't had the right woman. I think that's what it is. You
Oh
haven't
my
had
god.
somebody who's like willing to just
Wh-
freak you out or just go on an adventure, as you would say. Like
What do you
it's
mean by what do you see what you're talking about?
Urzu- Urzuliism is like, listen, lady, if I plant a flagpole and raise a flag, or I put my, or I slide in a woman, it's the same shit to me. Either way,
But you
it
see,
don't matter.
that's like it's a Sleepy Joe type way to look at it, because one of the ways to hold your woman as a woman would to hold her man is conquering the brain, and the brain has different components to it, and sexuality is another component of conquering the brain, which you conquer the body. Okay, so that I'm not with no boring sex. I can't do it. I even if I like you, I'm not. No, we're gonna have that discussion, and if you're not, no, we're no. It's just a no.
So you, this is the funny thing. I don't think
It's a
women
no
give
for
men.
you, dog.
The funny thing is, it means that women don't give men credit enough to how many men stay in like a weak like sex less relationship. Like a lot of women just lay on their back and shit like that. I
And
just you're not
you're
just saying it's just like, oh, if the sex is not right, I'm out.
no,
Like
no. Listen, I will give you definitely a chance. We talk about it as grown people. Yeah, we
what?
talk about it
That's the
as
funniest
grown
stuff I've ever
people.
heard, but
Yeah,
okay.
we talk about.
Yona, I'm sorry, sex is not for you. Sex wasn't made for you.
What?
Okay,
It's made
guys,
for the
we
man.
should start
It's made
wrapping
for
up.
the
It's almost
man.
been 9 hours.
What? Wow, sex
I'm
is for
Yeah.
the man,
sorry.
not for the
I'm
woman.
sorry. I know this world, this sexual revolution made you think, oh, my climax matter. Your climax doesn't matter.
I listen. I put it like this. For me, I think it does matter, but not to us because they can handle it themselves. I think the problem is that
Well,
we
no,
have
you
been.
guys can handle it yourself too. It's a two-way street.
Yeah,
A
but
No,
bottom-made
both
okay, wait,
man and
both
wait,
of us
woman.
hold on, wait, let me
differently.
clarify it. Hold on, let me clarify it. So, for example, the average man, right, if there's enough friction, him just penetrating, if there's enough friction, the grip of the vagina does bring him the climax. It's not the same with women. A woman, however, just a man penetrating may not bring her to climax. However, she has the ability while he's penetrating to play with her nipples and to stimulate her clitoris. She can.
That's not true 100% because it's all about the game in your head. You can you can penetrate and a woman can climax right there, especially if she feels like she likes you a lot or you're sexy or you got a big peen or whatever it is that a woman finds in her partner
But the point
sexually.
is that there's nothing he. Okay, I think because what this is a part of our responsibility, right? And in terms of responsibility, a woman is by default responsible because the requirements are almost non-existent on the man's part. You just need to be clean. Well, some men don't even care, but just be available, be open, have somewhat friction, right? Hopefully, she has a wall or two left, and the man can get in there, and because of that friction and the rubbing on the head of his penis, he will ejaculate. Doesn't take much effort on the man's part. Like Coco was joking earlier, we don't get a printout, we don't get any of these things. So because of that, the responsibility is largely on the woman because she has the ability to handle it. What women are doing is they're turning around saying, I didn't come or I wasn't pleased. And it's like, yeah, but you can do that for yourself and be guaranteed that you were at the point of climax. A man can do all of those things that you ask him to do and still not bring you to climax. That's what I'm trying to say. Do you understand the part of the responsibility argument?
Yeah,
Like, take
I do.
emotions out of it. It's just all responsibility. A woman it's more on her part. She has the ability to bring herself there. Whereas the man, no matter what I do, if there's no mental connection, I can't do anything for you. But
That
you don't
is
need a
true.
mental. So that's what I'm saying to push Razuli's point to say that men don't have to try because while that man is, as they say, while he's pushing and you pulling, you can
I
be
mean
rubbing
that is
your
true.
nipples and your clit, and you'll get to where you want without him, and you'll
That's
be fine.
true. But to a certain extent, again, because even with men, if you don't feel like that woman, if you're not sexually attracted to her, of course it's going to take you a little bit longer to come or whatever. You could put whatever you want to put in your mind. But if the vibes is not there and you're not sexually attracted to that woman, it's going to take you a little bit of some time. And I can say the same thing for a
No,
woman
depends on
too.
how tight it is. She could be ugly if you close your eyes in the dark, and that thing is tight as a vice grip, and that thing's wet and is rubbing that head. You ain't used to that type of feeling.
I can't.
You gonna pop the weasel. I mean, I don't know. You asked the men on the panel. Am I lying, fella?
No, you're not lying. You're 100% right. But the difference between men and women, we don't put the burden of coming on you. Most women put the burden of climax on the men. It's your body. You know your body better than me. Just like Gasdemup just said. If you want to climax, oh, yo, get on top. Rub
It
your
is
clit.
our body, but for the 5 minutes or 10 minutes, wherever 7 minutes you guys say you're interacting with our
You're renting
bodies
it
for,
out for your use.
it's your body
I
too. For that
No, that's
7 minutes
no,
manipulation.
and that
it's not
five
my
No,
body.
minutes.
What
you
do
see,
you
Rosalie,
mean?
that's where they try to manipulate you.
Oh
You see,
my
this is
God.
this is
Here
how
we
women
go.
try to. This
No
is what they do.
accountability. Get out of here with that. For
Really?
that
No, this
five
is what
minutes,
you guys.
7 minutes freak on that you're doing,
Okay,
it's
okay.
your
So then you
body
know what?
too.
So
It's
then you
your
know what?
responsibility also to make
But
Okay, I got
the
you.
Yona,
climax.
Ozuli,
no.
hold on, Ozuli. I'm a killer with the argument right now.
Oh boy.
Koku, you heard what she just said. It's our body too, right? Good. So then, when the sperm goes in there, and that baby come back after a few weeks, and the man says he either does or does not want it, I don't want
We
to hear
said
nothing
it
from
was
y'all
a
about whose
rental,
body.
not an ownership. You rent it from.
Thank you,
Oh,
sis. Thank you,
Thank.
okay.
Yep.
Tan.
And this is proof as to
Thank you,
why I
Tan.
don't listen to women because you're all manipulative
Oh
liars.
my God.
Proof. I hope you fellas are taking notes. In the
Uh,
back end, and y'all watch this, y'all played it again.
I
This is
took
proof. They just exposed
now.
themselves. They didn't even realize it. They were
No,
high
but
fiving. Thank you,
it's the
sis.
truth
And
though.
they just showed
Listen,
you.
for that 7 minutes, it's a rental, okay? That 5 minutes you guys gain your whatever up to do
And
what
you
you
know
have
what?
to
And
do.
and you're right. You're right. Look at this. You're right. It is a rental, and that's why you wear that rental out. You run it. You run the mileage. You beat
And
the
you're
tires up,
supposed to.
and you
That's
bring
right.
it back useless. And you give it to the enterprise, and you say, "Take your car back."
Let
That's
me
what
tell
you
you
do.
something. Power to the X chromosome. We just go to the bathroom, wash it out, another one will come. So I don't know what you're
And
talking about.
that
Okay?
is why I don't trust anything that bleeds for 7 days and don't die.
Yeah, that's a horrible statement, right? They just go to the bathroom, flush it
That's
out,
Yeah,
right.
you
water
hear
and
that?
hand.
You wash it out and
Wash
you're
it out,
good
and
to
she's
go
back.
again. That
She
that's
But that's a
stretched it
it.
lie.
back out like bubblegum wrap.
But gas
Power
him
to
up.
the V.
Gas him up. That's a lie. Science article said once you nut in there, your DNA is ending for a while. So what she's talking about, I don't know what she's talking about.
Oh
She wash
yeah,
it
it's
out,
in
wash
there
it
for
out,
up
wash it
sometimes
out.
up to 365 days it's in there for. But what I'm saying is being that it's a rental, you go to the bathroom, you wash it up. That's why what they were saying prostitution is the oldest whatever job in the world. It's easy
European
for
job.
women to just to move through like that. But I get what you're saying, guys, with when that baby comes or whatever, for you to say XYZ, you guys don't have control over that anymore. Especially in nature. Not saying it's wrong or right or I'm on a side or
Prohibited
not.
anymore? Did they
Ye-
ever?
Right. Thank you, Tan. My sister.
Yes, yes. You see. Oh my! You see how much they talking shit? Did they
Well,
ever?
no, Ozuli, what you should no, Ozuli, hold on.
Just an honest
This is
question.
what we should take from this.
Not a
You
statement,
see
a
how
question.
they all bullshit artists, but they're able to solidify and high five and thank you, my sister, on bullshit. They're not trying to outshine each other. This is an example to black men. Let's stop shitting on each other in real life on these panels. I don't need to say anything crazy about Koku and say, yeah, Koku, I got $1 million. I'm a high value man. You ain't nobody. We gotta get to that point. As long as we respect each other, masculinity doesn't have to be competition and abuse. And
Agreed.
to me, that's what I see.
Agreed. Perfectly said. Because regardless to what, the sisterhood is not as strong as it needs to be, but it's still there. And women, we need to stand up together as you men do, also as men, and not put each other
Stand
down
up
and
together
fight.
to hold the men down.
Yeah.
Let's hold the men down. Way, way
You
down.
do realize that if men, particularly black men, really had a brotherhood, it'd be the end of your sisterhood. You know that, right?
Well, we don't mind as long as you all are leading. As long as you're leading in a healthy
Yo,
way.
stop lying. You more
No,
than
no.
me.
As long as my
You
man
you
is
speak for
leading
the
the way.
1%. You speak for the
Why did
1%.
I know
Stop it.
Ezuli was going to come at
But
you
at
with
least
that
I'm
one? Like that just sounded
speaking.
too good to be true. Yonabi, I wish.
It don't matter if it's like the 1%. Most of these you're not going. You see, you telling us that you're not taking that message to those retards over there and telling them that.
No, that's not true. That is
She
Oh,
not
can't.
true.
They're gonna
I
kill
have
her. She
I
don't want
have
drama with those women.
No, that is not true. I speak to my girlfriends, well, the ones and twos that I have all the time. And as I said before earlier, a lot of my friends that I don't speak to anymore, I would see them like downtown Brooklyn, or I'll see them at the store, Macy's or something. And then, we start chopping it up and they would tell me, listen, you was right about such and such. And girl, I'm so sorry. And whether it's age or a lesson learned or whatever, some women are starting to wake up. Like I will tell them, just be quiet when your man is talking to you and just learn how to accept your femininity instead of accepting your masculinity, because it's a problem. And I used to be the Debbie Downer, the Miss Up to D, and, get all types of name called. But women are starting to wake up because a lot of women are finding themselves alone by themselves, and they don't want that. They really don't. So the problem is our mothers, they didn't do too much of a good job giving us the proper tools to go out into the world to be feminine women, or to be women, period. And it's not just here in America, it's also in the Caribbean. I would be one to definitely push that and say, especially in Jamaica, the woman them ota ada. So when I hear black men here saying, "Oh, the women here is out of order," and I'm like, I know, because I've seen it. I've seen the evolution of it, especially from back home to here. So I get it, but I think men, black men, if you're gonna disagree, disagree without the presence of us women, because that looks weak to us. It does not look right. It does not look like you're a leader. It does not look like you're secure, you're stable, and it just don't look right. So if you're gonna have a disagreement or argument, do that somewhere else. You know, perpetrate a fraud or whatever. To
Well, you know where they learned it from. They learned it from their mamas. They watched their mamas behave that way. You
Oh,
see,
of
because when they
course,
push the man out, the men only know how to interact like women. So they watch
yes,
their mamas go back and forth bickering publicly. And so
right.
that's the behavior that they carry out in adulthood.
Well, me for one, I don't argue with men. I have all my brothers. I plus how I was raised. I can't open my mouth to no man. So I know my place. But living in American society, when I would say something to my girlfriends, I was the negative Nancy, the Debbie Downer, and all this other stuff. But it's good to see now people like Tanzan and myself, the one percenters. Tanzan has a beautiful YouTube channel. This is great. You know how many people will probably listen to this and say, wow, I'm learning. So, and you gas them up, bitter medicine, that there's slow progress, but I think it's a good thing.
I I commend your
Don't be negative,
optimism.
Nelly Ezuli.
I commend your optimism, but I think the way that the the society is been programmed by the music, by the movies, by the political, by the politics, I think we heading for darker days than what you think.
Yeah,
So
you're
I
being a
think the
negative Nelly.
I know I think the women are being, because the funny thing, they tell, in order for you to be a woman you have to be more masculine. And when you look at that, you see in the movies, you see that in the music, you see that in, yeah. I mean, if you, I don't think the women are seeing anything different, bro. you saying that they don't want to be alone, but they don't want to be alone versus that they see. There's a difference. You don't want to be alone, or you want to actually change and be feminine. There's a difference. There's still a manipulation. Oh, I don't want to be alone, so I'm gonna act this way to get the man and get him to be emotionally attached to me, so now he can't leave. So there needs there's something wrong with the female psyche in this country, and also in the male psyche. But they know how to destroy. Once you destroy the relationship between the black man and the black woman, it's easier for you to run your game on. So I don't know, man. I might be pessimistic, but the way the propaganda is going nowadays, nah, I don't see it getting any better anytime soon.
Well,
Especially when
it didn't get like this overnight, for sure. So it's going to take time. But you being pessimistic is, I guess, you being you. I don't know you, but you're being you. And I think if you really want to make a difference, the best way to do it is to speak out. And another way to do it also is to get a family. Do your own thing in your own house. Make your own rules, your own regulations, your own, you know, whatever it is that you desire. But you have to look at it in a positive light, because if you don't, it's gonna swallow you up. What more can you do?
Tan?
Tan is eating breakfast.
Tan?
Yes. Oh my goodness. I am not eating breakfast. I'm looking for the unmute button. But
I think you should start closing off because you sound like you're about to pass out.
oh yeah. Wow. I'm only human, maybe
Yeah, so
bit
close this
machine,
out.
but yeah, but ultimately human. So wow, yeah, I'll have to put several disclaimers into this and warn the young uns away from it and all that.
Just make it not safe for kids. Make it an adult video.
Yes,
Swap
yes,
it.
I will go and do that. So, wow, I come in peace and they bring chaos. I come, with wholesomeness and everybody comes with their freakishness. So
Hey,
thank you all
that's what
very
you get
much.
for being a Pan-African.
Wow. Oh, what did I
Right.
do to deserve that? But yeah, it's only it takes more than 2 minutes, at least compromise with 5 minutes and watch the signs. There is a way that you can know. And what?
Why are you attacking me, Tan? Why are you attacking me, Tan?
No, I'm
I was
giving you good
joking. Of course, if
advice.
it's of I was joking. Of course, if it's your girlfriend or your wife, you should
Yeah,
you should take your time and please her too.
okay. Okay, good. I'm glad we cleared that up. Yeah, yeah. So,
Well,
wow.
peace,
Okay.
love, and something in the Middle East.
I thought it was hair grease.
Oh, wow. And hot grease or cold? I don't know. Apparently, I can clip it up in StreamYard now. Oh, if am I going to do all that work? I don't know if I'm going to have time, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think you should just go straight to sleep.
Yep, I think so.
It was a
I have
great conversation with you guys. I really
Oh,
enjoyed it.
thank you so much, Yonabi. Thank you for joining, for your input and wisdom. And now we'll know a lot more about the Caribbean and Caribbean women,
Hold on, you're in America or you in Jamaica?
No, I'm in
Both.
America.
Oh, okay, cool. All
All right.
right. Good night, y'all.
Good night. We'll see you another time.
Good night,
Peace.
everybody.
Night,
Yes.
everybody.
Good night. Good night. Peace, everyone. Oh, that is the end. Okay, as usual, before we end, a great deal of gratitude to the ancestors for today's conversation. We had a lot of,
interesting insights, enlightenment, a lot of laughter, a lot of knowing things we didn't know before. So very interesting conversation. And I thank the ancestors for guiding it. And thank you all for joining, and have a wonderful time. I appreciate you all, and good night. Peace.